Welcome back to CoinPoker's Cash Game World Championship in partnership with PokerStrategy.com. I'm your host, Johan Merlo. This is the second stream today here. This is day 21 of 28. And we're back with more action, this time with a return guest. It's my good friend, Ivica Iliev77. How's it going, boss?
It's going great. Thanks for having me again, Johan.
Yeah, thank you for joining. I think last time people really enjoyed the way you were talking and breaking down hands and all that. So, yeah, thank you.
I hope we get a lot more hands this time, but I'm always ready to talk other live things in poker and strategy. And
what are you saying? Are we goofing around a little too much to your taste?
No, it's just we covered 3-4 hands. I remember the times when we covered like 10 hands or something, but it's just the vibe. We always feel the vibe of audience. If people want to talk more, I don't know, about live things related to poker, we can talk about that. If they want to discuss some strategy, we are open. I think that's why when we do this live thing, you and me, it's like people enjoy joining in, and we usually have like 100+ people combined following this. So that's really great to know, you know.
Yeah,
and
for sure.
All this wouldn't be possible without the actual competition happening and people putting in crazy volume and putting us into tough spots to discuss what they are doing and how they are doing it, you know. So it's like a win-win for everyone. I love it.
Our friend Stuck in Micros, I think, will join us to Hangouts as well. So I will invite him. You just have to pick up again in a second.
Okay.
Inviting now.
Tell me, yeah.
Oh my God, and I see an all-in. Look at this. Flushy with a parent flush draw versus Biluzin, who's got the Rockets. And it looks like the aces are going to scoop. No VIP game. So usually, Mike, the VIP game is streamed by somebody else, as I understand it. I think it's Gazi apparently streaming it today, and that's going to be on CoinPoker's YouTube, which is... Let me double check. It's just CoinPoker_TV. I do think if you search CoinPoker on YouTube, you probably will find the channel. It's not quite live yet. Like you will see more evidently once it goes live, which he should be very soon, because I saw like the table was already filling up. So yeah, but here we're gonna focus on the challenge tables. I think I don't even have it open, the VIP game. So that's, if you want to follow that, then that's on the CoinPoker YouTube. You want to check that hand that we just saw?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right.
Good evening, Johan. Good evening, Itza.
Nice to hear from you, bro. How are you?
Good, and you?
I'm very good. Sunday is a very good day for me. It's just poker analysis and chill, you know. No grinding for me on Sunday.
You don't grind Sundays? Okay.
Yeah, I stopped doing that. Like only if I have to, I will grind Sunday. And plus, there is always some interesting sports game or, you know, family lunch. I watch my favorite TV show on this day, and yeah, in the evening I leave it open for helping you on with, you know, Cash Game World Championship.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
How have you been stuck in micros? How's your grind? Can you hear me? Test.
That's interesting. How would he hear me and not you?
Yeah. No, I can hear you. I just tried to push and talk, but I'll just leave it this way. Yeah, the cash game grind wasn't that nice the last weeks, but I think the tournament, so it evened it out.
Nice. It's funny because your nickname is Stuck in Micros, but I feel like you're much closer to mid stakes than micros, right?
Yeah, let's say low stakes. Like mid stakes is a bit too high for me, I guess. But yeah, I just guess I'm doing quite okay at lower stakes, and yeah.
All right, cool. We got a hand here that we just saw, so let me load it up so we can have a look. It's funny, every tape. Oh, actually, wait a second. Look at this. I just glance over the tables and then like randomly I see this. I love this challenge. This is like a casual like
it is all in.
Yeah.
Nice.
This is amazing.
It's like a 8x over bet jam. I love it.
Boom. A boat. All right. Okay, let me bring up the hand I was talking about. So this was Flushy and Biluzin in that one. And Flushy opens the button, 2.5x. Biluzin 3-bets the big blind. How many effective? 126 big blinds effective. So it was 13 in the big blind. 9-8-4. And Biluzin continues pretty big. Actually, wait, like I really struggle with those middling boards personally. Like if I 3-bet and I have like no matter what I have, because I feel like button is gonna have a lot of good hands here too, right? So how come bet this big from Biluzin?
That's a great question. Maybe Stuck in Micros wants to go first and discuss what's happening on this flop, or you want me to cover some theory here?
No, yeah, go ahead, cover it because I did miss the action. Then when you talk about it, I'll
Yeah, the action is just big blind 3-bets button, and the board is with suited connectors, and it's basically flush draw and bunch of straight draws that hit both opponents' ranges. So yeah, what's really interesting if you check, first of all, small blind has very different ranges from big blind, right? Big blind is going to be way more merged and polarized, while small blind is going to be way more linear. So when you study 3-bet pots, your sizings are going to be very different because, small blind is going to have a bunch of overpairs here, and it's going to not have trashy hands with blockers that big blind is going to have. As soon as you have a polarized type of range, like big blind can have here, you're going to want to use larger sizes. And what's interesting when you use like GTO Wizard AI function, whenever you have boards that have a lot of straights and flush draws, especially 9-8x, 10-9x, Jack 10x, it's basically those three are very specific. You can see that strategy that they suggest in the AI node, they will pick one size, which will be a big size. But if you look at just the basic GTO sizes, you will see that GTO here can split anywhere from half pot, 3/4, pot size, and even overbet. And the reason why it does that is because you want to prevent equity realization for in-position player, right? You have all these vulnerable hands out of position, like pocket tens, pocket jacks, pocket queens. They are great, they are overpairs, but any flush completing card kills the action for these overpairs. Any straight completing card potentially kills it. Any pairing potentially kills it. So basically, you will see different people play different strategy here, and I honestly have no idea how high stakes players are balancing here. Are they using multiple sizes or are they sticking to one size? If their size is like 3/4, you can expect that they are value betting or 2/3 even. You can expect that they are value betting over pairs, that they are value betting all their polarized 9x hands and strong 8x. Like if they are 3-betting ace 8 suited or some ace 8 off, whatever, you will see this happening in that size. So basically, clear value threshold would be 8x, strong 8x or better, and then you will see mixture of these gut shots, open-enders, and mixing with flush draws. If you are value betting every single draw, goes without saying that you're going to be very bluff heavy or semi bluff heavy. An opponent in position can start raising you, and you're going to be stuck overfolding out of position. So you have to have check call, check raise, and c-bet here worked out. And this is not an easy flop to play at all, in my opinion. Because what do you do with your queen 10, queen jack, jack 10? Like I said, you will have all these, you'll have ace high flush draws, king high flush draws, queen high flush draws, jack high flush draws. Like if you c bet all of those, your checking range is going to be very different. You're going to be stuck with whatever ace king, ace queen in the checking range, and all the draws are c betting. So it's very, very interesting spot the way people play this. And obviously, whenever you have sets and you need to balance your range, those obviously prefer to go into check range rather than bet range. So my expectation is Biluzin here would be checking 9 and 8s, but would be rather value betting, over pairs and 9x and strong 8x here. Speaking of value range, that's it.
Stuck in micros. Anything to add?
Yeah, I guess nothing to add.
Good luck.
Yeah, I mostly play at least half pot bet sizes when I have the sports. And
Okay.
as Isa already said, we are quite polarized in the big blind, and of course we have all the overpairs, which probably also we could check like aces and kings here, especially if we have a diamond. That would make also nice checks to protect our checking range. And yeah, if we go too small, it's easy for the button to realize his equity, and that's also a good point that Isa came up with. So we don't want him to float too wide and realize all his vectors and so on. Yes.
Okay, so we do get a call from Flushy, and now Biluzin checks. By the way, Biluzin currently third in the leaderboard at the latest update with 245k.
Nice.
Very sick, very sick rise in the leaderboards from him, right behind TaxHere and Davy Jones. So he checks, and then we get a small-ish size bet from Flushy in position here.
Nice, very interesting spot. So on double flush draw textures, usually you will see vulnerable overpairs continue to barrel, and depending on pot to stack ratio, they might even shove here. The reason why you might see jacks and queens shoving here, they want to get called by 8x of diamonds, 9x of diamonds, 8x of clubs, combo draws, hands like jack 10 of diamond, jack 10 of clubs, 7-6 of diamond, 7-6 of clubs, like all these combo draws, ace 9 of diamonds, button will be calling all this stuff. So when you have weak vulnerable overpairs, those are mostly using pot size or larger bets. When you check, you again need to protect your draws that you might be check calling, but you also will play, like your aces are ideal hand here that wants to check. You're never too happy when you give up free equity here on double flush draw run out, but you still need to protect your checking range. So what I'm expecting here to see from out of position player is to check a lot of his aces. I don't like checking aces on flop. I don't agree that aces or kings are a good option to check on flop. You will have a lot of 9x combo draws that prefer better. They have better equity retention than aces and kings on 9-8-4 flush draw boards, simply because there is a bunch of flush draws and straight draws. So overpairs are vulnerable, but here you have a typical spot where you expect in position player on turn to have a lot of stabs when you check to him. So now you can start all your very absolute strongest overpairs like kings and aces. You can start checking them. Your two pair hands can go into checking range, so you can extract value from semi bluffs. That opponent will be stabbing with, and you want him to start likely bluffing some, turning hands into a bluff, like 4x turning into a bluff, or pocket 5s, 6s, 7s that are floating flop. You want him to try to steal the pot by stabbing here and all this kind of stuff. So yeah, it's very nice spot for aces here, and I'm expecting if he does have in the c betting range some sets like nines most likely, some frequency, ideally eights because nines block the top of the calling range for opponent. But basically, if he's barreling eights, he's almost always checking eights on the turn because he wants to make his checking range stronger. And then the smaller the size in position player uses, Asian flushy, you can expect more these, merged stabs. So 8x stabbing, 9x stabbing, 5 outer hands like whatever. It could be ace-4 suited, it could be 5-4 suited, 6-4 suited, whatever, if they're defending in no rake environment, these hands. So yeah, it's pretty cool spot.
Stuck in micros?
Yeah, I'm quite curious. Like, if you like defend these suited gappers, like Ivica said, like 6-4 suited, and it's quite interesting because like in lower stakes, like nobody would like bet a 4 here. Nobody would bet like an 8 here. Of course, rages are way tighter because of the rake. But yeah, even I guess an 8 wouldn't reopen here on the turn. So yeah, I'm quite curious. What the hand will reveal this.
So that's interesting that you say that, because if you think about why you should be betting these hands, like 4x and 8x, for example, the answer lies in what kind of hands weaker hands call you in out of position range. And the weaker hands that out of position has here is not going to double barrel all his flush draws and straight draws. So out of position still has queen jack, queen 10, jack 10, 7-6 suited. You know what I mean? Like ace-x of diamonds, ace-x of clubs. And these hands are not simply double barreling every single time. Some of these hands are playing check call. So if you take like solver and just look at these drawing hands, they have a very good equity on this turn. But your paired type hands are actually favorites here. You know, except against combo draws, obviously. If somebody has 9x of diamonds, your 4x is obviously going to lose on the turn by betting. But the whole point when you bet 5 outer hands is they have 5 outs. They have 10% additional equity of turning trips or 2 pairs. So even if opponent has 9x of diamonds here, and let's say you have whatever, 5-4 of spades, okay? You have 5-4 of spades, you can still hit a 4 or a 5, and then his 9x of diamonds, which has so many outs and equity, might end up folding on the river when you triple barrel. And that's why in GTO Wizard, like you often see these 5 outers stabbing in position for the reasons that they are blocking opponents' strong hands like sets or 2 pairs, but also for the reason that they can turn into a much better hand. You know, of course, on micros or on low stakes, people are not finding enough these plays, but that doesn't matter that they don't exist or shouldn't happen.
Yeah. I mean, even on lower stakes, it makes sense to bet, I guess, but exploitatively because like people probably check too weak on the turn. So it makes also sense to use a small size in those stakes and bet a lot of turns. To get like just auto folds, but all, of course, like this is not the case in this stakes.
Yeah, they're balanced, way more balanced when
different
they check.
reasons. Yeah.
But like you said, if they are capped and with weak hands, then you definitely need to value bet thinner, right? In position, because they have weak hands and they might make mistakes floating these weak hands. And why would you give them free equity with 4x or whatever, 8x, you know? Makes no sense. But it's interesting, if somebody starts playing back at you by check raising turns, now all these extra equity you had in position, now you kind of charged it wrong, you know? These hands don't like getting check raised on. But again, it's just like, who are you playing? These guys are on 20 levels higher in thinking process and how they're balancing range. So I would be very shocked to see something crazy here. I'm expecting to see like a straight up standard play. Like, for example, flashy betting here 8x of clubs or 9x of diamonds, and, you know, Biluzin playing his aces or whatever, over pairs or sets. If he check call, I don't remember how the hand went. We just started the stream. But if it went with check call, then likely it's going to be a strong, very strong hand for out of position.
So considering this, would you say that it is solver approved to jam on a lot of rivers as the out of position player?
You mean donk jam after check calling turn?
Yes.
So again, it comes down to the turn sizing that in position use. He used small sizing. He has a wide range. Whenever you're playing against very wide range, you bottom line is you want to give the chance to the wide range to bluff you. But if you're playing against a range that has a ton of bluff catchers, like really good bluff catchers, let's say Asian Flushy only bets 9x combo draws, 8x combo draws over pairs, something like that. Well, versus that range, you obviously you want to value jam your strongest over pairs and whatever sets and 2 pairs, and you always get paid off, right? But the thing is, if Asian Flushy here is, using it this size, more polarized hands, let's say, I don't know, King Jack of clubs, King Queen of clubs, Queen Jack of clubs, like bunch of these draws that in the end they don't hit. Well, if you jam, he's just folding potential bluffs. You know what I mean?
Mm.
So whenever you play skilled opponents and they're capable of turning hands into a bluff, which all of these guys are, you always want to lean more towards giving them the rope that they rope themselves in this spot. If you start now donking, you kind of are not letting them, all these busted straight draws and flush draws, you're not letting them bluff you with. But I do agree, there is donking ranges on flush completing rivers or straight completing rivers. You're going to see like different range balances for out of position. You will see block bet that wants to, get value, because whenever the flush or straight completes on the river, what happens is opponents, top pairs, over pairs, they now lose value and they lose EV and they end up checking, right? But if there is a blank card, all these cards or these hand categories are still strong value. So versus them, you simply don't donk, because he will value bet those hands by himself. But let's say a turn was a club, let's say a river is a club or a diamond. Now pocket tens, pocket jacks, they lost value because a flush came, or let's say a straight card came, like a 7 or something, a queen or a 10, queen, jack, 10, 7. Those hands are like action killers for all the strong hands. So yeah, it's very, very interesting. I don't remember what was the river or the run out.
Well, just talking about, actually first, before we talk about the fact that Biluzin jammed on the turn, you mentioned...
jammed on the turn.
Yeah, nice. You mentioned that, this is a board, like after you 3-bet, you're going to bet because of all the hands that you have. Can you think of some boards that are going to be, like, in a way, maybe look a little similar, but that then you need to check a lot more on?
Yeah, sure. So whenever you have double flush draw boards, you need to play this check jamming on the turn or over.
No, I mean on the flop. Like when I 3-bet on the... Yeah, when I 3-bet on the pre-flop, and then we head to a flop with, like, any sort of like 8, 9, 10, like all those middling pairs.
Yeah.
I'm always like, I'm putting a diaper on, and I'm really scared because I always see like all the sets somebody can have. So you mentioned that here, if you have an overpair, or like you were talking about the range and like why you have to bet basically. But then on what boards would you be more likely to check? Would it be like 6, 7, 8, for example, or like what type of boards are we talking?
Exactly the ones you mentioned now, because it's similar but it's different. When you have flops that have 3 connected cards, that means you already have available straights. There is way more 2-pair combos. There is way more, strong hands for in position range. So in this case, you start playing way more checking, and your sizing is going to vary. You might decide to range split into 2 sizes, like a very big size where you're going polarized, meaning 2 pairs or better, and you're using blockers, which are basically the draws, whatever. You mentioned 8-7-6 or 9-8-7, you're going to use on 8-7-6 9x that you're going to use in a polar size, or 10x in those examples. But you are also going to value bet. But then, if you are playing this polarized betting strategy, now all your over pairs, in terms of like EV and equity, they are not looking really great when you have kings and aces on 9-8-7, right? 8-7-6, you know that. Like, there's so many hands, 2-pair hands and straights that beat you in sets. So that's why these hands play more defensively out of position. Here, though, it's very different, because it's only 2 cards connected. 4 is a blank basically on this flop 984. And you're charging your overpairs on the flop, you're charging your draws, and then you check on the turn to protect your draws. But you check, like I mentioned, with some 2-pair combos, with most of your sets, you're playing check, and you want your strongest overpairs to do the checking, because the intention is with aces here, you want to play check jam always. You don't want to just check call, because for a very low price, you're letting opponent price himself in. And what that accomplishes is now opponent, because he already put money in, there is so much money in the middle, he has additional outs. Let's say he has 8-7 of clubs. He's never folding here, because he has potentially he has 2 live outs for 8x, 3 live outs for 7x, and then he has additional XY outs for clubs. So with this much equity, when you check jam and he stabs, you're just getting all the value from the combo draws. And then on top of that, if you look at the GTO ranges, you will see that even if opponent is stabbing wide range, which he is here, you will see that he should not be folding ace-9. He should not be folding even king-9 here, for the reasons that your ace-9 is blocking aces, right? Ace-9 is blocking 9-8. It's blocking pocket 9. So these blocker value, these hands are beating other draws that you might check jam here. And the draws that you check jam are going to also be some sort of combo draws out of position. You will play Jack 10 of diamonds, perhaps this way, check jamming here. You might be doing it with whatever, ace 3 of diamonds. You know, you bet the flop, you hit combo draw on the turn, and now you decide to check jam because you might get called by weaker. Ace 3 beats whatever, Jack 10 of diamonds. Turn to river, it beats Jack 10 of clubs, blah, 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 you know. So like all this stuff, there's a lot of nice merges on this runouts. It's just fantastic. While when you have the flops 987, 876, etc., that doesn't really work like that. You're not going to see these merges on these runouts because there is already way more made hand, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. It does. As everything that you say usually. Stuck in micros. Any observations?
No, but a question maybe to Ivica. If you say that we would jam like aces, for example, would we jam like all the aces, or would it like matter if you have a club or if you have a diamond in this hand?
Obviously, you would prefer to unblock the hands that call you here, right?
Yeah.
So,
no, like equity-wise, I guess like with a club with a diamond, we would have more equity. But then again, as you said, we like unblock also like the calls that have less equity against us.
Yeah. So you ask the question, and I will respond with a question for you. Would you rather you block diamond and club or not?
No, I wouldn't want to block them.
So yeah, that's the answer. Your EV, like if you have 2 aces here, you would rather have spades and hearts than have a diamond and a club, because this is the kind of stuff that you want opponent to stab call you with here. You want him to have ace-8 of clubs, ace-9 of diamonds, whatever. You want him to have ace-10 of clubs, ace-10 of diamonds, ace-jack, ace-queen. Like all these diamonds and clubs hands you want to unblock, because for sure he might level himself in saying, look, I have a combo draw, which is a not flush draw here. I might expect weaker hands in opponent's range to jam. Let's say some, Jack 10 might be jamming, and when you have ace queen of diamonds, you're never folding ace queen because it beats Jack 10 of clubs and Jack 10 of diamonds, for example. So for these reasons, when you have aces, you would rather not have blockers for the nut flushes. But if you look at the GTO wizard, you will see that even these that are blocking are still playing check jamming for the reasons that the opponent has much weaker hands. Nice. So he had like 50-50, a club and a spade, which is nice. And then we see a combo draw, Asian flush, not ever folding combo draw here. Of course, makes sense. Yeah, lovely hand. These are my favorite runouts, double flush draw runout. First time I ran them into GTO Wizard, I saw so many crazy overbets on the turn and these check jams. depending how wide ranges are, this is a wide range spot. You might see even ace king here, playing some check jams for out of position. It goes as crazy as that, Let's say you will see betting ace king with ace of diamonds on the flop. I'm saying, which might not happen in real game. You might pick some better combos, but whatever. Idea is that, ace king bits can get fold equity when it does check jamming, but then when it gets called, it's still ahead of some draws that opponent ends up calling. Like queen 10, queen jack, jack 10, 7-6, like all these hands you're beating with your ace king. So you see even unpaired hands playing very aggressively out of position. It's just fantastic stuff. We can look this in Solver. On the first occasion we do some study session together. I can show you this spot. It's fantastic. I love it.
Yeah, maybe screenshot it so we'll have it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, nice. Pretty interesting hand here to start with, and yeah, let's pay attention. We have 3 show tables, so that's plenty to go around and spot hands easily. And of course, I'm kind of paying attention to the other tables because if it goes all in or whatever, at any point we see all the cards.
Mm-hmm. Do you have by any chance updated results
of the
challenge?
The leaderboard? Well, the update happens in the morning. Mm-hmm. So it's like it's still the update from today, but obviously like all the recent hours, it only will be updated again in the morning. But we can go over the leaderboard. We still have TaxHere, aka Kevin, in first place. He lost 2 binds yesterday. That was a slow day by his standards. He played 1,800 hands. The few days before that, he played 5K, 5K, 6K hands. And for like 5K is already hard, but 6K, I legit question like how is it even physically possible with the amount of tables running? So yeah. 1 second.
So Kevin Paquet, he basically turned it around. He's now first place. I'm so happy to see that.
Oh yeah, he's a monster. Actually, I will show you in a second. I just want to see if we can catch here what's going on because it looks like
an all-in spot.
Something's happening. I don't know if this was a 3-bet and then a cold 4 jam, or if it was a limp raise into an all-in. But we had Mr. Lumberjack, by the way, the other day on the stream. That was very interesting. Quite unusual story. Somebody that he lived a little bit in different places, Malta, Hawaii, and then now he has a couple farms in America, and he's he farms and he plays No Limit 10K. Love it.
Sounds amazing.
Goated. All right, yeah. So Kevin, 45K hands, is actually running a little bit above EV as well. Davy, 270K in EV. And Biluzin closing in here very strongly. Then Mr. Lumberjack, Limitless is in the mix. Prodigy, maybe with a late rally. He was down for a while, but now like we see him in the mix as well, like, or at least he was a second ago.
So Owen is at 16K hands. He's like among the lowest volume from the top 5-6, right?
Yeah, he hasn't played the most. I think he was playing some live, then he took a break, and now it seems like he's playing again. So yeah, he's in the mix right now, actually. He's at some of the tables.
Nice. Maybe he can rally it up.
That would be sick.
And what about the other guys that were down, like, Rig Deck, Linus? There was a lot of guys.
Yeah, so
Ricky Kalujerovic and all those guys, like, who was it?
Rigged is still around the bottom 2 player right now. Linus recovering. Like Linus, actually, he had built back up to minus 50K, but then he had like one big losing day. But then he won yesterday 1.2K hands. He won almost 3 binds in EV. So, and I think today I saw him at some of the tables, but I think he plays very early. So unfortunately, I need to start waking up earlier if we want to catch some Linus action. So yeah, he's kind of rebuilding.
And Matt Marinelli also is up, right? I see he is only down 60K.
Yeah, he had a big day 2 days ago, actually. I think he won like 10 binds or something. So he really climbed from the hole that he was in. So here you can see the best days that have been had. So yeah, this was 2 days ago, Matt Marinelli. 10.5 binds in EV. So, and like the top 3 days that anybody has had are all Kevin, by the way.
Nice.
That's pretty crazy. And
congratulations to him.
In the worst days, he's only mentioned in there once. So definitely doing very well for himself, for sure.
Yeah, that's expected. The guy is putting a lot of volume and did good in the previous challenge.
Yeah.
He's probably going to keep pushing, and if variance is on his side, it's going to be very good, tough to beat him. But it's nice to see Owen rallying it back up and other pros that we followed closely in the last one. I'm very surprised Luca Brate was higher up, and now he's last one.
Yeah.
And C Lama is break even by EV. I can see. Were there any other huge changes in the top 10?
I think Jism Gale kind of went on a bit of a downswing as well.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we can see from like some of those days here, right? Some of the people that downswung at some points. Chile also had like kind of a bad day. Voidement at some point was pretty high, and then he's been downswinging ever since.
Oh wow!
So yeah, it can be swingy. Like if you put in the hours, play a lot of hands, especially like you don't necessarily run goods, it can go very fast.
But if you think about it, it's up to 12, 13, 14 buy-ins, right?
Yeah, it's not that much. Yeah.
It's not that much.
In money, it feels like much.
In money, it feels like condos and private islands, but like in the actual poker, big blinds, it doesn't really feel like much, especially the edge.
Yeah.
That you need to invent edge versus each one of the players here. It's just insane how good they all are, you know.
We had Jungleman hop in the mix here as well. He had a really sick win rate at first, but then now lost a little bit, so win rate is gone down.
Jungle? What's his nickname?
Cherry Blossom, yeah.
32.94 EV. Nice.
Yeah, he had 50 before. He had like very few hands, and he had like 30K or whatever, or maybe even 50K, I don't remember, but yeah, he had a huge win rate.
And he's now quit while ahead, right? To show the best EV in the challenge.
I think he just plays here and there for fun. Like he'll be back, hopefully.
Nice. Yeah, it's a nice... And Munez is...
He was down, by the way. Like Munez is one of the best comebacks probably in this whole thing. Because he was down a bunch, I think, at some point. Kind of similar to Prodigy. I think Munez and Prodigy are two of the guys that like have recovered the best, I believe.
And Victor, Limitless, did he have some insanely good bluffs and bluff catches? Like he's known for these.
I think he plays at times where I wasn't necessarily live, so unfortunately I probably missed a bunch of that. Yeah, we haven't seen too many hands from him necessarily, so...
VVBB is nice, yeah.
Yeah. PokerInfobot in the chat asked, how do I join that study session with Ivica Iliev 77? The guy knows it all.
That's funny. I don't know if he's kidding or...
That's true.
If I knew it all, I would be playing with these guys or owning like live games like Doug Polk, casinos and stuff. No, I'm so far from knowing it all. It's just, I think when I study, I try to understand the concepts, you know, and when I understand concepts for different spots or range versus ranger boards, it comes much faster and easier for me to recall this stuff. Now, always remember, guys, that one thing is when you are watching people play or having all the time in the world to analyze. It's completely other performance-based level when you are like port tabling, whatever, Russian cash, you play 1,000 hands an hour, and your autopilot start to kick in. Like the level of recalling needs to be significantly higher. So I consider myself a guy who loves to explore and learn it all, and I might appear that way, but I also know that I'm so far my level, like when I actually play, there's so many spots that I'm missing, you know. The hand finishes and I'm like, why I didn't attack this line? This guy has nothing here. He's just giving money to me here, you know. It's because on the other 3 or 5 tables that I'm playing, I had other spots that were occupying my mental capacity for blockers, unblockers, bluffs, and etc. So there's just so many spots and details that even if you know it outside of tables, knowing it to put it, the good performance at the tables is just a very, very different thing. And then there is still mental game, like all these things that can creep up. If you play tired, if you play your whatever, B minus, C minus game, your win rate just goes down, you know. You start to overbluff wrong opponent, you start to bluff catch and need, like your win rate, you're making minus 70 BB calls or minus 80 BB bluffs on the river. So like all the theory knowledge in the world doesn't help you necessarily if you don't apply it correctly at the tables. And yeah, I'm trying this really good balance of both. I try to understand, but also when I play, I try to apply it. And then I'm the most upset I am at myself is when I know something that I didn't do in game. One thing is for me to lose money in a hand where I'm completely clueless what happened. And then I say to myself, okay, you got owned, you need to study this. You suck, you need to get better at this. But it's totally different. Like, okay, I double barreled, then I didn't pull a triple, and I know this hand should be turned into a bluff. And like, you somehow force yourself not to bluff there because this guy is not GTO guy and he or she never folds an ace here. But you never know until you try, right? They might fold a7 suited where you're trying to wrap sets in two pairs when you triple barrel, when you turned your pocket deuces into a bluff or whatever. So there's just too many full spots like that in poker. And the edge comes in the spots where you think everybody knows what they are doing, like four to a flush or four to a straight or pairing, all this kind of stuff where you think everybody always has a value. But in the end, it turns out that they don't, that they are bluffing with under pairs, they are bluffing with whatever, with ace highs, king highs, queen highs, doesn't matter. So poker is just beautiful game. It's a very nice strategy.
I got a question for you guys. Like, it seems like a lot of in a lot of sports or games, the best thing it seems like you can do to outplay someone is it kind of boils down to making less mistakes than them. So do you guys feel like in poker that's also what it is, or do you think it's much more complicated than that? Because it does feel like in poker there is a lot of it that goes into it. So maybe Stuck in Micros, you can take this one first. Like, what do you think about this?
Yeah. I guess the better the players are, the more it shifts to like playing a GTO-based strategy and making less mistakes than the opponent. I guess like a lot of high stakes guys would do this like when they don't know someone really well and don't know the game of someone really well. They would probably just stick to as close to GTO as they could. And when it comes to lower stakes, it's more like I think something that Ivica said, like it's not like making less mistakes BTO wise, but it's like making less mistakes in your A game. So when you like, for example, add too much tables, you just miss some like spots where you usually would step or you would probe, and these are like also like mistakes, like exploitative mistakes, because you would usually do them, you should do them, you probably know that you should do them, but you miss them. And yeah, this is like also the problem. If let's say a rec is like leaderboard grinding, playing 10 tables or like 4 or more Russian cash tables, he probably misses a lot of those spots where he should like step, where he should like probe. And someone who's like playing less tables, also rec, who's like maybe not going for leaderboard, he will find them, and of course he will not do these mistakes as often. And I think so. Yeah, for both, like for higher stakes and for lower stakes, it is important to make less mistakes. And I think yes, to your answer, that poker is a game where in the end of the day, the one will win who makes less mistakes, or is like in general, of course, better. But if like people are skill wise in a similar state, yeah, the one with less mistakes will win.
Okay, Ivica?
I agree 100% with what our friend said. I think there is a couple of nuances to all of this. One of them is, okay, yeah, obviously if you play less tables, you have more time for decisions, therefore you will less likely make a mistake. But we can also argue with it doesn't matter if I'm playing one table if my knowledge is not sufficient. Like, how do I know what I'm supposed to do there if I'm understudied? You follow me? So even if somebody plays more tables than somebody who plays less, but they are way more overstudied, they probably still have better edge than somebody playing less tables. So I think it's a mixture of both. You need to know theory really well. You need to study GTO. You need to understand the spots, ranges, range interaction, runouts, all these sizings. What's good for you, what's good for your opponent, and all this yada yada yada. And then in game, you need to focus, first of all, if you don't have data driven analysis like MDA, mass data analysis, where you have millions of hands from your player pool or even individual opponents that you tackle. You need to focus on strong theory basis, and you need to start with intuition. Your intuition usually is not going to be wrong on the limits that you play, because the way you approach the spot, like we're looking at this now, run out, queen 4, 4, 10, 6, right? Somebody jamming here, Muniz, you would say it's always value, which it is. You see it now. So now you are overfolding all your bluff catchers. Until you see that somebody is capable of turning a pair there into a bluff, like a 4x or queen x turned into a bluff, because it's double paired 6 or 10, if you recall, you will not be able to make bluff catches there, and your intuition is your friend in these spots. The problems happen when your intuition and your knowledge are not aligned with the spots. And poker is just so complex game. You have so many range versus range interactions, in position, out of position, heads up spots, multi-way spots, different runouts to think about, boards that seem similar but they are not. Like in 3-bet pots, it's not the same if you're talking about 9 high or 10 high or jack high boards. Just like putting it out there, you and your opponent have very different number of commons on 10 high boards versus 9 high board. And the same goes for jack high board. But then you have easy spots like king high boards. When you 3-bet, your opponent has very little king highs. So you are obviously going to be range advantage there, and you can 3-barrel and try to fold out bluff catchers and whatever. So poker is just full of spots like that. And I think in the end, I believe Saulo Costa was the one mentioning this, but in the end, it comes down to hourly. If somebody who grinds, leaderboard grinds, Russian cash NL200 makes whatever, XY dollars an hour, and he is doing it with a break even or slightly winning win rate, maybe he's better than somebody who table selects and plays regular tables on 5 different websites, but their hourly is significantly lower. Maybe, I don't know, 20, 30% lower hourly. So in one sense, when you analyze the rakeback leaderboard grinder, he has a way more variance because he has a lower win rate, but all the promos are boosting his win rate, while somebody who table selects, bump hunts, etc., in theory, they're supposed to be very good and have high win rates, but maybe their knowledge is still not there. Their theory, their exploits are still not there for them to make twice or 3 or 4 times higher win rate. And then it's the battle of volume. Somebody who, grinds leaderboards, they have heavy volume. And because of heavy volume, they get a lot more repetitions, a lot more hands, a lot more intuition trained than somebody who is, table selecting heavily and attacking weaker players, recreational players, trying to make to beat the rake in the game and whatever. So I think you need both. It's in poker. It's never just one path. One path is never in life. Even one path is not the way. You always want to learn to get to the final destination with different paths, because sometimes in one path the road is closed. They are doing something on this road. You need to get using the side street or come to the city from the back, not enter it from the front. It's the same in poker. If you don't know how to play reg scenarios, it clearly means that all those regs you're playing, they have massive edge on you. But if you're like somebody like Owen or Davy Jones that he holds at a very high level, these guys probably don't have any fear playing 5 regs at their table. They know that they are plus EV because they feel they studied so many edges and patterns and database analysis on each reg that they know where they can get extra EV, And I'm sure every reg here would make so much money if their table was like 5 recreationals. That's not a science in poker. You can always make money when you have enough recreationals. The point is, you need in the tough ecosystem where you have a lot more regs than recreationals, you need to learn to do both. And this is why poker is today way more difficult than 10 years ago. You should not rely on just one path.
There was a big hand on the no anti-show table number 1.
Yeah, that. Okay. No anti. Okay, I caught this one. Maybe first we can do this one. I just caught this one.
Sure.
And it's, by the way, this is like the classic Kevin line. And I think that's why he has the swingiest days. Is because literally every hand with him that's like this is like bet jam. It doesn't even matter for how much. Like if SPR is a 3 on the river, he doesn't care. He's just going in anyway. So this hand is a single raise spot where he opens under the gun. Xiaojun flats in the small blind, and we head to Jack 5-5. Kevin barrels half. Xiaojun calls. King of hearts on the turn. Kevin continues. Overbet this time. Fills the pot a little more. And then river, there is 4.3k in the middle. And Xiaojun has 79 big blinds. And Kevin jams. And he gets heroed or called at the wrong time for Xiaojun as he rivers the nut flush.
Mm-hmm.
Any particular thoughts on this?
Very interesting. So small blind call pre-flop, right?
Yeah.
It's rake-free game. That's why they play small blind with calls, and they have very different ranges. My expectation is small blind expected here ace queen type of hand, ace queen off with ace of clubs to bluff, and then he expected likely that there is going to be weaker pairs, like whatever. It could be pocket sixes here turning into a bluff with a blocker with a club, something like that. And whenever he calls combo draws on the turn, if he ends up folding all the combo draws on the river, his MDF, minimum defense frequency, is going to get skewed. So now Kevin Paquet can overbluff rivers, basically, if he's folding every single Jack X of hearts here. So that's the theory side, the way I approach this spot. And I think this is standard call by, player in the small blind, Xiao Jun 7777, right? And what Kevin Paquet did here is just value. Every nut flush is going to do this or better. And then he's going to find bluffs, like I mentioned, with ace queen off with a ace of clubs, queen of clubs with ace X. He's going to do it with basically pocket pairs that have weak showdown value after double barreling. And those could be, if he opens pocket threes and deuces, obviously those are the first candidates. Threes and deuces with a club, they're must three barrel here, trying to fold out all these. Obviously, he's targeting exactly hands like Jack X of hearts, and he's trying to fold different bluff catchers in small blind's range. Small blind will have, of course, flushes, King X of club flushes. So yeah, your threshold is going to be obviously the absolute strongest King high flushes, and then all the ace high flushes and better for value, and then you need to fill this value range with a lot of enough bluffs. Otherwise, this spot becomes underbluffed and Jack X calls are losing money,
Yeah.
But these guys know that, so that's why I'm sure Kevin finds enough bluffs here. Otherwise, he wouldn't get this call down. On micros, this is losing money, obviously. If you call down this three barrel, like, come on, you're blocking cards with Jack 10 of cards. You're blocking card combos that could be bluffing on the river, and the club got there, which is very realistic value, semi bluffing range on flop and turn. So yeah, on micros, low stakes, this becomes an easy let go hand. But in high stakes, mid stakes, you have to make these calls. And when your stack goes, you just take it off and go.
Yeah. No. Right. Another play. Just wanted to say hello quickly. The brother is in the chat hanging out.
Nice.
And 10 Naj Crash C asked, where is LD? Do you mean leaderboards? If so, it's on PokerStrategy.com/news. You have a lot of news there. Actually, I even saw I was checking it out myself, and I saw some stuff I didn't even know about. Like there was an interview of Prodigy in there. Like somebody interviewed Prodigy, a couple of questions. So it was nice to hear from the champ himself. A lot of good stuff. And so if you go to any of the news from the challenge, there'll be a link to the leaderboards that you can find pretty easily as well. So yeah, that's where to go for that. We have Summerfloat in the chat. What's up, my dude? Welcome. And then Melker added, calling Jack 10 of hearts is just a mega station off. He's trying to exploit and overbluff for sure.
Yeah, he's expecting overbluff there, for sure, yeah. Otherwise, there is no calling. Like all the bluff catchers fold. If opponent doesn't have enough frequency of bluffs, every bluff catcher will lose money there. That's how calling range on river works, like, guys. If somebody pots and they don't have 1/3 of their range being bluffs, your bluff catchers are losing money. Anything less than 1/3 of the range here being bluffed for Kevin Pake, like out of position, is burning money. Calling any bluff catcher. It could be even whatever. King queen with a king of clubs, or king queen with a queen of clubs. Doesn't matter that he calls blocker to flushes. Like, if there isn't enough bluffs, they are losing money, because you're always expecting strong flushes or better to 3-barrel here. So you need enough bluffs here to happen. And like I said, those will come with blockers, flush blockers, that have weaker showdown value than King X and Jack X. So you can think like, how would GTO Wizard show this up with? Probably it will go with threes and deuces. If Kevin Pake opens and barrels this, it will show up hands like pocket sixes, pocket sevens, some frequencies, whatever. And then it might consider doing it with the absolute weakest paired hand. Let's say that Kevin Pake here opens, just as an example, I'll give a crazy example, Jack 8 of something. Well, Jack 8 of something is blocking pocket jacks in opponent's range. If he calls that, probably different ranges for call for small blind, but you get the idea. You want to be blocking value calls in opponent range. And ideally, if you have something like, I don't know, 5-4 suited here, you might consider triple barreling it, for the reason that opponent might have ace-5, 6-5, 7-5, and they end up folding on this run out or something. The GTO Wizard shows crazy, interesting merges like that on the paired flush runouts. You basically want to block boats and obviously quads and trips and all that stuff.
All right. Yeah, great breakdown as always. Stuck in micros. Where was the other hand you saw? Was it no NT show one, right?
Yes, well, it was no NT show one.
Okay, let me go back.
It's a few minutes ago.
Yeah.
If you need, I can give you like the number of the hand. If this would help.
Was it the ace jack? Or it was another?
It was no, it was like a straight on the board. We can maybe make it a mystery hand.
Okay, how big was the pot?
For Ibiza.
I have no idea. I didn't see the hand.
300 big blinds, I think. So they were
deep. They were I found it. Okay, so do we take the in position player? Yeah, let's take. Wait, let me see what was the action.
Yeah,
it's a 3-bet pot. Okay, we can do that. Yeah. All right. So if it's you ready to get quizzed?
Yeah, sure. I'm just reading comments on both Twitch and YouTube. Somebody said on Twitch, what combos do I need to see here for me to stop bluffing rivers and give him a station tag? Obviously, if you start seeing that they are calling you with every single Jack X, so basically imagine somebody calling with Queen Jack suited that's not a combo draw, right? On the turn, and then bluff catching you with that on the river. Obviously, that's going to be too wide. Or Jack 10 suited that's not a combo draw, like of hearts, what you saw here. Let's say you see Jack 10 of diamond, that just, flop was Jack 5-5. So obviously top pair from flop. In theory, you're supposed to, on the king turn, you're supposed to start folding a lot of your catcher hands, depending on the sizing turn. I forget now what the sizing was on turn. If it was very big, obviously you need to start folding a lot of your Jack X. But if you're playing a station never folds Jack X on the turn, and they end up with a whole bunch of Jack X's on the river that are just clicking randomly clicking a coin, on the flush running river, because they expect you're over bluffing there or something. So if you see that, obviously it's a clear sign that you shouldn't be bluffing threes and deuces with a club, sixes and sevens with a club, whatever, you're supposed to consider versus these players to merge, meaning you're going to value bet 5x your trips. You're going to value bet ace king with a ace of clubs, which blocks nut flushes in opponent's range. You're going to value bet king queen with a queen of clubs. Like this is the way you adapt versus station. You extend your value betting range, three barreling range. But like I said, these are high stakes guys, and I don't think anyone here is a fish who is overdoing something without legit reasons. Maybe the player on the small blind considers Kevin Pake extremely aggressive, so maybe he pushes the envelope in, just like it's like a spite call. You've seen this so many times. People talk about this. They spite call you to slow you down. This happens mostly in sit and goes, in spin and goes, when somebody in the moment makes like a minus EV call to prevent you from pushing them around. You know what I mean? Damn, so good explanation. Would love to study it. Yeah, you can add us on Discord. Johan can share Discords, and we can arrange something in the coming days and weeks, because my time is opening up. I discussed this with Johan. Johan, please proceed with the hand. I hope I explained the question for the answer for the question that HDP 9193 asked.
Yeah, all good. So this hand, Biluzin opens in the cutoff 2.25, and then let me check stack depth. So it's 176 big blinds deep with Duty. So Duty goes 16. It seems big, but I'm assuming that's like what you're meant to do on the stack depth.
Yeah, the deeper you are, the 3 bets and 4 bets go larger.
Do you know the difference? Do you know the difference between 150 and 200 here for Duty?
I would assume 170 is not going to make that much difference, but basically you need to go way more polar. The larger the stack depth is, the more polarized you are. And then the 3 bets and 4 bets, you're going to have like 30 plus big blinds 4 bet here. If they're 150 BB or 120, 130, you're going to see 28 BB 4 bets, So the larger the stack depth, the reason why the stack sizes dictate this pre-flop dynamic in raising the sizes for both players is you want to make pot to stack ratio in such way that you can play, for example, 150, 170, 200 BB. You're playing 3 street poker, while when you play 4 bet pots for 100 BB, most of the times you have to kind of under bet flop and under bet turn for you to have 1-to-1 pot to stack ratio to jam river. But when the deeper you are, you don't need to do that. You will see a lot more 40% c-bet strategies, 60% c-bet strategies, 50. Obviously there will still be block bets, but turns are going to be pumped more with sizes, unlike when you are shallower. So this is great. Most people, in my opinion, struggle playing these deep pots, and Owen discussed this in one of the calls that it took him a while. He adjusted to this when he played heads up, because he was consistently playing 200, 300, 500, 800 BB effective,
Yeah.
So this is how you learn. You put yourself in these tough spots, really tough spots. Obviously, a lot of times you're going to lose, and you're going to hate your life for, I just made 5 stacks today and I lost it all in one hand playing super deep. This is poker. It happens. But I think once we all master these spots, the variants, the positive variants, you're going to have like these guys are having. The reason why they have 10, 12, 15, 18 big blind, 18 stack win days is because they play these deep pots. They're not simply winning 18 all-ins in a row. Sometimes it's deep poker where it's like 300 BB effective and boom, one hand you won 3 stacks, So I think that's what's happening there a lot of the times when you see big winning days. And I'm not surprised Kevin Pake is one of these guys, because you mentioned yourself, Todd, he is pumping the pots, he is pushing the envelope, he's triple barreling. So people are calling him light, he stacks them, he pushes his stack, and then when other people stack up, they just clash with big stacks.
Yeah, I mean,
that's how he's getting money.
We don't catch every hand, but sometimes I feel like Kevin's playing very simple poker, right? It's bet, jam every hand. And like he's printing apparently, so
Good luck calling him down. Yeah.
That's why we see people starting to make a lot of these calls against him for sure.
I like his strategy. Sounds legit.
So yeah, here we have the big 3-bets. Biluzin makes the call with pocket eights. And then we head to 6-4 deuce. Stuck in micro, you brought up that hand. Do you have any observations? I mean, obviously you know the result, but just anything you want to mention about this in general?
No, I haven't rewatched it. I just saw the end and thought it might be interesting to look how they came to the river.
Okay.
And get it down.
So we head to 6-4 deuce rainbow.
Yeah.
And
I'll try not to break down theory too much here, but basically on low boards, you have both a lot of overpairs. You have overpair advantage from big blind, but the caller pre-flop has advantage in sets here. So he has nothing as advantage, sixes, deuces, fours, 6-4, whatever. And you have all these jacks plus advantage over his weaker overpairs. So whenever that's happening, and you're going to have a lot of, suited connectors here that you will want to bet like whatever. 5x, 3x, you will bet with ace 5, ace 3. You will do it with 7, 8. You might do it with whatever. If you're 3-betting some frequency with, backdoor, flush draw, backdoor, straight draw hands here, like 9, 8 of clubs, 9, 8 of hearts, 9, 8 of diamonds. Those are your barreling candidates that you will be betting. And then, of course, you will have a whole bunch of overcards that missed this flop entirely. I'm talking hands like king 10 plus, broadways and ace x that missed. Basically ace 10 plus entirely missed here.
Yeah.
So it's very interesting dynamic how these guys would play their range out of position here and what sizing they would use. I'm very curious to see what Dad used here for his sizing.
He goes half.
Nice.
And
I like it.
Biluzin with pocket eights here. I'm assuming there's probably not much else you can do than call.
Yeah, because they are deep, calling is absolutely legit. If they were shallower, the larger sizing somebody uses, the more you need to start now. Instead of just calling, you need to start introducing raises. So this is perfectly fine because they're deep, and this is like using, it's like using 1/3 sizing on 100 BB effective. You're never folding your overpairs. You're not starting to raise them. You're just calling. Sure, you let your opponent realize equity, but you would rather raise hands like 5-4 suited here, ace 3, ace 5. Those are your raising hands. Even like if you have some ace 4 suited, you might consider raising it, whatever. Then raising bluff catching hands like 8s, 9s, 10s. They are running when you raise these hands, and they face back aggression. They are running into much stronger range, like jacks plus. So that's why you see calling here with these bluff catchers. An out of position player can always exploit this, knowing these things. He can say, okay, he's full of these bluff catchers, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s, whatever. So every time an overcard comes on the turn, like a queen, king, or an ace, I can start bombing turns and rivers and fold out these bluff catchers. So it's very interesting dynamic what can happen here. Again, ace x, the hands that are betting are going to likely be ace 3, ace 5. Even in the half pot bet, you will obviously see ace 6. You will see ace 4 even here, value betting. So simply because in position player also has a lot of overcards that miss. So those are clear value bets for out of position player. And all the overpairs should be, the more vulnerable the overpair, it should be c betting. Like there is no need for you to check here pocket 8s, 9s, 10s, jacks, But you can consider checking aces, protecting your out of position range. You're not afraid if a 5 or 3 comes, whatever. You can still play good with aces on those cards.
By the way, I was trying to check. I think Kevin is on nearly every. I think he's on every table that's running, which is
Nice.
10 tables, including the VIP game. That's crazy.
The guy knows his intuition is so good and finely tuned that he can multi-table and play toughest opponents. This is such impressive accomplishment.
He's an
Owen
animal.
mentioned this for Davy Jones, I think, also. he said that when he moved to high stakes, Davy Jones was one of the players that could play 12 tables anybody and still have an insanely high win rate. Yeah. While Owen mentioned that he plays 2 tables and, he has this thing going on. Nice. Polarizing on the turn. Yeah, makes sense. Flushes, straight draws. Obviously, you will still be value betting, vulnerable over pairs. Some blobs that you could use are like ace-x of diamonds, blockers. Like, let's say you have ace-x off with ace of diamonds. If a river comes diamond, you can represent not flush. Those are like decent 3 barrels for out of position. And then in position is just calling. You're never raising here versus large size. Because again, you run into stronger over pairs. When you have 7s and 8s, you run into all these like jacks plus, jacks queens, 10s even are smashing you here.
And you just want to keep him barreling on the river with his bluffs. So
yeah, because out of position has these 7-8s and 6-5s and 5-4s and ace-3, so it's not like out of position doesn't have any value here. They do have value.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about this hand in micros or low stakes against your classic NPC here on the turn with 6% 3-bet?
6% 3-bet. Do they really have 7-8 suited? Probably not, right?
Yeah.
They're going to be very linear, so they will have aces, kings, queens, and they will overplay the strongest over pairs. And it's your job not to jam here 7-6 or something like that, because they are incapable of folding strongest over pairs. That's how I would play that spot.
Yeah, and it's also a great spot where I think you can like realize a lot of equity with your hands that have like big implied odds, like when you have like pocket pairs, suited connectors, and you open them pre-flop, and you call them here, you can have pretty good spots because like people also like 3-bet too small. So I think 30 went to 16 big blinds. I think in rate games you can in the ante games on CoinPoker you're supposed to go like something like 20 big blinds, and literally nobody does that. So you can like call really wide as the in position player, and the second fact that counts that affects this spot is like people overplay their over pairs.
Yeah,
pretty sure. So it's a good spot like to call here in position pre-flop with like pocket pairs and all these suited connectors.
And our friend Hajib mentions a really good thing, that he expects block sizing mostly out of position here, because obviously when there is an equity changing turn card like this one, it completes straights for 7-8 and pocket 3s and 3x hands. Out of position cannot really use big sizes, shouldn't be using a lot of big sizes. But then again, we discussed this, like both ranges have value here. Obviously in position has way more sets, and in position is still going to have 7s, 8s, 7-6, ace-x of diamonds, like ace deuce of diamonds, ace-6 of diamonds, ace 3 of diamonds, ace 7 of diamonds. All these hands are calling flop continuing on the turn, and likely he will have some king 7 of diamonds that defend to 3-bet if he doesn't 4-bet it every single time, because it's no rake game. So I agree with our friend Kajib. Yeah, you can implement some block bet sizes if you want to make your range wider, to include a lot of flush draws, straight draws, and over pairs. But if you want to polarize, I think it's also fine. So what happened on the river? What's the run out?
What's the best card? A 3, of course.
Probably a 7 or a 3. Yeah. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. Out of position player, after he polarizes turn, he should be like bluffing like a boss here. Like all his 9-8 bluffs are gonna do this, and obviously he's going to have 7x value, 8-7 here, and yeah, the thing is, in position player needs to call on this run out, even with some threshold here. Let me see it's like 70% all-in size. So obviously the thresholds will be when you have this sizing, you need to not fold your 2-pair hands, every single one. That's the thing, because they block sets. Obviously, sets are calling here a lot, because if you just call straights, you're overfolding. You don't just defend in position 7x on the turn. So yeah, this is very interesting. If Biluzin called eights, he probably expects severe overbluff from Dad. And if that shows here, yeah, you remember I mentioned ace of diamonds blocker on the turn?
Yeah.
I honestly didn't expect ace king here, but I'm not surprised ace king is there, because on 6 deuce 4 I mentioned in position has a lot of overcards. And when he calls the flop, he will have all these pocket pair bluff catchers like 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s. So obviously on a diamond, you want to continue barreling ace of diamonds. This could be, again, a lot of bluffs, because you will have ace queen, ace jack, who am I to say? But it just seems like a lot of bluffs that you will have with ace x of diamonds. And you don't just do it with ace x of diamonds. You'll do it with ace king with a king of diamonds too, or whatever. King queen off with a king of diamonds. You might do this again to try to fold out on the river ace highs and whatnot. So yeah, it's interesting dynamic that they have here. For sure, very, very interesting. I did not expect to see ace king. I expected ace jack and ace jack off with ace of diamonds. That's like the worst hand I expected here. But yeah, I like Biluzin's call because he's blocking 8-7. He's blocking nuts. So it's just regular call down,
Do you think 8-7 is betting the turn always, Ivica? Because I was thinking about the 8 blockers effect, and I wasn't sure if it's pretty good to have an 8 or if it's rather bad to have an 8.
Again, if you think about the diamond on the turn, he's obviously going to be betting a lot of flush draws and blockers like this, ace king with a ace of diamonds with king of diamonds. So 8 is not the only blocker we care about here. You know what I mean? Like his 8s are not blocking any diamonds, so that's good. But on the other hand, he's blocking 8-7 and he has additional equity. He's just never folding gutshot on the turn, no matter what, for these stack depths, And then when it runs 5 to a straight, when there is a clear straight, the fact of the matter is, yeah, he can have 7x value, but the fact that you have 8x, you block the most obvious one, which is 8-7 suited, So this is a huge, huge boost for in position for a call. Out of position, he is probably trying to exploit that he might have here some sets that just called and might fold, or 2 pairs by the time he reach river, like whatever, 4-3 suited, or I don't know, 5-4 suited, just calling turn and maybe trying to fold 5-4 suited on the river, something like that,
Yeah.
I'm talking to a whole bunch of people about coming on. By the way, I just scheduled a whole bunch of guests for the final week. I'm trying to have a really stacked final week, and it's pretty crazy. I booked a lot of people. You want to hear some names?
Please do, yeah.
So on Monday in the evening, we'll have Art Papazian and then Ben Abadbits. Before that, we were supposed to have Exploitable, but he got ill, so he will check back in and hopefully be there at the end of the week. Then on Tuesday, we'll have Mr. Lumberjack, who's 4th right now in the leaderboards. On Wednesday, we'll have Nevir. And
Nevir is coming, nice.
Yeah, then we'll have Shirashi and then Jared Alderman. On Thursday, we'll have Schrodinger's Vipip. And then for the last 3 days, I'm talking to a whole bunch of people about being on. So I'm going to try to make it as stacked as possible.
Cool.
This is the final week.
Very exciting, bro. Very exciting. Will you have a winner and runner-up at the end of the challenge in the call?
Well, I want to, but it's really up to these guys. I think it's pretty likely, yeah.
Imagine having Davy Jones in a call. That's amazing. Did he join the call, this challenge? I don't think he did, right?
Kevin, you mean?
No, I mean Davy Jones, because he's...
Oh, no. Yeah, not yet, yeah.
That would be amazing to hear his perspective and talk some theory and whatever.
Yeah. I even followed up with Linus. I've been trying to get Linus.
Really?
Yeah.
Is he willing to come?
So far, no, but like he's responding and he's like really nice. So I feel like, maybe there is a chance, maybe it's a low chance, but I think I don't want to spam him. So I think so far I just message him like twice, and then I think I'm going to wait next week and send him one last message and, really, I think I can maybe even tell him like if he wants me to make questions in advance so he can have seen them. I think that would be nice. Like, even if he joins for like 20 minutes, I think it'd be really cool. We don't even have to talk like theory, exploits, just like him, his story. A lot of people want to have that, but obviously we have to respect if somebody doesn't want to.
We can talk where do they love to go on vacations, because it's now winter time, Christmas coming, all this stuff. Everybody wants to travel and be somewhere else. Somebody goes skiing, somebody goes to some spa centers, somebody goes like Asia, summer places, It's very interesting time of the year. And we have a lot of people in comments. Question to you guys, HDP 9193. We see guys here using theory sizing in quote marks on most streets. How do you guys adjust when analyzing a hand and see villain take a very different size, especially when defending? The larger the size, the less you defend. Depends on pot to stack ratio basically, but when somebody is using a very small size, you can start raising or check raising with a different range. You can go wider. When somebody uses larger size, they're more polarized. That means they have significantly more strong hands and some draws or something. So your raising and calling range look very different when somebody uses a medium or small size versus a larger size. I hope that makes sense. The best way for you to train this is get something like GTO Wizard or some other solver and just put the GTO bot to use a sizing that you feel you're struggling against. Whether that's single raise pot, 3-bet pot, squeeze pot, 4-bet pot, just assign a sizing that you feel you're struggling with. If you struggle to defend versus 66 or 75, put that sizing and check in the hand matrix how the ranges are working. Obviously, you need to defend significant. The smaller the sizing, the wider you need to defend. The larger the sizing, more you can afford to hold. So if you think about bottom of your range, let's say some ace highs, king highs on low boards, if somebody uses a smaller or medium size, you need to defend these hands by calling and raising, mixing if you have like backdoors and whatnot. But if somebody starts using a large size, let's say a 9 high flop and they start overbetting, now it doesn't matter. You can start folding your ace highs and king highs because they're going to be very polarized when they're overbetting. So I hope that answers the question about that.
All right, we got rigged and prodigy maybe in hand. Nope, nothing special is gonna happen. Davy in the mix still as well. It's cool to see those guys like put in a lot of hours, like a lot of the same names. Like obviously if 2 or 3 of them stop playing, then it'd be a lot of the same lineups at the table, but now it's still very varied.
And Owen has position on Davy Jones. That's interesting. How did that happen? Did he wait for him to sit and then he took position, or that would be really cool to see?
I think there's rules about this.
There is rules. You cannot just bump count.
Yeah, of course. I think, and you always have to start with a show table as well. Like it's pretty clear.
Nice.
Yeah.
Would you give them more credit for value since they are deviating and not likely studied, especially low stakes? This is something Johan mentioned that Neville will comment in a lot of his YouTube videos and the course he created. And a lot of MDA guys talk about this, like 2-card confidence, Victor. That would be, bro, that would be another amazing person to bring if you have an option to reach out to 2-card confidence YouTube channel and Victor. He used to play high stakes and he's such a knowledgeable guy and one of my favorite YouTube poker people. Basically, what they do, they show you MDA, mass data analysis, and they say, like Savant Poker, he does the same kind of approach. They found that in the larger sizes, the larger the size, on the flop, the more they are under bluff. So yeah, you can you can fold more than theory when somebody uses larger sizes on flop. That's just like one sentence response. But obviously it's going to be very different on the textures and the opponent types. If you're playing recreational might know nothing about ranges and just randomly press a large bet size with like a third pair, you know. But if you are playing a regular and they're using a large size in a spot where they're supposed to use 1/3, they're likely, you know, not bluffing, but rather being very value driven.
Yeah, HDP is one of the most curious viewers that we have. He's here every single day asking a lot of questions. You can tell that's somebody very motivated to improve and move up as well in stakes. So I really hope maybe by the next Cash Game World Championship he'll tell us he's moved up a few limits. That would be quite a good story.
Agree. Yeah. The more questions, the better.
Yeah, if Linus comes on, it would be pretty sick, Johan. That would be amazing.
Sorry?
If Linus would come on the stream, it would be amazing.
Like, I think it's very unlikely. Maybe I'm like naive. Yeah. We'll see. But he's been super nice and he's responded, you know, like some people like they barely respond or they give like a very quick answer. No, he seems super cool. It does seem very hard to convince though. I need to do a Hail Mary, you know, offer to let him know the questions in advance.
Yeah, that's a good idea, maybe.
I think like, it's likely he's like very introverted, I'm guessing, which is like, I totally understand, right? Like being on the stream and talking to, you know, strangers, so to speak. Not everybody necessarily wants to do this. Who knows? But yeah, it would be sick.
Yeah,
for sure. But I think Davy and Kevin is very likely, especially because they're first and second. Mm-hmm. So unless one of them goes on like a huge downswing, I do think after the challenges, which is like Sunday past 1 a.m., I think we'll get them on. Very likely. I'm confident. And then Biluzin, I've been trying as well, but no success so far.
Yeah, and Kevin came on last year also, like after the Cash Game Championship ended, right? So
yeah, how could we forget a memorable microphone?
Yeah.
Nice.
It was very interesting too. I remember like they broke down a huge hand. I think it was like aces against ace-5, and I think it was in the VIP game. And then some players share their opinion, and then, you know, randomly like we asked Kevin what he thinks, and he gave a completely different answer than most other people about like how to get value in that hand.
Nice. Not surprised. I do believe we spoke to his brother in the last championship, in the mid-stakes championship, right?
Oh, yeah. That was, yeah.
You remember? Somebody in the chat wrote that Davy only speaks Spanish, I think.
Well, he doesn't, like, I'm pretty sure, yeah, I've heard that he speaks English, but maybe he's like just not that confident because he's, you know, sometimes I feel like you want to be flawless with something if you're going to use it. So like you just, or maybe you want to make sure you don't struggle, right? Like if you go on air and then you're looking for your words and stuff.
Makes sense.
Possible.
But yeah, no, I think great cast of guests we're going to have coming next week as well. And I hope if you guys, if both of you have the time, make sure to join us too and ask as many questions as you want.
When is the last day of the championship? Is it like Sunday or?
Yes, it's exactly in 1 week, but it's not midnight. It's 1 a.m. because it's UTC.
1 a.m.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So basically,
I will be here. Expect me here Sunday. Yeah, for the last day for sure. I will be here. The other days we can talk about it, but yeah, if it's like we did it now, 7 p.m. CT, I can join. I'm pretty sure other days. It just depends how long we run it. You know, if we run it until 1 a.m., probably I have to go before that, but 10 p.m., 11 p.m. is still fine for me. So it's fine.
Yeah, I hope for a close race at the end. Like I mean, last time it was a fun race, right, at the end, but then on the final day there was like zero suspense because Prodigy upswing and rigged like a really tough last few days. So I kind of hope for like a close race through to the end. We did translator. I was actually trying to find one, but to be honest, I think it'd be fine if he just joins. But yeah, I was trying to ask Trika. Unfortunately, he's not available because he speaks literally like 5 languages, including Spanish and English.
Perhaps they can change the rule for the last day, where you cannot just not play. You know,
like it's too late for that, I think.
No, I mean for some future championships.
Yeah, yeah. But in the mid-stakes, like we talked about this, I was like, how about adding some rule like this? And I think it was some of the players, they were like, no, like I think if somebody was good enough to pull ahead, maybe it's like, it's okay for them to be allowed to not play, right?
Yeah, but then like all these other people, I want to have a fair chance when I'm competing for the first place, right? And if
you had a fair chance from the start. Just because some guy pulled ahead doesn't mean you're being robbed of a fair chance, right?
Yeah, but then like he decides to opt out of variance for the last day. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I have to push the variance. Like I would even make it more extreme. I would say, okay, now let's make it more interesting. Now you're playing 200 BB effective stacks every table, because last day everybody has a fair chance to push variance. You know what I mean? Something like that. 200, 250 BB effective, and then you cannot opt out from grinding last day. And in fact, the last day offers just because it's a last day, it's a final chance for people to catch up on the losses they made, or somebody who is chasing the first place, or somebody, who is trying whatever to break even or win some watch or extra price or something. It would be a nice thing. I'm just brainstorming here, thinking out loud. Of course, for the first place player, this makes the least sense because they want to keep the first place. But for everybody else, and the excitement for the second player, for people that want to get even, by introducing larger stacks and forcing everyone to play, you are basically forcing action. And there's going to be way more swings in the last day. And this way you make sure that people that follow are definitely tuning in the last day, because you have no idea what's going to happen. So it's just how I would approach it.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's wrong or better, or just how I consider. It's like adrenaline pumping, You don't want to go crazy and give people like 1,000 BB stacks last day or something, but like make it interesting,
Yeah.
Make it interesting with additional prizes even for the last day. The winner of the last day, who grinds the most cans, gets this. Who has the highest EV has this. Who wins the biggest pot has this. Who has the best bet beat.
Are you like Oprah? You just want everybody to get something?
Yeah, because I want them to be playing that last day. I don't want to see half empty players. Tables.
I think part of it is like a lot of players have talked about, getting FOMO with this challenge, and they're already anticipating that when it's over, they're going to miss it and stuff. So I do think it's kind of already there, and like a lot of them want to play. Obviously, it's a unique format. It's no rake. It's like, how often does no rake exist in poker? It doesn't really, although it's high stakes and like the rake feels less significant, it's still pretty amazing. So I think a lot of them realize that, and that's part of why, I mean, we see so many of those guys just get in there daily. Like right now, there's so many tables running, dude. There is, let me count. There's 8 tables, 6 of them are full, and the last 2 are 5 out of 6.
Yeah, that's a lot of players.
Yeah.
And they, like you said, it's not their first session today. They played earlier on. They took a break probably and continued now. And they'll probably play when it's like late night in Europe. Some of them are in different time zones, like in USA or whatever.
Oh, dude, I want some bets, by the way. Sorry. Because, like, they have a sports book now on Coin.
You do?
Yeah, and I have my Clanet on my other monitor. So then I just check. I was like, wait, my balance changed. And then I bet on some sport and I forgot there was games, and now I looked. Yeah.
What did you bet on? Some football probably?
No, basketball.
Basketball.
Yeah.
Is NBA live now?
Yeah, dude. Like every day there's like no, but like I mean the games happened last night, I guess.
Oh, okay. Last night. Yeah, that makes sense.
So I bet like I bet on some UFC fight, and it's like in so long time. I was like, oh my God, I didn't even realize it's like in a month or something.
Yeah, that's a good value bet. NBA games.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes I feel like I kind of know. I only make bets like if I feel somewhat confident. Let me see. I don't even know. Oh, I bet on underdogs too. Actually, even. I think I bet on Detroit Pistons against Miami Heat because I saw they were underdogs and they're killing it this season. So I was like, all right, easy bet. I bet on Timberwolves yesterday against Celtics. They won that.
That's your team. Yeah, that's a tough game.
Yeah.
Was it a close game?
Yeah, they were losing at first for a while. I was like, come on, because they had like a lot of rough games in a row, but they pulled through this one and won.
Nice. Ant-Man, huh? Did he again win the game or?
Yeah, he did pretty good. I think he scored like a lot, maybe 39 or something.
39 points, bro.
Yes, I bet on Amanda Nunes versus Kayla Harrison, and it's like January 25th. I'm like, what the hell? It's like, it's in ages. Like, how the hell did I bet on this? I didn't even realize when it was. How much did you bet? I don't bet big. I bet like $10, $20, you know.
Yeah.
I don't degen it out, but I only bet if I feel like I have an edge. For some reason, Justin Gaethje in UFC is underdog against Paddy Pimblett. So on this one, I did a bigger bet because I believe in Gaethje. That's also January 25th. What the hell, dude? I'm going to have to wait for ages.
Since you're bringing up a topic of sports betting, I can share with you some stories about that if you want.
No, you sports bet yourself?
Yeah.
Yeah. So a very good friend of mine, he basically knows how to program in Python and is an investment banker, and he developed a model for value betting, you know. And we used to run operation where you go and bet on the betting counters. Basically, you have a telegram and the odds are popping out. It gives you the game that you need to bet and the amount based on the bankroll using Kelly criteria, of course. And
Are these things reliable?
Yeah. Because it's all mathematical driven model, you know.
Yeah.
There is a way how you calculate this, etc. And we did this for a while, and we reached a point where bookies would stop to pay us money because every betting counter we went in my town, the bookie manager would come, whether I would bet or we would send a friend to bet on there. They would pay you the money. Some of them would postpone paying you the money because we were live betting, you know, and we were pumping money. Like we would have 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 euro winning days easily, especially on the weekends. And the bankroll that we had for this grew quite fast. So what happened is because all these bookies are working together, they are obviously cameras, they are taking photo of you, etc. They see that you're there in their local bookie. The manager would come and say, "Hey, hi, my name is Yada Yada, I'm manager, and we just want to inform you that your money is no good here anymore. You know, like you can have a drink or talk with friends here, have coffee, whatever, but like we are not going to accept your bets." So we reached that level and we stopped doing this operation. Now, I didn't bet on sports games in probably, I don't know, 3-4 years. This was a couple of years ago that we did this operation. But in front of my building, I have a local bookie, you know. And today, a friend of mine, football player, his half season finished in Bosnia, and he came back to our town and he called me. He said, "Let's meet up for coffee. There is some games." I went down and I bet, I'll tell you now. I started at, what was the first game? I believe was Manchester United with Crystal Palace. Yeah. On this game,
Manchester is garbage, right?
Manchester won 2-1, but they were losing on the halftime 1-0, right?
Yeah.
So 3 goals. I played that on this game there would be over 2.5 goals, and I won. I bet like $100, and I won. I'm just betting singles, by the way.
100.
Yeah, I bet $100.
You're DJing it up.
Long story short, I played a couple of singles from like 2-3 p.m. all the way to I guess 6 p.m. So it took me 4 hours, and I ran it to like $1,200 profit today. But let me tell you how the profit came, because you would probably never bet this, but this is all from value betting. It's like, you know, you have an edge when you watch the game. I used to play football for college. I played basketball when I was in the primary school, and I trained it for 5 years. Like, I'm addicted to sports. I love sports as much as I love music and poker and girls. Those are like my 4 or 5 things I love. So what happened was there was a game in the Belgian Championship where Club Brugge played Antwerp. And the Antwerp, couple of years ago, used to do really well in Europe, and they even used to be champions in Belgium. So when you look at the odds, Club Brugge is a really good team. They even, I believe, played really good against Barcelona in Champions League or something like that. The home team was a clear favorite. And what usually happens in football games when somebody is very big favorite and very dominant, they are attacking with basically 9 players. And the only way that the away team scores is by them leaving a lot of space back. And if the away team has very fast attackers and they have a good counter attack, usually what can happen is that the game can turn around. It can go other way. Instead of a clear favorite winning, you have an underdog winning in this case. So what happened? I was just there drinking coffee, soda, talking with my friend, and he told me, "Oh, I bet this game." And I told him, "Okay, because of you, I will bet for this home team, but I gotta tell you, if these guys are good, I will look at the stats, and if I see that they have a lot of counter attacks, blah blah blah, I will for sure bet on the away team as well. I just want to prepare you." And he said, "That's fine, whatever you think will work." What happened was I bet on the home team where the odds were 2. That was around 70 something minute. Around 80th minute, there was a penalty for Antwerp, and they missed it. They missed the penalty, and game was 0-0. At that moment, when I saw that there was a penalty and plenty of counterattacks, I went and I bet $100. The odds were 14.5. Imagine betting on odds 14.5 with $100. This is what I did earlier today, because when there is an edge in odds, and this is not realistic odds when the away team is so good with the counter attacks, when you're exposed in the back, this doesn't happen once every 14 and a half times. It happens way more frequently. So this is value bet for sure. And what happened was, as soon as the away team scored, now I had arbitrage bet. I could cover the remaining of the game to be a draw or home team to win, or I could simply bet over 1.5 goals, like anybody to score another goal, and I covered. So that's what I did. I put additional, I don't know, $200, let's say, that anybody can score.
But dollars, you mean USD?
Yeah, USD.
Oh, you're betting big amounts.
but in local currency, because for this I have separate bankroll. It's not related to life or poker.
Still, you're DJing it up.
And when I tell you we did betting operation, we were turning tens of thousands of dollars every single day in bets. You know? So this is $100 bet is when you have 10K plus bankroll. This is normal, for this kind of things. And what happened was I bet over 1.5 goals. So I didn't care at that point when I bet if the away team would win. Obviously, I preferred the away team to win because I would get more money. And for just that game alone, I won $1,000 in the clear profit. Antwerp winning 0-1.
Damn.
And the other profit, another $300, $400, was another 3-4 games that were happening, like Inter playing away versus Pisa. I bet over 1.5 goals. Inter won 2-0. I had Liverpool playing away when it was 0-1. I bet over 1.5 goals when the odds were over 2. There was something else, I forget now. First half goal in the Villarreal versus Real Sociedad game, I won that as well, etc., etc. There were 4 or 5 bets, $100 bets, where I was winning. I had maybe 2 missed bets today, where $100 bets didn't go through, but at the end of the day, I made 1.314.4K profit. And again, if this is reality, imagine like every day you can make 1K plus. It's not, because otherwise I would have made only 300, 400. But this 1K profit came from this huge value bet, the odds of 14.5. So yeah, this is what sports betting offers you. Imagine you betting on poker that you win a hand with like 15% equity. I guarantee you 99% of people would never bet that. But when you bet sports and you watch the game, it's very different from poker.
Yeah, the live betting is totally different than
yeah, and I always live bet. I
Yeah.
would never bet a game if I'm not watching it.
Yeah.
And we were just drinking. I was drinking coffee and soda, sitting with my friend, and we were watching games. They have like 10, 12 different TVs, and there's different games there. And like you spot this, you see the edge. You say, okay, this team is a clear favorite. It's attacking, but it's very exposed in the back. And the away team 6 times already ran the counter attack, and the goalkeeper saved already 2 goals. And there were 3 against 2, 3 against 4, 2 against 2. You know, like the goal is hanging in the air. And when you see this and you spot this pattern, you're like, okay, this is not, this is not 14.5 odds. This is worth maybe odds of 5 or 6, but not 14.5.
Yeah. What about you, stuck in micros? Did you ever go to it's called the Spielhalle, right?
Spielhalle, yeah. No, like I just occasionally like make some like €1 bet, like just for fun. And
€1? Okay.
Yeah, but I take like 10 or 20 games, and I at least like need a 4-figure win. So.
Oh, you mean a parlay for €1?
Time. Yeah. And like we did this like also when we were like in school, when we were like 14 or something around that age. We played a lot of like we made a lot of sports betting.
Yeah.
But also like only small bets like €5, €10, because like we had no money when we were young. And I remember that when we went to the Spielhalle, it was like run by some dude who was like a bodybuilder, and I don't know, in his 20s, maybe early 30s. And we knew that we couldn't go in there because like we're too young. So we always like when the school has ended, we went there and like we put our school bags on the outside, and then we went in and we smoked cigarettes, and we like behaved like we were older, and it was like so dumb. Now when I look back, it must have been so obvious. Like he just didn't give a shit and let us bet, but it was like so obvious that we were not 18. And also like when we put our school bags outside of the Spielhalle, there were cameras, so it must have looked so dumb, like a bunch of school kids like coming to the Spielhalle, putting their school bags on the outside because they didn't want them to see them. And it must have been hilarious for him to look at the cameras and see us like putting our school bags there, then go inside, smoke cigarettes, and like bet on those games. And when we won, we had always one friend, Ömer, who was like Turkish, and he had like a beard, because like even with 14 he had like full grown beard, and we were always afraid that they might not pay us when we go there, so we always gave him. We had like it was not like with a mobile phone. It was like you got like a paper and with the games and the stuff on it. So we gave him the paper with the bets, and he went then to the shop and he took the money and gave it to us. Yeah, so that's my experience with sports betting.
Nice.
Johan, I sent you something in our current call. Maybe you can pull it up on screen for people to see. Just to show the receipts.
Wait, 145K? That's the Serbian money?
Yeah, dinar. Din means dinar, right? It's Serbian dinar. So it's roughly $100 bet. Is this 10,000? And then the odds you can see. Konačni ishod means final outcome. I bet on deuce on this game. And then there is something like number of combination 1. That means that you are betting a single. And total odd is 14.5. And then you see potential isplata means potential payout, right?
Yeah. Dude, I didn't know you're a DJ, man. I'm betting $10 over there.
Yeah, it's just I do it once every 6 months or something like that when a friend of mine, professional football player, comes. I don't even spend time in a bookie place anymore.
Yeah, dude, that's my bets. $10, $20, 50 occasionally for like a main event or whatever.
Yeah, that's good, bro. That's good.
It's pretty nitty, especially I think on coin I have like 2.3K. Whatever, it's just betting, it's a little bit for fun. I don't need to. Hey, Linus is in the mix.
Let's go,
champ. He's in there.
There was no all-in, right? On any table, there was no.
No, I haven't seen anything. Actually, right now there's one.
There was one on No Ante show number 2. It was like a hand between Prodigy and Asian Flushy.
Okay, I'll bring it up after this. Let's see. Like right now, we're hoping for a call so we can see, because otherwise we don't see, because it's not the show table. Davy putting the pressure on Kevin, our rank 1 and 2 in the leaderboard right now, tangling. This guy trying to give advice to Munez in the chat. Yeah, Munez apparently played a very long session, 18 hours plus. And now he's gone, so maybe getting some deserved sleep. Okay, let me pull up the hand that you mentioned. You say no NT show 2, right?
Yes, no NT show 2.
Yeah, let me see.
A few minutes ago, Prodigy was in the big blind. It was an all-in hand. And Asian Flushy was...
Yeah, I got it. I got it. All right, let's watch this first, since it's show table. Kevin overbet the turn. The river, sorry. And he had a flush, 6-4 of hearts. All right, let's see the hands. We can take... Wait, do we want to reveal any of the hands? And quiz if it's a... We can take... Yeah, let me watch the action. Let's do... Yeah, let's do Prodigy. He has Queen of Clubs, 10 of Spades. In this one. In the big blinds. So Flushy opens 2 big blinds under the gun. Prodigy...
I'm sorry, I see the table just now. Okay, sure, go for it.
Actually, yeah, he's the hijack, yeah. Flushy opens 2x in the hijack. Prodigy defends Queen 10 off in the big blinds. Ace, King, Queen. So if I'm the big blind, I'm thinking I'm cooked already, personally. So he checks and he faces a small bet. He calls, I'm guessing, fully standard here.
Yeah, it can do both, but especially if this is going to be somewhat of a range betish spot for hijack, you know. That's a hijack, right?
Yeah, hijack. Hijack versus big blind, yeah.
Big blind, okay. So, sure, tight range versus wide range spot. He's going to attack with even under pairs here. You're not just going to bet ace, king, queen x. You're going to bet your weak low pairs. You'll bet your gut shots. You will even have frequencies with whatever, middling pocket pairs, you know. So because of that, you can play different. Just check calling and then check raising for value will be obviously straights. And the problem is your 2 pairs. You don't have too many 2 pairs. Ace king will likely 3-bet mostly pre-flop, and ace queen will mix with most calls rather than 3-bets. But in position player will have everything: jack 10, kings, queens, aces. So that's why you defend more by calling. But again, interesting dynamics start to happen on turn when range starts to split, because a lot of king x might check, queen x might be turned into a bluff to try to fold out some king x's. And when I say into a bluff, those are usually going to be exactly hands like queen jack, queen 10, because they have additional equity, or a queen x with a weak kicker trying to fold out stronger hand, you know. Like, let's say you open here queen 8 suited, it's a good candidate to consider turning into a bluff because you block ace queen and such hands, you know. So yeah, you can fold out weak ace x when you 3-barrel. You can fold out king x after a double barrel and all this stuff. So it's a nice spot.
So we do see a deuce of diamonds on the turn. So pretty much blank.
Yeah.
I guess ace deuce.
So now he can polarize. He can go very large, or he can go medium large. If he goes medium large, he will include, if he's polarizing with a pot, then you know it's going to be absolutely strongest ace x's, blockers, straights, 2 pairs, sets. That's it. If he goes even larger than this, it's going to be even more polarized. You're not going to be too happy with, you know, every single 2 pairs when you go extremely large. But if you go like 3/4 or 2/3, you can still get away with, you know, with value betting thinner ace x's. Because like I said, with the smaller sizing, you might still get plenty of calls with hands like king jack, king 10, queen jack, queen 10. And when you use a polar sizing, a lot of these hands will be in different calling. Like Queen 10 is in different calling facing large size versus whatever, 3/4 or 2/3.
Overbetting is okay too, or
yeah, you could, because it's a blank card. On blank cards, you obviously have pot bet or larger in these spots, so that's fine.
yeah,
You can choose your weapon, your poison, but just remember the strategy. The larger the size, the tinier your value bet range is, and the tinier you can use your blockers. Owen still just calls. Nice.
But does he have a check raising range here? And if so, what would
He-
that be? Like Jack 10 and what else?
Jack 10, and he will likely have to do it with hands that are trying to fold out certain parts of opponent range. Like, let's just estimate here that Asian Flushy does this with Ace Jack, Ace 10. Does he ever fold facing a check raise? Probably calls on the turn, but on the river will find fold with these hands if he doesn't complete, or has to call certain frequency because they block straights. Similar stories with all the two pair hands. Like if Flushy has Ace King, Ace Queen, King Queen, and he does it with. If Owen now check raises Queen 10 here, Queen Jack, what's happening is Owen is saying, I have a straight, and that's it. Owen's value range is just straights. So yeah, other hands that you can consider doing this with is obviously blockers for two pairs, sets, and straights. So it's going to be exactly hands like, Queen 10, Queen Jack, King 10. And then other interesting dynamic you might be doing is check raising here with Ace X, but weak Ace X. And you do it for the exact reason I mentioned, blockers. Like if you have here Ace 4 suited, let's say, and by check raising you accomplish that you potentially fold out Ace Jack, Ace 10, or if you triple it off, opponent might fold out Ace King, Ace Queen by the river. And Ace X that you check raise blocks top set, and a lot of two pair combo. So, and when you have a low kicker, it unblocks everything that continues on the turn once you check raise. So Uri Pelek did this in one of his courses. It's awesome hand analysis where he explained how thresholds change if somebody starts raising or expanding value betting or even turning top pair into a bluff region. And then, opponent is in a really bad spot because you're like merging here. You're turning Ace X into a bluff, hoping to fold a stronger Ace X. So it's pretty cool concept. I'm not in Owen's head, but I would assume from the previous championship when I saw him merge Queen X's and when there was like a Queen Jack X run out cutoff versus button where he turned Jack 10 into a bluff by check raising and barreling it off and folding kings versus somebody. I just give credit to Owen that he's capable of finding these Ace X merges. I think he's the kind of player that will always find this place. So Asian Flushy definitely needs to, continue with his strong part of the range and even consider overcalling Owen on the rivers. Again, blank river. Owen again can check raise Ace 5, but on the river is not strong enough. He checks. And now if he faces a triple barrel, he can consider check jamming, folding. Yeah, this is an overbet. It's going to be sets, strongest two pairs, and straights. And Owen can jam here, blocking straights, blocking two pairs and sets, with Queen 10 being the lowest hand in his flop and turn calling range.
What's the bluff here that Flushy might have that took this line?
Bluff? It could be a pocket pair like jacks or tens.
Okay. He does block the tens with Queen 10 though.
Yeah, he does. So if you think about it, it's less likely Owen, when he tries to check jam here, he's not trying to fold the weaker jacks or tens here. He's exactly targeting aces, kings, queens, ace, king, ace, queen. Because Jack 10 never folds, he blocks Jack 10 by having Queen 10. So he's saying, okay, if Flushy is the man here against me, let him call me with Ace King. or something along those lines. Or if Flushy is here trying to extract thin value from me with ace jack, I want him to fold that when I check jam queen 10. So it's a really nice spot. When you have triple Broadway runouts, it's all about, in my opinion, it's like ego battles here. Reg battling ego, who is capable of folding what and who is really repping value here. If Flushy thinks Owen is 3-betting pre-flop with Jack 10, he's probably never folding any bluff catcher here because Owen doesn't have enough value hands.
Yeah, I was also thinking like Asian Flushy or like Owen, when he raises here, he's basically saying that he check calls his Jack 10 also like on the turn.
Yeah. Other thing you need to think about is, does Owen defend pre-flop Jack 10 off? If he does, he has a lot of value hands, which I think he does because it's no rake environment and these guys are playing wider ranges. And another thing you need to consider is the bluffing ranges for Flushy. It's not just Jacks and 10s that we mentioned. Flushy can have weak low pairs here.
Yeah, I agree. Like lower poker pairs.
Yeah, because Owen is going to have King Jack, King 10 here calling turns. And when you have something like pocket sixes, you want to bluff them here. It's a GTO play,
Yes,
so
I agree.
Owen is going to have to decide what to do with Queen Jack, Queen 10, King Jack, King 10, and even with Ace Jack, Ace 10. So all these bluff catching hands by Owen that didn't get there on the river, some percentage of them have to check call, some percentage have to mix between check calling and check raising, some have to check fold. And knowing from interviews with Owen and talks we did with him, I think that he is very good about GTO and he understands that whenever something is at the lowest end of the threshold in his hands, which Queen 10 is, it's probably indifferent hand between folding and raising. It's not a great candidate for calling, but it could be a great candidate for raising or folding. So this is just such a nice spot that Owen did. I don't know if he put him all in here. Stack wise, probably looks like that.
Yeah. Flushy gets on the river with 8.8k.
Okay.
And then so the fold equity feels like it's a little bit light, right?
Yeah, it feels like it. When you overbet, it always feels like that because this is 150% overbet. 3-6 into 2-4, yeah.
Yeah, maybe some hands will be in trouble, but not this one.
Oh, yeah, Jack 10 off. Yeah, Owen probably sick to his stomach when he sees this.
Yeah.
Obviously, Flushy had no brainer, but like I said, it would be very interesting if Flushy overbets any top two. If he range splits like using 75% on the river with ace king, ace queen sets and some straights, and then in the overbet he uses these under pairs that I mentioned and blocker bluffs, like turning Queen 10 into a bluff himself, and obviously in the overbet using sets that are clear value bets.
Do you think Jack 10 is always an open in this no rake and no limit 10k structure?
If they are not 3-betting each other enough and just calling, playing more passively pre-flop, yeah. Because that's how you make money with these offsuited hands. You want people not to play back at you, and you want in multi-way pots to have a lot of checks to realize your equity, yada, yada, yada. But I don't know, Flushy is a heads-up player. He probably feels this is fine in this scenario. They're playing 5 max. They're not playing 6 max. This is a GTO type of hand. It's probably indifferent between opening and folding, right? It's not 100% open. So, yeah. Because when you are not paying rake, you're not incentivized, to open wide. Let's put it that way. You're not paying rake. So you're just fighting for these blinds. But when you're paying rake, the ranges are affected differently. Like your defending ranges are different. That's why when you don't pay rake, you can defend much wider. You're not paying rake. You can afford to call significantly wider range.
But more rake is better, right?
More rake is always better, of course. Please pump it up to 100% with zero rake back, of course. Easy.
Actually, we had a very interesting discussion the other day with some of the guys that were on the stream. We had Gary Chappell on, Sherry Sweet, and Ablis, and I was asking them, what did they think CoinPoker needs to do to be able to, rivalize some of the biggest platforms out there and just kind of like take it to the next level? And they mentioned immediately, they would say like a yearly rakeback program, right? Like, like some of the sites used to have that reward you for playing there a lot throughout the year. And I thought that was very interesting. And it feels like they're right? Like it sounds like a pretty good idea. So hope something like this happens for sure.
I mean, maybe in the long term, but I guess in the short term, CoinPoker needs to be more attractive to like fun players, recreationals, because like a lot of guys on Coin are like regulars, and also with the new leaderboards, they massively favor regulars. Basically, like if you're recreational, you can't really compete in those 4-hour leaderboards because like you have to put in like 12 tables and even like with the 4max tables to rake enough. So those are not really favoring, and I guess are not really attractive for recreationals because like recreationals don't want to play like a lot of tables. They play 1, 2, maybe 4 tables. So I think first of all, they need something like to make themselves a bit more attractive to those players with the rake, but also like with the software, because I personally love CoinPoker software. I think it's like similar to Old Star software. It's like really simple. It does not have a lot of like those emotions, emoticons, and all this stuff. And I love it because like you can focus like on playing.
One of them brought up, I think, DNX dancing in your face after you lose a big hand.
yeah, exactly. And I think like for recreationals, it's like cool, like to have emoticons and like to I don't know, shoot things to your opponent and like to laugh and all this stuff. And I guess like for CoinPoker needs to do something like that. Maybe make the software a bit more like with a more modern design, because like it looks a bit old school. Let's be real, right? So if they do that, like let's say they do a new software update where they like have a bit of a newer, more modern, more recreational, attractive software, that would be a good point. And I think also like regarding the rake, I guess what those guys with those yearly rakeback awards mean, it would be more attractive like for regulars, right? Because like if you like rake like 40K, 50K, 100K a year, again, it's not something that favors recreationals. And I think CoinPoker has mainly like the problem. It's not maybe like that popular between recreationals, because like I guess any rec would play here if he knew that the pools are good enough and so on and so on and so on. So I guess like what the big poker sites really must do is like they must compete for the fishes, for the recreational players, because like where the recreationals play, also the regulars play. So I guess CoinPoker is at the moment maybe a bit too focused on the regular side. I guess the 7 users games are a good idea, like to make also like some games more a bit fun. So these are also like things that could attract more recreationals. And I guess you have like to balance it, like make things for the regulars, but also like make things for the recreationals, so that both player types have an incentive to come to your side.
That makes sense. Makes sense for sure. What is happening down here? Kevin and Flushy in the big pots. Pretty low SPR here. Flushy only left with 5K. There's 11 in the middle already.
Yeah, 40% something, right? Less than half pot.
What are the chances we see a check back from Kevin? Seems pretty low.
I don't know if this was a 3-bet pot or something. Blind versus blind spot, right?
Oh my God.
Yeah. It's obvious that he's gonna try to attack the check range. Yeah, bad beat. 3-bet pot.
Sick. It's a cold 4 from Kevin.
Oh.
Flushy just calls and then just kind of flops the world. He check calls, small bets.
Cold 4-bet. Yeah, aces defend there. It's just a cooler for Kevin. He was trying to get value from, stuff like king queen suited.
Yeah. Kevin is not running hot today. I feel like I've seen him lose a lot of hands, actually.
I don't like this river run out. This jack is not so good because Flushy also has ace queen ace jack.
Yeah.
Obviously, queens might play some frequency this way. Yeah, but again, it's half pot.
Yeah.
I'm just guessing like what else does Flushy have here? The check calls flop and turn. Like if he slow plays kings, how frequently is he calling kings on the turn and what suits? Because Kevin is already blocking kings with clubs, which makes sense. You would expect him to call him with kings without a club to unblock the semi bluffing hand that Kevin might have, like a king jack of clubs or something. That makes sense, but yeah, I think it's such condensed range. The ranges are so narrow in this pot, in this 4-bet, that ace king might not be doing well on the river. What are you beating? Like ace 10 of something, and you're splitting with ace king,
Ace 5.
and you're beating ace 5. Yeah, but are you like what? Ace 5 of clubs is the only one that makes sense to call on the turn. And river is such an action killer for out of position. Even if you have ace 5, whatever, king 10 got there, ace queen, ace jack are there. Like Kevin has to be bluffing here with kings and tens every single time for you to bluff catch with any ace.
It does feel like at times that's what he's doing, to be honest.
That's
to be fair,
why he's calling aces pre-flop.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to 5-bet because he wants Kevin to play back at him. But it's interesting dynamic, yeah. I looking at this hand, I don't know if I would pull a third barrel with ace king. It seems to me, again, 40 to 50% bet, it's probably fine. When you look at GTO Wizard, the smaller the sizing, yeah, obviously top pair, top kickers get in there. But to me, it looks a bit thin, this spot,
Yep. In the chat, PV said, Coin needs ambassadors that target recreationals the way WPT has, like Doc Polk, Radovan, all these guys, live players know. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, I agree. That's a good point.
I do think they're getting, there is like Corey, Eyring, all these guys now as well on the team. So perhaps that's part of the focus as well, for sure. Smith said...
Also like HD.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Sorry. No, I'm gone.
Oh yeah, HDP said stake-wise leaderboards too. Actually, yeah, when they talk about leaderboards, I immediately agreed that it would be nice to have it per stake. But yeah, leaderboards, it feels like it's more inclined to benefit more regs, I think. But you did a mix of both, right? Like there's never going to be like the regs are the ones that put in more volume, but they're also here to play with regs. So it's there is a balance to be had. And he added, also I think anti-games at low stakes is a bit too scary for regs. Yeah, I wonder if you could like advertise this.
I don't agree with that.
Yeah.
I think like recreationals, I don't think that they care that much about an anti. And I even think it might be cool because like it usually means that also like the regulars don't play as nitty. So there's more action-packed tables, and also like the pots are bigger. So I think these are all things that I guess recreationals would like to see. Like often like recreationals would complain that people are too nitty and all this stuff. And I think antis are good because like, yeah, you play wider ranges, you play more hands, and it's more action-packed. So I think for table dynamics, it's a good thing. And I don't think like the usual recreational will think, oh, now I don't know the ranges for anti-games or that stuff. I think he just sits in place and doesn't even care if, like, yeah, with anti you're supposed to play wider and you maybe play a bit more rake. all this stuff. So I wouldn't agree exactly with that argument.
Yeah, interesting points. I think they are like rebranding the site and trying a lot of things, and every time you have something that's changing, there is going to be a lot of hit and miss things, and things that people are going to love or not love, you know. So
Yeah.
the easiest thing that you can do is just take a winning business model from some other website, or let's say poker room, and just copy it and push the marketing and get the players to your site. That's one way. But if you do things this way, like let's say you copy everything from GG Poker, I'm just putting a site out there. Doesn't matter. It could be Poker Stars or any poker site you want to name, ACR, whatever. Uh, what happens if you start doing this is you lose your identity as a brand.
Yeah.
And this is very dangerous because now you have nothing on your own that separates you from these sites. And every time they change, you try to change with them and push with them. Obviously, in poker ecosystem, you need to always think about rake. What are other sites charging for rake? What's the traffic on these sites? What are the game variants that they are offering? Because some sites and networks gather MTT players, some sites gather spin and go players, some sites gather heads up players, some sites gather six max. Coin Poker, I think, chose this branding thing that I'm talking about. They are offering you 7 max ante games, right? Which is something that you don't have everywhere. And this is again double-edged sword. If you think about it, in one way, it can be a huge win because if people come to the site, play, enjoy it, it's an undiscovered format. There is a lot of edges, like you mentioned yourself. Ranges are very different when you play anti versus non-anti games, etc., etc. So this is a huge win for both community and you know uh, and the actual site. The actual downside, the other end of the sword, is if people are not attracted to the format you're offering. If
Yeah,
they
of course.
if they're
Also
noticing,
risk.
if they're losing a lot of money, and or if they don't find the rakeback system appealing, or if the races are not interesting enough, or whatever, if deposit bonus is not what they imagine it to be. It could be a number of things that push people out of the site. It could be an app layout, it could be a site layout, it could be a customer service. There's so many growing parts about running a successful business. And
Yeah.
I'm just grateful that the site is like consistently evolving and trying to organize something that works, and
Yeah,
there
that's
is
true. Like
always
they
something.
always change things and try to make a new approach. And I think also that's like cool. And I think they also need to do that because like they are new. They need to be a bit innovative and like challenge the competition.
Yeah.
And yeah, to come back to HTP and regarding the leaderboards, I think at the moment probably there's not like enough money in the pool, so not enough people to make like leaderboards for any stakes, because like then the prices would be so low that it would not really be an intention to play the leaderboards. I guess therefore like I think you could still make an argument for those only to make only two leaderboards and not more. And I guess as the site grows, I'm pretty sure that they will introduce like stake-wise leaderboards.
I mean, I'm not involved in running CoinPoker in any way, but I can share with you how I would uh, run a poker site, because I used to do affiliate deals for poker rooms. I basically, at my time of professional poker career, I had dozen players that I was doing.
By the way, sorry, but this is the classic Kevin line here.
Yeah, and it makes sense. Paired board, flush run out. You're going polar here. You're not sizing down. Yeah, it's value. Sure. He's trying to get called by flushes and whatever trips.
Yeah.
So one way that I would go with is, first of all, you hire representatives that have huge community following with both recreationals and regulars. So people who will bring you people to the site. This is number one step. Number two, world-class support, where you solve everything on the go. If somebody is asking questions about HUD or their deposit, cash out, crypto, whatever, you have team that's responding within minutes to your thing. People who are dealing with actual apps, like no glitches in the app, no glitches in the game, nothing weird happening with chips, with you throwing up on another table. Like all this has to be perfect. And then on top of this, you hire basically people who are going to promote this outside of these streamers and ambassadors and everybody. So you go to the people who are running affiliate businesses and you spread the network to them. You give them a better deal than you give people when they sign up on the site. This is normal. This is how poker sites work. They always give affiliate businesses higher cut than when you sign up, so they can bring people indirectly to them. And this is just some steps, but the most important step is you need to be connected with the community 24/7. And if community is giving some feedback that something is off, wrong, and needs fixing, this needs to be dealt with like immediately.
But there is a Discord. People, I think, can do that. Like,
no, I'm not saying they're not doing this. I'm saying how I would run this. You know,
yeah.
I'm not saying I would run CoinPoker better than they're running or anything crazy like that.
No, I'm not saying anything about you. I'm saying, like, if you want to give feedback, like, of course, you can give some on the stream, but if you have any like observation, the best way to do it is like to email support or tell them on the Discord. I think that's probably the best place to anybody that wants something to change.
I was playing on Coin, I believe, in December, something like that, maybe January. November for sure I was playing. I remember that. When I was part of CFP, I was playing on Coin. But everything that I'm talking about now, last November, December, January, is very different from today. The site has evolved.
Yeah.
Discord community has evolved. They introduced sponsored pros. They introduced tournaments, right? They introduced different series like daily tournaments, low buy-in tournaments. They brought.
What about the sports book, man?
They brought the sports book. They bought the crypto futures on the site as well, right? So the site and the platform is continuously evolving. Now, is it a site that I would gladly play on? Sure, because it's worldwide accepted and it accepts crypto. Those two things for me are like a really good thing, you know. But are there sites that have, I don't know, better ratio of regs to regs? Probably. Better maybe rake back deals? Probably, you know. But again, this is me with 10 plus years experience in industry. And I know people that run deals or sites. So I know probably more than an average poker player. But as an average poker player, it's a great place to put your money, especially if you want to study 7 max NT format. And this can prepare you to play maybe later some other sites or apps that offer anti-straddle games, which often cater recreational, loose passive, or loose aggressive opponents. So it's a good, very good option to consider at least. I have at least 3-4 friends that play on Coin, that play NL 200, NL 500, NL 1K, 2K, but they don't exclusively play Coin. They have other sites that are, because like I said, it's a growing, it's evolving site. It doesn't have yet, in my opinion, traffic for you to exclusively play that site and have a great balance of recs and regs at the tables. This is just my 2 cents. I love the site. I think I even know people that are behind it and organization that's behind it, but that's like a whole other story, you know.
Yeah, for sure. We had a hand.
Please.
That happened. Let's do Let's do Linus POV. Let's enter the mind of the goat here. So he has ace-6 of diamond in his hand. And then Stock, maybe you can take this one first. Ace-6 of diamond opens in the cutoff, 2.2. Asian flushy defends the big blinds. We head to queen 6-3 rainbow. It's 100 big blinds effective. So we get mid-pair top kicker with the backdoor flush draw. How do you proceed here, Stuck in Micros?
I think he'll be right back. He just wrote in the chat.
Okay, then you go ahead.
Yeah, so this is considered a blank flop, just like ace high, blank flops, king high, plus. This is one of the blank flops, right? You don't have additional draws that are obvious or backdoor draws and such. So you're going to use a small size and you're going to be merged here. And obviously you want to value bet a6 because it denies equity from overcards. Even like 7-8 gets denied here when you bet a6. You deny all the king highs, ace highs, equity. You know, by a6 you will have 5 additional outs to outdraw second pairs, stuff like, pairs in the middle, anywhere from jacks to sevens. So it's a no-brainer bet. And then you're going to bet your overcards, some of your overcards like a weak ace-x that's going to have backdoors like ace-4, ace-5, ace-7, ace deuce. If you have it in this opening range, you will bet obviously king-x, which have backdoors. So again, king-5 or king-7, if you open these in these positions. You will also have with king-x hands like king-jack, king-10. Those can also bet, and especially suited ones with backdoors. And then you will have all these backdoors around 6x, like 7-8, 9-7, 9-8, and you will have backdoors around queen x, jack 10, jack 9, 10, 9. So basically your range is going to be a whole bunch of backdoors, and you're going to bet a lot of pairs, basically any decent 6x and 7s through jacks and any queen x and over pairs, and you're going to bet 3x with the intention of turning it to bluff turns and rivers because it blocks sets, yada yada yada. So yeah, flop strategy seems pretty easy. If he bets small, if Linus bets small, Asian flushy needs to continue with a fairly wide range with ace highs, with king highs. Again, he's going to have a bunch of backdoors, so the smaller the sizing, the wider he needs to call and consider even applying some raising.
So we do see Linus continue with the small bets. Looks like around 30, a bit over 30%. And Flushy goes for a check raise.
Mm-hmm.
And so I know that, so theory-wise, I can already see, you're meant to call this, but I wonder how applicable do you think this is in lower stakes, where people don't check raise the hands that they are meant to check raise?
If you think they never check raise jack 10 suited, 7-8 suited, the hands I mentioned, like whatever, king 10, king jack suited, 5-4 suited, 7-5 suited, 7-4 suited. If you think these hands never check raise, obviously you are playing into a very, equity driven range, meaning strong top pairs, 2 pairs, sets, and you're just looking really bad with your 6x because it's lacking bluffs or semi bluffs. But that's the thing, on these dry flops, the check raising range is these backdoor hands. Obviously, we will have draws around 6-3, but you will also have backdoor hands. So they're playing high stakes. This is a no-brainer. Call with a6.
But like lower mid stakes?
Lower mid stakes, if I'm playing a regular, I'm still calling. If I'm playing like whatever, unknown player nit, I'm folding, because it's going to be.
I also think that people are finding those check raises on the flop, and then you can consider on the turn what you do, because a lot of people just give up the turn and also don't bet the river.
Yeah.
So you're most likely fine to call a6 here, and then if he barrels again, you can fold on the turn, and if he checks, you should be good and can bring it to a showdown and win a lot of the times.
If you expect to retain equity, like stuck in microset, that people are going to be very giving up on turns and rivers, then you can float even wider than that. But if they are playing anywhere close to theory, you still need to consider how many streets is your A6 worth here.
Yeah.
And often it's worth only one street calling, depending on different runouts,
All right.
How about somebody else? How about a hand like 7-6 of clubs?
Yeah, mandatory call, I would say.
Versus a check of, you're never folding. That's a great hand because it has additional equity. You can turn a 5, a 4, an 8, and like 9. All these different runouts are going to bring you potential. 8 and 9 here don't do that much, but like 5 or a 4 are doing great for your 7-6. Any club does the great, any 6, any 7. So ultimately, whenever you have a paired hand with backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw, it's worth significantly more than a naked pair with a strong kicker, because A6 is only 5 outs and this has significantly more.
So we do get a call from Linus, and we head to a king of diamonds turn.
Mm-hmm.
And Flushy now checks.
Yeah, because imposition is supposed to have, imposition touches more these king highs than out of position hat. Think about which king X's are check raising. I mentioned king jack and king 10, but some people might just be check calling those hands because they have a lot other check raises, natural check raises, 7-5, 7-4, 5-4, 6x of clubs, all these things. Ace 3 might be check raising. You will see often GTO choose bottom pairs on the flops with strongest top 2 kickers that are check raising. So, and then with that, to make value range stronger, you will see some merges with queen X check raises, like whatever, ace queen, king queen, queen jack might be different frequencies check raises. So yeah, king is definitely flowing action, and Asian Flushy doesn't have a ton of 2 pairs here. He has a lot of busted draws, nothing, and a lot of 6x, 3x, queen X, and king kind of counters a lot of this. So yeah, he's gonna play defensively on the turns.
Yeah, I think like even if he has king queen, it's good to check it because like as Vica said, like he has such a lot of hands that don't improve on the king, which want to check and don't want to put in more money. So if you keep betting with like, for example, king queen, then it's like I think like your checking range is just too weak. So I think king queen is the perfect hand to slow down and also like to check here. And then you probably like just keep barreling like with I don't know if he has like queen 6 suited and queen 3 suited and pocket 3s, pocket 6s, something around that.
Versus cutoff in no rake environment, probably queen 6, yes, queen 3 probably more 3 bets than calls. But
we're playing. It's no anti-temper, right? Yeah. I don't.
No anti. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
But king queen also blocks top 2 sets. That's why it's like a great candidate not to bet, but let your opponent bluff you with semi bluffs like diamonds, whatever it could be, 6x of diamonds combo draws, 3x of diamonds combo draws like ace 3 of diamonds. It could be any sort of floats that he did on the flop. Could be a weaker medium pair, could be that Linus bet here jacks and tens, and now he hits a king, and maybe he wants to start turning whatever 9s, 8s into a bluff, trying to fold a queen jack or something, whatever. Like the levels that Linus plays, it's impossible to get into his head what he does with this middling part of the range. Probably checks it and plays more polar strategy, but yeah, that's just my estimate. I'm expecting that Linus will not be taking aggressive lines with ace 6. Maybe he checks and then bluff catches river. If he has a weaker 6x, like I don't know, 6-5, 7-6, he probably can start turning this more into a bluff. But again, it depends how he perceives flushy, what he does with the remaining of his range. So it's very interesting spot for a6. It seems like it's worth showdown value, but in the end, it might not be. And then a6 is a great blocker for whatever, for ace queen, and it's just very nice.
So he bets on the smaller end like 40%.
Nice.
And we see a check raise actually from flushy.
Yeah.
So what's
the
check raising range here?
I mean, should be same what he did for value on the flop, right? And flush is also attacking this small size turn, because this king is really not changing things that much on the flop. Like king 6 is going to check raise less than king 3. King queen is going to raise more for out of position. But also, Linus will have these hands: king 6, king 3, king queen. He will have pocket kings. He will have aces. So Linus still has more value than flushy here. And when flushy check raises here, he's going to probably continue doing it with 5-4 suited, especially 5-4 of diamonds. And he's going to do it with all these value hands, 2 pairs, like king 3, king 6, king queen, queen 6, and sets, 3s and 6s. So Linus continuing here, unless it's a6 of diamonds, is without additional equity, it could be really hard to call here. I can see a6 of diamonds always calling, but other a6s are not playing this way.
So now flushy jams on the river, and Linus, it's only obviously 64 BBs left, so SPR is pretty close to 1. Like what's your decision like here, right? Because you turned the nut flush draw, but then you hit nothing. So essentially, you just have third pair top kicker. If villain at like a 4-5, you're still beating that.
Yeah, great point. You're expecting that flushy has enough check raises on the turn, check raise flop, check these turns with hands like 5-4, 7-5. You're expecting this, and you're expecting 8-7 in some world. So now when you get to river, you want 8-7 of diamonds to do this. You want this with whatever. All this stuff we discussed, 5-4 suited, and it could be even 6x. Flushy blocking 6 of diamonds blocks the bluffs that he might pull off. Linus blocking 6x of diamonds blocks bluffs in flushy's range with 6x of diamonds. But that still doesn't change the fact that, flushy might show up with random jack 10 of diamonds here. Check raising flop and check raising turn. Doing it with jack 9 of diamonds, similar story. Doing it with whatever, with 3x of diamonds, like 4-3 of diamonds. So the wider Linus feels flushy is doing these things on flop and turn, the better a6 becomes a call. Because once you call these combo draws on the turn, if you fold them all on the river, when you miss, you're overfolding. We discussed this when Kevin Pake was 3-barreling and he had a nut flush and somebody called him with jack 10 of hearts. We discussed this hand already. This is very similar spot. You're stuck with a combo draw that you called on the turn to river, and now it depends how capable is your opponent to have enough bluffs here. And flushy being a very good, Owen mentioned that he's one of the best, maybe, heads-up players. So if he is heads-up player, that means he naturally can find a ton of bluffs. And if you can find a ton of bluffs on this runout, especially like a 5, river, or a 4 river, 7 river, those are like all great cards to continue bluffing. And to have a lot of bluffs. So I'm not surprised that Linus called here. It could be a dynamic between them. And I'm really curious if flushy showed up here with whatever, with something like jack 10 or 3x of diamonds, or pocket trees, clear value. Okay, yeah. Like I said, turn is checking with sets, so 3s and 6s are most often sets. Queens are 3-betting pre-flop. So yeah, this is just a clear value, but it doesn't mean that that Linus played hand wrong in any way.
Smith
Absolutely.
in the chat said that Linus snapped the river, by the way, so he'd already made his decision.
Yeah, on the turn he knew that he's playing flushy and that any 5, 7, or 4 is pressing call, and this hand never falls. Linus, I love it. Again, low, mid stakes, depends who you're playing, if they will find all these bluffs there.
Yeah.
Double check raise line, it's usually perceived very strong.
Yeah, I think you can just overfold in most stakes.
Yep. I mean, when you have additional equity like a nut flush draw with a pair, you can't really. You can't. But
yeah, until the river. On the river.
But on the river, yeah, you can.
Look at this.
Find.
Live 3-bet pots. Oh, it's not show table though. I always get my hopes up. I'm like, oh my god, Davy against Linus, let's go. But then we might not see at all.
By the way, did you bring Owen to a call? I saw him.
Yeah, he might come check in with us.
Nice.
I think he's winding down after his session right now.
I see Kevin Packer is like open sitting all the tables. It's crazy.
Yeah, I think some table was about to close. And they said something, and he said like, wait, let me read. It's on the other table. He said, I like keep, go more tables. And then Flushy wrote can't, and he wrote more tables. A machine, man. Ooh, Davy fires small on the river. He blocks.
Action.
Sorry?
I missed the turn action.
Did you see
lost action turn?
Ivica?
Please repeat the hand.
What was the turn here? I didn't quite see. Oh, I think he might have been check, right?
Yeah, I think check, right? Because like Linus C-bet 1/3 on the flop, and then I think it was check. Yeah.
Yeah, you need to have a leading range on the river. Yeah.
I'll pull it.
And
up.
I like this bluff.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. And this bluff catch is so nice. Blocking flushes, calling with ace high. Yeah, that makes sense.
It's a 3-bet pot, blind versus blind, and then Linus continues small, gets called, turn checks around, and then on the river, Davy blocks, and Linus looks him up with the ace queen, and actually the ace queen is good. Oh my goodness. In fact, that's not a hand you would ever see in lower stakes. Yo, is that Prodigy?
Hello.
How's it going, sir?
All right. Jeez. I mean, not really. I played like shit today, but whatever.
How come? Did you feel tired or something?
Yeah, I don't know. I've just felt really bad the last couple of days, but I feel like I'm like very slightly ill, but not that bad. But I don't know. I haven't played for like 4 or 5 days, and I was like, I forced myself to play today. Just it's like the leads are getting impossible to like. I just like wake up, look at it, I'm like, oh, I don't feel like playing. And then it gets like 50k bigger, so I was like, I'll force myself to play, and that wasn't the best idea, but whatever.
It's tough, like such a long. I mean, it's 4 weeks, right? Like, I wonder how some of these guys do it. Like, how much attention to like nutrition, sleep they put into it. But it's like it's a bit of a marathon for sure.
Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, I kind of like done it to myself a bit as well. I was like going out a bit earlier. So I was like, yeah, I was going out at the start, and like, so I started tired, like, just, not really been paying attention to it, not being very professional about the whole thing.
Yeah.
But we're doing all right.
Do you feel like there were a couple players talking about FOMO before? I think maybe you were one of them. About like even though the challenge was starting or like not even nearing the end yet, like players. Some might have been thinking about like how when this is over, like you're gonna miss it. So I guess that's part of what made you want to play too. Like you're realizing that once this is gone, like there'll be just the normal games.
I mean, yeah, it's also like I don't know. I mean, it's like I felt like I was I almost felt sharp enough to make good plays, and it's like you can kind of trick yourself. Like I thought I was sort of being smart, and then I'd get to a river, and I'd just be like, "What the fuck am I doing?" Like, why did she put me all in? Stop! And like, I could just feel the lack of thought process when it got really complicated. But it's like you can trick yourself because it's early on in the hand. I can sort of autopilot it, and then it's only when it gets to the end of the hand where I'm just like, shit, I'm like, I'm really improvising right now.
By the way, I ordered a book that I heard somebody say you recommended about like a table tennis player, I think it is.
Oh yeah, Bounce by Matthew Syed.
Yeah, I just got it, so I'm looking forward to start it. I forgot who brought this up, but they said that you mentioned that book specifically, so I just got it.
Yeah, that one's very good. For philosophy of learning. Although to be fair, I haven't read many other books on philosophy of learning and all that, or like the science of learning, I guess, more than the philosophy. So, I mean, I say that one's very good, but I don't have much of a comparison. But it's very helpful to me.
Well, that's enough for most of us to order it and read it.
Yeah, I should get an affiliate link.
Yeah, for sure. If it's you have any questions?
Just two thoughts. Owen, bro, how are you? I hope. I'm not happy when I hear you're feeling sickish and hangover and everything.
Yeah. I mean, I did it to myself a little bit. Although, well, a few days ago, I thought I did it to myself, and now it's like I'm still feeling like shit, and I'm just like, what's going on? But yeah, other than that, life's good. So yeah, how you doing, man?
I'm good. I'm playing these straddle anti games. It's a wild ride playing on Asian apps. I'm sure you know how Asian apps crazy it can get. I had a guy open first position. I 3-bet him ace king off, and by the end of the hand, the guy showed up with 3 deuce off. and of course he won the hand because the board paired up. I ended up calling him. It was a flush run out, and I had a blocker for flush, obviously. And it was a top pair, top kicker with a flush blocker. I basically ended up bet calling his check jam on the river. And he showed up with 3 deuce off on a flush run out. He just jammed the trips, and I was like, wait, what's happening here?
People are allowed to play badly.
No, he played great. I sucked, He won the hand. What are you talking about? That's a great play. It's such a disguised hand. You open 3 deuce off from first position. You bet to 3-bet. Like, nobody expects you to show up with 3x, such a wide 3x on the river, So, yeah. One thing I wanted to ask you, did you check when we were discussing your hand versus Flushy? You had a great hand. I believe it was versus Hijack. You had Queen 10 off versus to jam the river.
So
how did you feel about that hand? That's what I wanted to ask you. Like, are you happy with the play?
That one's very well played, in my opinion. That's not one of the ones I had a problem with. I think that one I was very aware of, like, how the strap was going to play. Like, I knew I needed to bluff. I was very happy with the amount I bluffed. I was like, okay, yeah, plugging to Flushy, so there's a chance he sniffs something out. But I kind of felt I felt very comfortable with that one. Like that one I got stacked, and I was immediately just like, whatever. This just has to happen sometimes. Otherwise, you getting stacked bluffing, running into the nuts is no big deal.
Yeah, I wasn't worried about your bluff. I was more interested what you thought his thresholds are there for value and bluff. Like, that's me.
Pretty big hand on the stream, actually. But we can talk about that in a sec. I just saw a very big hand, Flushy versus Linus.
On show one? On the left table?
Yeah, so Flushy 3-bet. And goes small. Linus calls. Yeah, you've got it on the stream.
Wait, I can't.
Flushy versus Linus.
How long ago was it? Just now?
Dude, you've got it on the stream.
That's the one?
Yeah, you put the right hand up.
Okay. I assume it was a big hand, and then I'm like, I see a small pot. I'm like, what?
But did line it where?
Oh, that's not the one, I think.
It's 36k. What? How big a game do you play on?
No. Wait, but like, wait, do you have delay maybe? Like the pot I'm looking at right now on the stream is. Oh, you mean the hand live?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Wait, what's it on? What? Give me my hand back.
I still have no clue what hand you're talking about.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure it out. Because the live hand is only 3.4.
Oh, wait. Was I behind? I've always been behind. It was like ace jack versus 10-8 or something.
Okay, yeah. The ace jack of hearts versus 10-8 of cards. Yeah,
Yeah,
I remember that.
Oh yeah, you must be. That was like ages ago.
That was a block bet river jam, and he called after he blocked.
I thought it was live. I don't think that the stream. I might have been a few minutes behind.
Okay, let me refine it. Give me a sec.
Yeah, we had your hand. What I was wondering about Flash's approach, he went 150% over bet river, and like what kind of value threshold do you think he does there, and what are his bluff candidates? Does he ever bluff like queen 10 there, or he would rather bluff under pairs?
Yeah, I mean he'll have like under pairs, like like jack 9, 10-9, whatever. Yeah, I mean it's kind of a like I think his value threshold is going to be like ace queen plus. Because I can have ace queen, I can have ace king as well in the big blind there.
Interesting. Versus hijack, right?
Yeah.
Oh my God, Kevin! Look at this.
Ace king.
Look at this jam from Kevin.
Kevin's just jammed over flushy.
26k.
Flush or nothing, huh?
He's so sick.
Yeah, classic.
All day. Oh my God. Yes, sevens. He's a sicko. Oh my God.
Oh
man, Kevin's such a psychopath.
He's a hero, bro.
There
was like ace and king of spades, right? On that run out. So
yeah,
the flush options are more minimized, and he's just using blockers like crazy.
I mean, like every flush is going to call you there.
Of course.
So it's like every spade is similar. I mean, not the same, because you can block a few more with a slightly higher spade. But yeah, no, still pretty gangster there. Well played, KP.
Yeah, and that's for 200 BB effective, like river jam.
Yeah,
right? That could be a
bit more, yeah, as well. Did you want to do the flushy Linus hand that you were talking about? I did find it.
I was just wondering, what was the river action here? What's the river action?
Yeah, let's see.
It was a block bet facing a jam, and he called it off after
he called off the jam with it. I mean,
yeah, I was surprised because
yeah, this is why I saw this. I was like, I thought Flushy shoved as a bluff. That was my
No, yeah, he bet.
It was a block bet river.
Okay, so he half off the turn and then blocks the river. Yeah, I guess. I mean,
like what's blocking him there? He's blocking busted flush draws. He's maybe blocking ace 9.
It's sort of interesting because, like, weirdly enough, I actually think the nut flush blocker might not actually be great here.
Me too.
Because I think you try not to bluff in the small size with like the ace of hearts, and so Linus raises some ace of hearts combos as a bluff.
Yes.
And so then this might not actually be great. Like I think Linus raises like ace 10 of hearts here, maybe.
Good blockers for 9x and busted.
Yeah, it's hard to block the 9x actually. Well, the thing is, yeah, I don't know. I mean, you kind of want to unblock what they're bet folding. I don't think Flushy's very often going to have a 9 in this size. I think his traps are going to be a bit stronger. I think if he had a 9, he might just bet bigger. Like, not necessarily, but I think Yeah, I do. I mean, like a very natural trap in this line would be pocket jacks. So then having a hand like Jack 10 would be pretty nice.
Yeah, and he might even do a block with pocket nines and some other boats to balance this out, right? He's not going to always.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's quite interesting that he decides to flick in the call here. I wonder what exactly made him do it.
Maybe he thinks Linus is turning 5x into a bluff or something along those lines, or 7-8-8, 7-6, 8-6, 7-6, those kind of.
I mean, also being deeper, there's a bit more fast playing with trips early on in the hand, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, it's quite interesting. Maybe he just RNG'd. I don't like the thing about flushy hands though is I don't think he does that too often. So usually when he flicks in one of these calls, I'm trying to get to the bottom of like why exactly he called. Because I think he's much more likely to make an actual decision. Kind of interesting hand though. What I'm saying, Kevin is rich, sick at poker, and good looking. I hate him.
Those feel like that.
Very jealous, man.
I feel like he was actually not having a great day. Like I saw him lose a lot of big hands, and then I look at the VIP game, and he's got the biggest stack at the table with 52K. And there was a hand earlier, by the way, that had like a 5-bet, or I don't know, like it was insane. It was like raise, 3-bet, 4-bet, 5-bet, and then somehow BJP coin folded and Kevin had aces.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Kevin, sorry, I'm so checked out. I had none of that. I'm not gonna lie. I tried to like black my way through it, and I was like, I got nothing. The brain fog is so real. Brain fog is so real. Good. And then I was like sitting there at the end, just like I'm fighting myself to like try and make myself play good, and I was just like looking at the tables, and I was just like, what am I fucking doing? Like I was like looking around, like there's it's like it's not even that the tables are like kind of bad. It was like Linus, KP, Davy. Linus, KP, Davy, Flushy.
Flushy, yeah.
It's like all the goats. All the goats with the champ.
Freak deck.
Dude, do you know how hard it is for my ego to just be like, oh, now's not the time. I was like, no, you can get it. Like, force yourself to think. And then I was just sitting there, just like, it's not how it fucking works, man.
It's not really ego though. I think like you're pretty realistic. Like if you don't feel well, you're not playing your A game, right?
Yeah, I know, but like that, like the ego is not a very reasonable part of you. It's quite infamously unreasonable, right?
Yeah.
So talking to that guy is a bit different. It's like the rational part of my brain knows that I should just rest up and they'll still be there tomorrow. They'll be there forever. I can play that game 500 whenever the fuck I want. That's 365 days a year.
Yeah, exactly. So having said that, do you think you can stage a comeback? Like, how far are you from comeback? How many binds right now?
I'm not sure. God, I mean, I was up like 7.5 before today. I'm not sure exactly what happened with the EV. I think I lost around 15K in actual money today. I'm not sure how it was with EV. So let's say I'm up 6 binds. Let's say it's roughly that. That's still pretty far off. I'm going to give it a go. The way I was thinking about it to myself was I was just like, I'm just going to like see if I can outpace them, even if I can't catch them, you know?
Nice.
I'll just see if I can like, I'll see if I can do something because, it is kind of fun. Also that, there's prizes for all of the top 5. So I do have like a fifth or like fifth place to fight for. Yeah, I'm looking at this though. There's like a 50K gap to start the day between me and Limmy. So those guys are kind of pulling away, but like that's definitely doable. I could have like 1 or 2 good days, and then I would be like firmly within like the prizes. So I reckon I'm going to go for that.
What's the most hands you've played in a day so far?
Like 3K maybe.
3K? That's half what Kevin has played the most. Isn't that crazy? He played 6K hands in a day.
The guy's 10 tabling, right? He's not table selecting. He's just opening.
Yeah, I think the thing is as well, like he's playing so many hands, but he's playing so aggressively and with so much confidence. You know, it's not like he's getting ground down. Like sometimes there are people who come in with a lot of energy, and then by the end of their sessions, I mean, you know, sometimes I'm guilty of this. If I play for like 12, 13 hours, I'm sitting there at the end just wanting to make hands more than playing good poker. And I need to whip myself back into shape.
You're pushing variants, I do this too.
The whole time.
Yeah.
I mean, because it's usually when you're in a session that long, it's often because you don't want to quit because the action's quite good. I mean, sometimes it's because of like ego heads up match or whatever that also has the same effect, but it's often because there's like a spot or something.
So who is Kevin's like worst opponent, worst matchup? Who did he lose the most money against?
Who? So Kevin.
Kevin is now leading, but who did he lose the most to? Limitless.
I would guess he's up the most off of Yassam, because I've often seen when Kevin's had a good day, Yassam's had a bad one. I just noticed that as a like pattern. I mean, probably Davy, right? Like the guy's won at 12 PV for like 23,000 hands. If you're going to be down to anyone whilst being up 350k, it's probably Davy on probability. This Biluzin guy's like making a bit of a run now. Don't know where he's come from.
Yeah, you gave a lot of credit to Davy last time, and now he is out there where you should be.
There is an article about this, by the way, on the websites.
Yeah, I read.
There is an article about this, like who's won the most against somebody else. So like some of the fun, some of the fun stats is like Davy's up. Or at the time, wait, when was it exactly?
Couple of days ago, last time
26. So it's
who's beating who? Oh my god, we're actually like this. This is actually a pretty good plug.
So Davy is up 70k against Linus and up 60k against Matt Marinelli. Kevin is up.
Rigged is down 40k to me. I feel like Rigged wins every pot against me. How did that
happen? Everyone is biased. So much biased.
That's so funny.
And that was before Linus started coming back. I guess he's losing to everyone. 50K.
It might be an EV actually, because like Rigged got it in with like 3% and chopped a few times against me. So like, and like you tend to remember that as if you like lost the pot, even though it's like that's fine.
Yeah, I saw this one.
So
Day 16. Yeah,
it's those stats. Yeah, just those stats. That's pretty cool though. So
I wonder if if there's like a chain where you can like rock paper scissors the whole thing.
Yeah, there must be.
Everyone beats everyone.
There must be for sure.
Okay. So Kevin's losing to Limitless. Davy's apparently losing to fucking no one because he just says Davy's up. Davy's up against.
That was before his downswing, I think, though. So it might have changed since then. He was up like 300k.
Davy's on the downswing.
He was on 300k initially.
Yeah. Okay.
He's back close to it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Lama was cooking Linus as well. 45k
yeah,
I reckon,
if I had to guess, I would say the person I'm down most to. Oh, actually. Oh, this is so hard. But it's like I wouldn't have guessed I was up 40k against Rigged. I must be down. I mean, I think I've got stacked by Davy twice. I won a decent pot against him today, though. I think not stacked by Davy twice. I think he stacked me 2 times more than the reverse. So he'd be my guess.
I remember last challenge you tangled a lot with Munez. How about in this one? Not as much, right?
Yeah, not really. I've just been playing less this time as well. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I was kind of like, I was kind of just winding up Munez. Basically, he was getting called out for being nitty, which was like
the biggest insult to a poker player.
Sorry?
The biggest insults to a poker player? Nobody likes being called an it.
Yeah. I mean, he kind of, he got me playing heads up recently, though. Fucked me up. So, yeah. He won the red line too, as well. So, I mean, we only played like 3 sessions or something, but
yeah.
I was like 100k below EV, and I still lost by quite a lot. So I was like, oh my god, fuck. I was like 150 or something, and I was 100k above EV, so I was like, okay, yeah, that's not.
Maybe you lit a fire in his belly last challenge by saying something about him. You know, like have you heard about UFC? Did you know this guy?
Yeah, like Conor McGregor.
Sorry.
Like Conor McGregor.
No. Israel Adesanya, like he fought against this guy, Alex Pereira, in kickboxing. And then Alex Pereira, he was thinking about switching to MMA. And then Israel Adesanya was like, because they were saying, you lost to this guy, like, I don't know, I think he was 2 times in kickboxing. And he was like, oh, this guy, he's just a guy that one day he'll be in a bar having a drink and he'll tell someone, oh, I used to beat that guy. Like, oh, I beat that guy in the tournament. And then Alex Pereira went to MMA, he beat everybody, and then he beat Israel Adesanya. And then people are like, I can't believe this guy ever said this. It's like the biggest mistake he ever made was to motivate this guy to go to MMA and mess him up and take his belt, you know?
The only motivation I get is Becky shit talking me, and I can't take that seriously. So
he needs to step up his game. Maybe Sakram can do that for you, motivate you.
I heard he's being very nice to me on the stream the other day.
I think he has, yeah. Within certain measure, of course, but I think he has.
Yeah, I heard he said I was innovative. I got people out there keeping tabs, making sure everyone's in line, that they're respecting the crown for like the week left that I have it.
Actually, so I feel like on stream he's always been quite pleasant. Like obviously, you know, like he's pretty straightforward with his opinions. But then I talked to him, I think it was earlier today or yesterday, and yeah, he was a lot more, you know, edgy. And then that's when he said, like, you see, I put an effort on the stream as to not say some of this stuff, and I was like, yeah, like for sure, some of this you probably can't say.
Yeah, I mean, he's pretty opinionated guy. I feel like at first it's kind of jarring, but then like you get used to it, and it's actually like quite refreshing to, you know, deal with someone who's just sort of like heart on their sleeve.
Yeah,
like, there's not very much subtext. He just says what he thinks.
Yeah. It's cool because he's honest about it. He was even saying at first, like when people would start playing, we start talking about poker, he would just like be looking to disagree, no matter what they said, even if they were right.
Yeah. He's very contrarian. Like I told him about. Like the thing is, he knows he's contrarian, and then sometimes I just like, I'm not even sure you actually disagree with me. I feel like you just feel compelled to. And he'd be like, no.
He still disagrees. You need to
you fall into my trap.
You need to do that line and say like, an idiot disagrees with me, and then he'd be like, yeah, I disagree. The classic trap. So it seems like the action is like really slowing down right now. It's mostly the VIP game that's still running.
Yeah. Okay. I'll come down. Yeah, I'll come down.
Delivery, yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna be like 2 minutes. Just gotta grab a sign.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
SFTB asked, why is Linus only playing show tables? I think Linus plays anything there is. I don't think he particularly tries to play show tables. And maybe it was like, actually right now, almost all tables broke. And the only 2 normal tables there is for the championship are both no show. And then there's the VIP game. So I don't think he tries to particularly play the show tables. What's up? Stuck in Micros. What are we eating, my guy? What did you order?
Eating. I was eating some pizza, and I just didn't want to bother you with my chewing noises.
Well, what kind of pizza did we get?
I ordered one with like how's it called? Like mozzarella, but with like the one from Buffalo, I guess it's in English. Yeah, Buffalo mozzarella.
Okay.
Yeah, so standard basic one, because at the moment I don't eat meat. I try to like wait until Christmas to eat meat again, because like I just sensed that I was eating a lot of meat almost every day, because like I'm eating a lot outside and also like delivery. And it's not that I don't like any other food, but it's like when I have to decide, I often take the option with meat. And then I said, okay, do you know what? Now I don't eat meat until Christmas. Yeah.
You know, I always thought that being vegan wouldn't be so hard for me, because like some things I don't have like super often, like red meat I don't eat very often. And then about a year and a half, 2 years ago, I dated a vegan. And then I was like, you know what? I'll try to be vegan for a while. Just like, do not have meat in front of someone that doesn't eat it.
Mm-hmm.
And after a week, I was like, I will never be vegan. It's like impossible. It's way too hard, dude. No way. Like,
I have to say, here in Germany, it's okay. Like you have almost at every restaurant a good option for vegan food, or vegetarian at least. But I was in Malta this earlier in September, and this was crazy because like I was there with a friend and my sister is also vegetarian, and literally like 50% of the restaurants we went to had like almost no vegetarian option, and I was quite like overwhelmed, because like I couldn't imagine that that so many restaurants did not offer vegetarian food. So that was quite surprising for me.
Yeah, some places are for sure harder than other with this.
Yeah, of course. So you have to look beforehand, right?
Yeah.
That's what we did. But when we looked, I was quite surprised that they had like often like a meat version and a seafood version. And if you were lucky, they had like some kind of pasta without meat, but often also the pasta contained meat in the pizza. So
Yeah.
It was quite difficult. What was quite difficult.
Wait, are these straddles, by the way, here? I think they're straddles. I don't even think this is a raise. I think this might have been straddle, double straddle. I didn't quite see how quickly it got posted, but yeah, they've been talking a bunch about the straddle. And BJP, by the way, left. So it's just those guys left now. Yeah, 5K in the pot on the flop. 40% bets on 10-3 deuce. There would be 9K in the pot if Barak was to call and rigged as 17K behind. There it is. King of spades on the turn. Rigged first to act. All right, he does go for the bet, gets a fold through, and it was ace jack. Wow, that's pretty sick. Not what I expected. Oh no, it was a raise actually by Barak. Okay, so the Xiaojun was a straddle. Barak opens, and then rigged 3-bet small blind versus cutoff ace jack of suits. Barak calls 10-3 deuce, 40% call, king on the turn. I guess seeing that he 3-bets, he knows it's a better card for his range, and he has the gut shot. Is that what's happening here? Ivica? Anyone?
Can you run through the hand again, please?
Yeah, he 3-bet small blind against cutoff.
Okay.
And then he bet 40% on the flop, then 3 deuce rainbow, and then king on the turn.
He starts to polarize or depolarize, small size or big size?
He bet 36.5.
Yeah, so he's value betting still queens, jacks, and 10x. So depolarized, okay. And then
The bag just folded, but it's ace jack off.
He folded ace jack off.
No,
yeah,
rigged as ace jack off.
Yeah, that's standard.
Okay.
Because when you bet a small size on this 10 high flop, you are expecting in position player to continue with overcards as well, right? not just 10x, 3x, deuce x, low pocket pairs and stuff like that. You're going to have a lot of ace high continues, and those ace high continues are going to be ace jack, ace queen, such hands. And you will of course have ace 4, ace 5 suited and such, 5 6, 5 4, all this stuff. So on the turn, out of position player is obviously doing this with his 10x and over pairs and over cards, etc. Exactly like ace queen, ace jack type of hand. So when you depolarize with a smaller size, that allows you to introduce a lot more draws in your betting range. And the reason why Rick Deck does this is because I was only 17. Barak doesn't have a whole bunch of kings that call this flop. He will have way more ace highs than king highs that call this flop.
Yeah.
So, ace jack, ace queen are going to continue a lot more than random king x suited hand.
If he gets called on the turn, do you think he's like on a blank river? The plan is to keep going?
Rick Deck for sure, because his hand blocks king jack, blocks jack 10, blocks ace 10, and he unblocks the flush draws, which is really important when you do this. Opponent can call with a lot of ace high flush draws and then miss them on the river, and when you 3-barrel, you deny in position player Barak to bluff you with ace 4, ace 5 of spades, to bluff you off your ace jack, ace queen. So
look at this, by the way, another one that they're re-raising each other. Don't stop over there.
Yeah, it's a BP game, 7 deuce game with ante straddle, just to push action. It's nice. I like it.
Yeah, SPR is so low when the actions like this pre-flop. We do see a quarter pot size bets from Barak here. And we had the ace deuce of clubs. Damn, these guys came to play.
Mm-hmm.
So it's open raise from Barak, 3-bet from Flushy. And he 4-bets to 5k. It's crazy. It plays so big with the ante plus straddle, like 9-9-8 flop, and he continues quarter and Flushy just folds. And that's pretty much what you want to see if you have ace deuce of clubs here. It's a fold immediately. Yeah, they're just doing the mandatory straddle, I think, every hands. It's funny if you're Chow Jun, like you have the smallest stack. Suddenly you have a lot less big blinds. $75 to be more precise. So your grind has slowed down, by the way, now, Ivica?
I just made a decision that I will not play any more 12-hour days, but likely 7 to 8 hours, because I want to have more time to study.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds pretty good, to be honest. You shouldn't be playing that long.
Yeah, that sounds healthy.
I only made this decision because the organization in the club, they changed the way that they count the time when you play and everything else, I would still be doing 12-hour days. I don't have problem sitting down and playing 12 hours straight poker. I'm used to this with spins and sit and goes and everything. But they simply changed the way that they count the time at the tables. Before it used to be when you get a login, now it's like only the time you spend at actual tables. And the organization doesn't work 24 hours. If they work 24 hours, again, I would continue playing 12 hours a day. But the problem is they have a limited time window that they organize the club games, and they're in different time zone. So for me, it's physically impossible to put 12 hours at the tables, because it takes time for them to start a table. The game finishes, somebody else is taking some other table. You need to wait for your own table to open so you can sit and all this stuff. So this is why I made the decision that it's just minus EV for me to push 12, 13 hours grinds, when in fact they changed the rules, and it's impossible. And money wise, I gave up like whatever, 40% of income I gave up by giving up only to play like 7-8 hours instead of 12. But I will have time to do GTO drills and to study spots that I want to get better at, and use that time for some other life stuff,
Yeah.
like go back to gym or cook food and watch Partizan Belgrade games, or just like have more time for what we are doing now,
Yeah.
because I don't need to start anymore 5 a.m. to grind. I can start tomorrow at 9 a.m. if I want, or 8, or whenever. I can organize my day differently now, so that's the biggest win.
We got Slum Diggity, by the way, joining the other table there. Much to the delight of Kevin, who's keeps telling people to do more tables.
Yeah, right. It's
Sicko.
crazy.
We have a hand for Owen probably.
But
Let's see how it plays out.
Let's see what's happening.
Yeah, big pot, and now river jam on a blank. Flush or blockers. King queen off with a king of diamonds, queen of diamonds. Probably.
Boom. Pretty quick call by Riggs. And I think you guys will understand why. Yeah, it seems like the hands.
A jack. I was expecting he goes thinner there. Yeah.
They both had very strong hands. Owen, you're probably chewing food right now, but any takes on what we just saw here? The straddle is always on, by the way.
Right, and it's the 70s bounty table, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just saw that like 7 Deuce got there on river.
Maybe quite sick.
Yeah, I mean, it makes it really bad for you to jam thin though. Like so many of your bluffs are the 7 Deuce. Wait. What happened? Is it 4-bet pot?
It's the full backdoor. No, because there's the straddle. Flushy is the straddle. Rigged opens cutoff.
But how did Rig go?
Oh no, never mind. He did straddle.
Yeah. It's a 4-bet pot.
So it's 1.5k, then 4.2 by rigged. Ace Jack 4. He bets small.
Okay. Yeah. Much more down to go broke here. I thought Kevin 3-bet and then got in Ace Jack like super deep here.
No.
But no, this is pretty standard.
He's 7 Deuce over there for the backdoor. The backdoor 2
like, I don't think it makes a difference too much for the guy calling the 4-bet. Like maybe he has a 7 Deuce in there occasionally, but I think most people would just wave the white flag once you get 4-bet with it, or they might 5-bet it. But I don't think most people are going to play 7 Deuce by calling it.
Yeah.
So I don't think it really matters that it got there. So I thought it was like 3-bet pot, and Kevin just gets in a bunch of big blinds, kind of on the thin side when his main bluff hit 2-pair, and I was like, maybe that's not the best. But this way's completely fine.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you, Owen. It seems like a regular hand because it's 4-bet pot.
Yeah.
And Rig Jack protecting his turn check range. I love it. Would play by him.
Owen, I was asking me a question. Like on this level of play, do you think like players still like reach a certain level in their gameplay? And if so, which player would you think has improved the most since the last Cash Game World Championship?
Who's improved the most? Might say Munez. Genuinely might be Munez.
The redemption arc.
He's got a lot better this last year. He's been battling the whole year. That's the thing. A lot of people have kind of not been playing so much. Munoz has been playing a lot of in some very tough games. He's been playing a lot of heads up, a lot of 300 reg battles. So he might be my pick. I wonder if there's anyone else I'm forgetting. Yeah, I mean, he's got a lot harder to deal with. It used to be I mean, yeah, without wanting to go too much into it, I think my game plan against Munoz used to be very easy to summarize. And I think nowadays, there was a period in the middle where I definitely hadn't realized he'd improved, and I was way oversimplifying things, and I got owned in quite a few spots.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think he's playing very well. Is there anyone else?
Oh, hi, Mark. Hi, Mark.
Hi, man. to improve, it's like iron sharpens iron, and Lord of the Bomb Hunters hasn't tasted any iron. Health's playing well. Also the thing is, it's someone who's playing well who I don't think played so well last year. That's the thing. It's like who's got a lot better.
I can bring up the leaderboard after this hand. We do have an all-in. Oh my! Wait, King Deuce. Wait, what? How did King Deuce get in there?
I guess we're glimped, but I'm not sure.
So he's in the straddle and no rigged raise.
What the fuck happened? Oh, so he raises and he defends King Deuce. That's a very wide defend.
Wow.
And he does 3x. That's quite wide. Oh no, there's a 2 big blind ante actually. I'm full of shit. This is a very normal defend.
Not so wide when you hit trips, when you flop trips.
Yeah. I forgot there's an ante as well. So yeah.
What a turn as well. Oh my god. The river? Not like the river's top 2 against flop trips. And Rig loses 15k on this.
I mean, sure, he rivers top 2. I'm not sure this is a better catcher than Ace King. In fact, I think it's a worse one. Maybe Ace Queen is the better one. The most obvious bluff when you're Shaojin here is Jack 5. That's the most obvious hand to ship it with.
Yeah. Is having clubs decent though? Or does it matter at all?
Not really. Clubs are probably pretty bad ones to have. You don't block any combos of trips with clubs.
Yeah.
Or boats even. But you still block some Jack 5 combos. Yeah, I think you'd rather call Ace Queen than this, definitely. Ace King's a bit interesting because imposition's probably going to bluff sometimes with King 5.
Yeah. In the chat, HDP asked, Owen, when you used to sow theory heavy reg battles, do you think you have to control your instincts when you play with recreationals or low stakes recreational fun games?
Yeah, no, definitely. I think, especially when I was first playing in live private games, sometimes I talk to someone about a hand history afterwards, and they just be like, "What the fuck, dude? This guy didn't have any of those thoughts in this hand." I'd be like, "What? Surely." Yeah. I remember there was some spot where I was repping. I slow played a flush, and I was just thinking, oh yeah, it's so hard for him to have a flush blocker. And then if he does have a flush blocker, he probably thinks it blocks my bluffs here because I'm only likely to bluff with the nut flush blocker. So I'll bluff with this random low pocket pair. And then the guy just shows me nut flush blocker size and goes, cool. And I was just fuck. So yeah, you can kind of get I kind of got into the ways. Oh, KP's saying, hey man. Hello.
Hello, hi.
There we go.
What's up?
Hi, I'm looking for my AirPods. 1 second.
And
I'm in a 4-bet pot with Rick.
Okay,
What a timing. Been looking forward to get Kevin on there, but unfortunately he never stops playing, so it's kind of hard to find a time, but apparently while he's playing is the option. Looks like Barak and Xiaoju not done as well.
Everybody waiting on that showdown. This format.
Hey, aces against ace five. That's allowed.
Yeah.
All right, Kevin, nice to have you back.
Okay, last hand.
All right. All right, we'll let you focus then. For a second.
Let me see.
We got all the fans popping off in the chat. Oh my God, Kevin, you're so handsome. Hello. In my opinion, the best and most competitive player. So sick.
It's true. They are saying that. Yeah.
Hey, where are you guys? Like, where were you guys? Don't write this when Owen joins. God damn. It's messed up.
What the fuck, Jon?
I mean, I'm scolding them. You know, they just get hyped for Kevin. All right, Kevin, how's it been? I see you're muted, by the way. Maybe sorting out or something. But what did you order, by the way, Owen?
Some Nando's.
Oh my God, I love Nando's.
It's so good. Every other country in the world is missing out that they don't have Nando's. I feel so bad for them.
You know they have it in Dubai because there's so many Brits.
They actually?
Yeah, they do. It's sick.
I think that's the only country other than the UK.
They need to have it everywhere. All right, Kevin, are you there?
Hi guys. Hi.
Hey, hey.
Do you guys hear me loud and clear?
Yeah, all good. Much better than during the first Cash Game World Championship, in fact.
Yeah, I upgraded my my microphone, I guess.
Nice.
No, I have AirPods now. Yeah, works.
So how's it been? How's been your experience since it's the first time we have you on?
Oh my God, it's been a lot of fun. I really enjoy playing and the battle and competing against everyone. And I find that I play long sessions and I enjoy riding the variants and swinging and battling. It's been a lot of fun and so far so good. So I'm happy.
Do you know how you're doing today specifically?
I just checked. I think I lost like 20K of my balance, but I won in the. At the end, I lost a bit back in the fifth game, but I think I lost a little bit. Don't know
EV
about EV,
oh yeah, in EV it's hard to tell.
In money, I lost like 20K.
Yeah. And I believe we have Rigged Deck, the legends, joining us as well. How's
Hey,
it doing?
Hello, guys. Hello, guys. How's it going?
Hi, bro. Great to hear you again.
You guys too. Hold on. I'm gonna quit a heads up versus Xiaoju. I'm just trying to think what to do here on the river. Okay, good. Got it.
The 6-8. That's really the last hand is so mad right now.
Classic. I made an incorrect fold with aces in the hand before he shows me the 4 deuce.
Yeah, that was. So how's it been for you, Rigged? A much more difficult grind than Kevin's.
I wouldn't say that. It's just it's a different experience each year.
Yeah.
I think there's what's that say? What's that saying called? The smooth seas never built the strong sailorman.
Yeah.
I love that.
Kevin must be
Even sometimes create the seas by yourself and make it difficult for yourself. It still counts towards the experience. That's what I think.
Tough times build tough men, right?
Times build tough men indeed.
Impressively positive.
Is
Man.
Kevin on call?
Yes, I'm here. Hi, Ray.
Pleasure to hear you, man. Finally.
Would you say you're feeling?
I'm good. How are you? It's been fun battling and chatting with you on the tables. I caught myself laughing a few times, making comments and you making comments. It was fun.
Yeah.
He's a salty cunt. Oh no, playing with you has always been so much fun because you're always up to start tables, regardless of lineups. I think it's great for competition. There's no hiding.
No, for sure not. No.
I feel like such a nit playing my 4 tables, and then I'm looking at Kevin begging for more, and he's already got like 8 open. He's like, "Come on, one more," and I'm like, "No."
Yeah. I find like I get into like a flow state when I play a lot of tables, and like having that constant decision making process that really helps me by staying focused and staying disciplined. Because when I play less tables, I find that I get distracted or not playing optimally or like not disciplined enough. When I have the constant action, constant decisions, then I'm really in the zone.
Yeah. I mean, I relate, but for me, that's like going from like playing 4 to 2, not going from like 8 to 4.
Yeah.
Kevin, how do you take it when I know that flow state you're talking about because I occasionally feel it too. But what happens? Let's say you have that flow state, and then 10 minutes pass by, then you just lose 4 stacks. Does it ever get interrupted for you just because like you've lost a few stacks?
Well, in my game, it's all about winning and losing stacks. And so so I'm pretty used to losing stacks, and it doesn't affect me that much. So the thing is, the only thing what tilts me if I make a bluff, for example, and I got like a huge overcall or and then I'm like tilted myself that I was not paying didn't recognize the spot that I should underbluff this or whatever, so that's the only time I get like tilted a bit. But if I agree with my combo and I get called by also a good bluff catcher, I just move on, and there's nothing that there's nothing to worry or something.
So how did you feel about bluffing into Cootie's King 5 of spades today?
What was that?
The 18 board where he called you down with King 5 and you have Jack 10.
I had Jack 10.
Single raise pot, you go bet jam for like 3 or 4x pot or something on the river.
At King 9? Did that hand or
no? You have Jack 10.
No, Jack 10, Jack of Hearts.
Jack 10, Jack of Hearts.
It's like Ace King 6 3. So it's like I think it's Ace King 3
against Enlight. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So that's
that was a bit tilting, but I mean, I hope he makes that call 100 times. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is about when you're playing Russians, you just get range called a lot more than usual.
Yeah, 100%. Kevin, as soon as you showed that stack in there, my friend was spectating me, and I was like Kevin's stack is gone. It's gone.
Yeah, he was waiting for that moment to calm me down, and this was his moment. Okay. Good for him.
I'm pretty sure he rolled. I mean,
there was I can't remember that. There was some hand where someone was showing you someone like made some range call into you. I think it was like the one where like Llama had the king queen against your ace of diamonds.
I remember that.
Oh yeah. That one was also pretty sick.
Just like, oh man, like someone fighting. They're just like, oh, someone standing up to Kevin, and I was just like, yeah, he won like 100 and something K that day. I think a lot of standing up to Kevin gets expensive as well. Like, there's like, you can range call and sometimes it'll feel good, but sometimes that's like 10, 20K into the abyss. So, yeah, I think that's, like just having the peace to be like, oh, they're allowed to have their range calls, they're allowed to have their fun and roll the dice, but just keep the aggression coming. Yeah. So I noticed as well that there's like sometimes there are some people who it's like once they've pulled the trigger and they need, like, if it doesn't go well, they need to like psych themselves up a bit. I feel like in this like event especially, there's like very little of that going on. Like it's a lot of like it's just like you can't just be like, oh, someone's run their bluff for the day and now they're going to try and like sit there because like getting used to playing live games. If someone gets caught bluffing, they're like, oh, like and now I've got to like cash in on it. And then like everyone else in this event is like, okay, I've got like 3 more stacks to bluff off to get back to even by redlining people rather than just trying to hit hands. Which makes it like so much fun.
The only thing was like a bit paranoid about when you play like 8 tables at the same time, if I gave timing tells away in certain hands, because people like really overcalled me in some spots. So I was like, maybe did I give something away with my timing or something like that? But I don't know.
I think we can all relate to the paranoia of that for sure.
Yeah,
there's mental edge to calling ridiculous hands. You've got like, it might be minus EV in theory, but like add in the EV that the other person's going to be like thinking about it for at least the next 5 minutes if it goes well. You got to consider these things.
Yeah, like snap calling with a bad bluff catcher. Also, your comment in the chat that was also funny. That made me laugh as well. Well, like you mentioned, like that Zos was snap calling with bad catchers. That's funny.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like the atmosphere is like really good in this. I feel like, I mean, I especially I like winding up Zaz as well. Like when I call him and just being like, why you fold? I haven't bluffed you forever, and he's just sitting there like second set. Like, it's like, yeah, mental edge. But
how did you check that one on the river?
Sorry,
how did you not check that one on the river?
What, the aces?
Yeah, the aces.
I mean, Russian, show me what you call.
Oh, well.
Interesting. Okay.
What do you think about your call with your 10-8 offsuit?
Oh, it might be terrible. I was thinking about. I was like, I'm showing a lot of trust in you to be good at poker here, but I know you are, so I'm fine. Like, but I was just sitting there like, God.
Yeah, I think like even me turning over King 9, I think your hand maybe still fold. Or like that's my range.
Maybe he bluff with an 8 here. I was like, does he bluff with an 8? Maybe.
Oh no, I would not bluff with the 8. I beat Ace Jack.
Okay, good, because I decided you wouldn't bluff with an 8, and then decided it wasn't blocking any bluffs. But I don't know.
Yeah,
it's like,
and you don't really block my flop value like 7s, 4s.
Which, I mean, it's hard on a board like that where I have so little of everything to then fold probably the strongest hand I rivet, even though it's linear. But like, I mean, that's also kind of fish talk. Like, I'm just behind the bluffs. I was just sitting there like, like it's a real fucking punching bag spot though for you. I just have nothing.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah,
And I was like,
you have to call your best bluff catchers. I think you have better ones, but yeah.
There's one thing more expensive than making bad calls against you, and I think it's probably range folding to you. So, so I was like, well, I'm gonna have to flick in some stuff. But you could see immediately that I wasn't happy. Like, I typed IR in the chat like instantly. Like when I ripped that, I was like, please bet 75% pot, bet a normal size, please. Like,
yeah.
I was like, no, the jam is coming, it's coming, and I'm so fucked in terms of my range. But I was like, So I don't know. I mean, yeah, you're like, you're too good to get the range fouled, unlucky.
Yeah.
I would have folded to rigged, but not
Maybe
to
if you always call 10-8, I should not bluff King 9. Maybe then, yeah.
I mean, maybe I have lots of other hands. Like I don't really have much though. Like Queen 10 is often check raising the turn. I really don't have that many good hands. I think. I mean,
Queen 10, Queen 7, Queen 4, 10-4.
Yeah, I think Queen 10 is often going to check raise the turn, and then Queen 7's like 2 combos.
10-4, Queen 4. Yeah.
I mean, those like 10-4 again is like 2 combos. Like 10-7 mostly check raising flop, or like at least half, and it's only suited as well. It's only like that's what I was like. It's the exact board where I have I have nothing. It's gapped so awkwardly, so I have no 2-pairs. So I was like, okay, I can't be too picky about what I call here, I think. And then I got flashbacks to I've seen some absurd merges go on, and I was like, oh fuck, if I just make the purpose blocker calls and then get owned by some random shove by Queen Jack, that'll just make me cry. So I was like, need to do some linear calling as well, and I don't think I have that many linear hands. But yeah, I saw Llama make one of those against Miro, actually. I think they shoved aces on King Queen something, and you called down King Jack for 3x pot.
I remember that one.
Yeah. So I was thinking about that.
Llama loves going for these. Llama loves going for these. It's almost like I know it's not the intention of it, but it's almost because I know how he thinks. He wants to make these plays where when you call and you find out you're wrong, you feel sick to your stomach.
Yeah, that one I actually kind of think that was actually what he was cooking. There are definitely ones in the past where he's jammed something as a bluff and then got called by worse and claimed it was a sick merge. That one I was thinking about. I actually kind of just believe it was a sick merge. I actually think it's just, I don't know. I'm kind of a believer. When he's repping ace jack, jack 9 and queens for value, are you going to really call King 10 before Queen Jack there? Not really. Or King Jack, you're going to call those ones first. But yeah.
I mean, in all honesty, I probably was not folding King 10 in that spot, but I see what you're saying for sure.
Obviously, this is the thing. When you do all these delicate merges, you can just get fucked by someone calling very linearly. So I don't know. But it's also it's easy to go too far one way or the other.
Yeah, I think in that hand in particular, he was probably also thinking I fast play King 10 quite a fair bit on an earlier street, and so I'm basically only ever left with King Queen.
Surely not. He went. King 10 can't be check raising the turn. It was King Queen on the flop, right? And you were against under the gun.
It was King 10. It was King 10 low turn.
Oh, right. Okay.
River Queen. Yeah.
Still maybe fold the King Queen or whatever, because King Queen is behind what he shuts. Or top and bottom, whatever top and bottom was on that board.
I forgot, to be honest. I felt a little sick after that for sure. I hated that showdown. And he tanked a little bit before he jammed, and I was like, it was kind of weird. It makes sense why he tanked because it was thin.
It's a pretty creative hand, honestly.
Max credit to him. Well played. He actually played it really well.
Shocking.
No, not really.
Yeah.
Kevin, who do you find tough to play in this challenge? That's what I want to know.
Who I find tough to play against?
Yes.
Well, I think I think Owen mentioned it before. I think Muniz really improved. I think he plays very well. And his style is also he's waiting for me to bluff, and then he's gonna call. And I'm stupid enough sometimes to make the bluff, even So
Yeah.
Same. I can relate.
I have to be really aware that to know my frequencies and then because he's and what else I don't know well JSM is a bit of the same, like also waiting for me to bluff, and so these guys that are like not that aggressive themselves and like protect their range very well. I think that's most difficult for me, but
It does mean you get to have all the fun though. It takes a lot of discipline to play like that. I mean, sure, it like works out for them sometimes, but like, you know, just being like playing like the passive side of poker is less fun. You get to have way more fun if you're the guy shoveling in the stack than if you're the guy like trying to, trying to pick your spot to go.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
I didn't think that would be a hard sell with you. I thought I was preaching to the choir there.
Kevin, there was a news that was posted on the 26th that talked about who was up the most against who. And in this, it said you were up 50K against Flushy, 70K against Duckaroos, but you were down 50K to Limitless. So how about facing the legend?
Yeah, well, he probably just run good against me.
I was wondering how blunt he was going to be. That's funny. Poor Limmy.
Limitless getting cooked on the stream. He did well though, right?
I have respect for his game, of course, but like
that's too late for that.
55 buy-ins is
We've got
nothing.
the clip.
That cheaper sells. And Rick, so how about you? Like you and Kevin are kind of like the volume monsters, the volume kings. So is it like the main way for you to grind online is like to play this many hours, or is it just because it's this challenge and you feel like you have to put the hours in, or like what is it that's making you play this much?
I think a little bit of ADHD probably. I think I need to keep myself stimulated, and I think this is the way to do it. But it does get a little overwhelming. Like I think I can keep like a good game flow for like 5 hours, 5 tabling for sure. But then past that point, it's kind of like it's a little bit difficult. But I do that. I do that either way. I don't do that just because it's a challenge. I do that because I just really love playing poker.
Yeah. What's the most hands you played in a day? You know? What's the most hands you played in a day in this challenge?
In this challenge, probably 3,000, something like that. I think.
That's it?
No, I think I had a day when I played 15 hours, so that would have been 5,000 hands, I think.
Okay, Kevin played 6K hands in a day a couple days ago.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. And he's probably played them a lot better than I have.
Yeah.
You know, Rick, what I did? I put to be in my flow state. I did it for the first time now. I put a blanket above my computer and above my head, so I don't see any surroundings, and I only see my computer screen.
Oh my god!
And so I'm like really into the tables, and I don't get distracted by like things on the side or something. I tried it a few times, and it really works. Like if I sometimes I get a bit distracted. Especially when not enough tables. So I tried this, and it worked really well.
That's
especially I think I also have
like a little scar type of thing.
Yeah, I'm like in a little cave, you know.
That's it. Are you in a house? Are you in a flat? Are you in an apartment? Where are you in a basement?
No, I have an apartment.
Like, you think Kevin's in a basement? I've seen his Instagram.
Actually, so
do you have like a nice view outside of your house, Kevin?
What? Yeah, I have a nice view. Yeah, I have a
it's like
a penthouse.
you don't want to see outside. You don't want to like they don't want to see you out. They don't want you to know what time it is. Like no sunlight, no nothing. Just get to get the blanket up. All that exists of like these 8 tables and whoever's come to lose money to you today. Like just look in. Oh man. I would do it if I could be organized enough to set it up. It sounds great.
It was a tryout, but it worked.
Yeah, you should sell merch. You should have like blankets with like like the Kevin Pack lock-in blanket with like a picture of a Rolex.
Guys, I'm curious. What about obviously Kevin and Davy Jones? Like at the top of the leaderboard will shock nobody, but Biluzin personally, I wasn't particularly acquainted with. So is he a surprise to you guys? Like this, he's been able to do this well. Currently third in the leaderboard.
Yeah, definitely wouldn't have picked him out at the start. But I think I don't want to say it sound like I'm shitting on him. I just don't really know the guy at all. He's quite a new name. I don't actually know if I played with him before. So he's sort of come out of nowhere.
His name is Pedro Toledo elsewhere.
Yeah, I know who it is, but I didn't remember playing. Maybe I played with him, but like not much. And it's sort of like I assume I have some hands against him. But yeah, I haven't even played against him that much in the challenge. So I've got not very. He's just sort of like to me right now. Basically, he's just a number on the leaderboard, right? Like I haven't got much. I don't associate him with like playing poker in any particular way. So it is kind of shocking that to see him up there. But yeah, we'll see if he can make it stick.
Yeah, I think his game is very solid. Like I've been playing him a lot, and I think he's like a bit more on the like bit tighter side maybe, but like very aggressive and pretty good. So also saw some mistakes that I think like could be avoided, but overall like very good player. Yeah. It's a surprise to me that he does so well in this challenge. Yeah, I played with him a bit on 2K GG. I don't know, a year ago or something, and there he didn't like really stand out or something. But here in the challenge, I think he does a pretty good job. Yeah.
And Rigged, what about you?
I'm not very familiar with Biluzin, but he has definitely been giving me trouble. There was 2 spots where he hero called me when I thought he shouldn't have, and then I thought like, okay, I'm gonna change gears until against this guy entirely, and then it seems like he's caught on to it real fast, and then I've never been paid off ever since. So it's been really frustrating experience playing him for sure.
Yeah. Apparently, he was a student of Saulo Costa, so maybe Saulo finally put one of those guys that, remember, he said...
the 3BB thing.
Yeah.
Indeed,
this guy's cooking.
Yeah, he could have got, they could have got a crossbook.
Let him cook.
And so what about some of the other names as well? Like Mr. Lumberjack, he's someone that we had on the stream recently.
I keep forgetting. Who is that? Someone remind me.
Station Steve.
Station Steve on ACR.
Okay, that's who it is, yeah. I mean, he's been battling a lot over the last year. I don't know exactly what his results have been like. I've seen him quite a bit playing at 5K, so I guess he's been a bit in like he's been in the I can't remember what it's called, the like chamber, the one in Dragon Ball Z where they sit there and they get
hyperbolic
really
time chamber.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
I guess he might have been in that. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I don't. Yeah, those guys are basically new names. I think that's the thing though. Like the high stakes has been a lot more behind the scenes these days, or like a lot more live. So I think this is kind of this might get more common where people pop up a little bit more out of nowhere rather than like seeing their rise. So yeah, it doesn't surprise me that there's a few new names. A lot of familiar ones though. You know, a lot of people, you know, looking at the rest of the leaderboard who are like very, you know, very strong. But yeah, like good on them for doing as well as they are.
Are you guys surprised by the amount of unique attendance? Because the first Cash Game World Championship, I believe on the final screen cap, there was 43 unique entrants. This time there is well over 80, so it's like double.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah,
It's a great
pretty cool. Does show people still want to play online poker. Like there've been plenty of Recs in there as well. It's not just been pros. Been actual like Recs coming to play in the games. I find it like kind of admirable. Like if people want it, you know, if you're a Rec and like all these private games that offer them like want them to sit, and I was going to be like, no, I'm going to play with all the best players in the world. I'm going to fight them. That's quite like it would be me if I was like, you know, if I'd made millions trading crypto, that would be the same. So I can definitely relate.
Do you guys think that making all tables show tables would still be too much for the high stakes? Because the mid stakes was like that. Every single table had show, whereas here it's split, you know, and it's at least usually half the tables, sometimes less, are show tables. So what's you guys' take on that?
I think if you made it like that, the amount of participants would be cut by at least half.
What? Oh, that's propaganda from a man who show tables.
I think personally, like playing only show tables would give away too much information about my game or how I think about the game. Like right now, I already give away a lot, but it's for like I like this challenge. But if it's only show tables, I don't know if I would play.
Okay.
Yeah.
Give away too much.
Too revealing or something.
I watched you play all day. You have only one line, Kevin. Bet, jam. What do you mean?
Yeah.
That's a good line. It's a good line.
It's working.
Yeah.
And so,
today it didn't work out that many times, but
yeah, of course.
I get called a few times.
Did you know you've had the 3 best days, by the way, that anybody has had in the challenge? You're 1, 2, and 3 in the under the leaderboard. It shows this. You know that?
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah,
that's pretty cool.
I'm going to try and interrupt that. I'm very sorry, Kevin.
I'm happy. I'm happy that I got a competitor.
I was checking this out as well today, by the way. It was pretty insane. I was pointing it out to my friend. Look at this. I was like, it looks so pretty. I almost don't want to get in the way of it, but I think I'm gonna have to.
I do it for 109K. You know.
Should we talk about Linus? Like one of the biggest names in this, being towards the bottom.
I got something funny to say about Linus, actually. So my girlfriend, who knows nothing about poker, is following along on the leaderboards, right? And a few days in, when like Linus was in like last place by quite a bit, probably like a week and a bit in, he turns to me and goes, "Who's Linus and why is he so bad?"
VIP.
Oh man, I just like burst out laughing and she just like, "What is that rude?" And I was just saying, "I'm fine, it's just so perfect."
So what did you say?
Well,
yeah, be honest.
Be honest.
I tried to do a bit about him being washed up, but obviously it didn't land. I was doing it for myself. But then I just explained, and she asked ChatGPT to confirm, because there's apparently a lack of trust on that. I was just like, no, he's really good. This can happen. And then she asked ChatGPT. She was just like, "Why is Linus at the bottom?" And like ChatGPT knew. It was like, or like no, she asked it saying, it was like, "Oh yeah, look at these leaderboards. Why would you say some people are doing so badly?" And said, "Oh, whilst this guy's whilst Linus is at the bottom of the leaderboard, he's well known to be a very, very strong no limit holding plan." And yada yada. ChatGPT start talking about variance, and she's kind of like, looking over at me, just like, so one of the guys who's been considered the best in the world is like, and he's down this much. So she's like looking at me like, looking at my career choices, like, like I think I kind of made it sink in, just like what you go through as a poker player. I think it was like is it easier than me trying to communicate? Because I think everyone thinks that you're like exaggerating when you talk about the swings, and then just like having Linus sat at the bottom of the leaderboard, it was quite a helpful explanation for how rough it can get.
Oh, and I'm curious, following that conversation, did you then question if you getting first in the last competition was entirely due to luck alone?
A loaded question.
She didn't say it. She's very polite, but I reckon I could see her thinking it.
So when are you going to tell the truth?
When I get what the fuck? Go on. Oh god.
Owen, give him back Rolex, you know.
He's just salty. He's just salty, man. No, there were no prizes. There were no prizes for second last year. That's so fucked up. There were no prizes for second last year, and then this year there are. But I mean, it did.
I'll take it. But yeah, back to the topic. Like I think Johan asked something about Linus.
What about Linus? Oh, what?
Actually,
what about Linus?
Yeah,
Linus,
Kevin, you're friends with Linus, right? What is it going to take to get him on the stream? Can you lobby for us a little bit? Like even 20 minutes. Give us something. Get on there. Get in the call. 20 minutes, Linus. Talk to us a little bit. Come on, man. Is that possible, you think?
I can ask him. Yeah, of course.
I mean, I asked him, but he seems very reluctant. I don't know if he's like just really shy or if he's worried he's going to give away something, but he could just come on 20 minutes and tell us about his life, and then we'd be really happy.
Yeah.
Oh man, this is so fucked up networking. Like you get KP on the stream, he's in first place, and then you're sitting there like, oh yeah, that's cool and all, but I heard your buddy's in Linus.
It's not like that at all. Oh my god, Owen, you monster. What the hell?
Yeah.
So rude.
Oh my god. How dare you?
We need a new host that like enjoys the guests that he has.
Yeah, maybe he wants to climb the leaderboard first before he wants to come on stream.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I would be interested if Owen's girl gets on stream and then Linus comes and Owen's girl interviews him, ask him like, why are you running bad in this challenge? I asked ChatGPT like, why are you doing so bad? That would be nice.
See if he can confirm ChatGPT's results.
Yeah. You were supposed to be great. Like, why are you running so bad?
So actually, talking about...
there was one day I had where I can't remember how much I lost, but I was at a live game, but I lost quite a big number, and then went back afterwards. You know, obviously she asked me how it's gone. I'm like not well, and like she's like, oh, how not well? And I say the number. She's like, well, it's a good thing I don't like you for your money. I was like, thanks. I guess. It was like trying to be like consoling, but it just cut so deep.
That's what you want to hear, to be honest. Not the other way around.
Yeah, like she was being very earnest, but it like kind of sounded like she was trying to be like sympathetic, but it was just like it just kind of seemed like a put down.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't catch it. What is it that she said?
It's a good thing I don't like you for your money. After I just lost like 100K, I was like, at a live game. I was like, oh, okay, nice.
It's actually quite funny.
Yeah.
So for the last week, should we expect some big volume from all you guys? I mean, for two of you, I know, but maybe for a British player.
For me, it changes a bit. I fly to Japan tomorrow. I'm gonna ski there, and I have a live game there as well.
Can we expect a baller Instagram post like last time?
Yeah, I will post something, of course. But I would try to play, but it'll be a bit depending on everything. Oh yeah, how it goes there. So
also, I mean, when you're in the lead, it's kind of like you kind of find to just see if people catch you, right? Like it's a bit different when you're in the chasing pack.
Yeah, but I'm not that far ahead. So like, yeah. Like
Yeah.
for you, last year you could really like sit out, but I'm like 100k in front, and it's like one session basically.
It was like it got to a point where I was like far enough in front. I was like, it's not gonna go like I was like, I'm safe. I felt like in the middle was scarier because like, obviously if you're only like a bind or two ahead, you just keep playing. I thought somewhere in the middle was where it was actually like a weirder spot. But then me and Miro were just like, oh, let's just play. Like we'll just make it easier. Whoever's in the lead. Yeah, but it'd be interesting.
So like you travel with a laptop? Like couldn't you just play like 4 tables max if you're on the road and you end up playing on a laptop, or you would get like a monitor?
I played on my laptop, but I can play like 6 tables on my laptop. I play overlap, it doesn't matter.
Oh my god.
He might get too
really
creative if he's only playing 4.
I was in LA and I was just chilling in the sun and have my laptop open and played like 6 to 8 tables or something on my laptop. So worked.
Goated.
But I've some experience with playing on my laptop and also like playing from all around the world on my laptop. So
yeah,
it's
Yeah. I mean, I feel like you'd make it work.
And
what you're up to in Japan? You're like interrupting the end of the World Champs. Better be something fun.
Rigged, what about you? Should we expect some big volume?
I don't see why not.
No
okay, if Rick's playing, I'm playing as well.
No travel to ski somewhere for you, Rigged?
I will cancel the trip. Rick, are you playing? Then I will stay.
I'm playing.
Okay.
Literally Kevin's personal ATM at this point. It's ridiculous.
Owen,
but I've been complaining to people about Kevin, man. It's actually a traumatizing experience playing Kevin.
Yet you keep coming back for more.
A DM from Rick today bemoaning the experience of playing against Kevin, and then I just like don't really play for 8 hours, come along and just see that you've been playing against him the whole day, and I was like, well, that's one way to get over your trauma,
Yes, because the tables where I'm in position to him, I don't mind so much, and the ones where I'm out of position and there's like the other people I don't whatever, I quit it. I mean,
Rick, sometimes you have to.
The table was Kevin, Owen, Linus, Beppe, and Davy, Flushy, what am I doing there? And I just left.
Sometimes you have to face your fears, Rick.
I've been facing them for about 53,000 hands, Kevin. I'm good.
He's a lost cause. It's just getting worse. The trauma's getting deeper.
Owen, what about you then? Are you going to lock in and play some big volume? What is going on? Any plans with that?
Yeah, I do want to play some more. I haven't played as much as I'd like to throughout the whole thing. And I haven't really been playing that well because it's kind of been like, I get a string of 3 days together. By the end of 3 days, I'm feeling good. And then I go like dick around for a few days playing live or whatever, like going out partying. And like, it's just been like, looking back on that, I'm like, what the fuck am I doing? This is once a year. And it's so much fun when you really get into the zone.
Yeah.
So even though coming first is probably a bit of a reach at this point, I would like to actually, get locked in inside.
Is Kevin using the espresso machine or something?
Oh, I was making tea.
Oh, okay. I don't know what sound effect from the stream was like. We had a soundboard. But yeah, no, I'm going to try and get some more volume in. It's like, it's easy to take things for granted when you get used to them, of just being like, oh, I can just like wake up and play like 5100 round the clock. And then like the rest of the year when it's just kind of like, you just have to take the action when it's there for the most part. So, should get like, yeah. I should basically. I need to stop dicking around and making excuses and just get play. Like that's it.
Yeah, just lock in for a week, see what happens. Like eat healthy, get some good sleep. If you get Nando's, just the chicken, not the chips. Just be as healthy as you can.
Oh no, not the chips, man. The rice, chicken and rice.
Oh, yeah, that's good. That's good too.
Yeah. Actually, I eat very well. I don't exercise enough, but I eat very well.
Yeah, that's something for sure.
Yeah, half the battle.
I'm curious then, since Rigged and Kevin in particular, we don't have you guys very often on the stream. Then what about your own routine? You guys play a lot of volume. Do you just wake up whenever you feel like, get some food, and then start grinding, or like what goes into your full grind?
Should I go first?
Sure.
Yeah. Well, I haven't really played that much online recently, or like the last year. I've been playing more live recently, so like this is pretty rare that I played like this much. But yeah, as far as the routine goes, I drink coffee. I do some how do you say that, like sit-ups and stuff. Like I do some workout before I play to get the blood flowing, and then I just sit and play, and I sometimes like send hands to some of my friends to like get a review. They will like solve it or like something like that, and then give me the result. But as far further than that, just playing, not that much as for a routine. What about you, Rick?
I actually also mostly play live. I'm actually primarily a live player. So my routine mainly would be I wake up very early in the morning, like maybe like 6, and then I play live poker for like 15 hours. But now that the challenge has started, I've kind of been like juggling the two. So I'm like there'd be days when I'd feel very insomniac, and I would like basically just like maybe like I'd play for like maybe like 10 hours and then go back and then play for like maybe 8 more, and then maybe like try and catch 2 hours of sleep, go back, try the next day, and then like I think I'd crash, so I'd take like 1 full day off and then like back on the horse basically.
Okay.
Like if you guys notice, like me and Fletchy joined the tables at very similar times, and it's not because we just have the exact same schedule, basically the exact same schedule too.
Yeah.
I reckon Flushy. Wait, how did Flushy join them? Oh, I thought you said Kevin for a second. I was like, you're just like, oh, we just play the exact same hours, and he's hunting you. But don't mind that.
Be nice, Owen. Be nice.
Sorry. I'm out of blood. Everyone, you've been too mean to me, Jan. I'm just trying to.
I haven't been mean. Come on.
Hurt people.
I always prop you up, man.
But I also experienced like in this week where I was playing a lot. Like for example, I played till like 1 a.m. in the evening, and then I went to bed, and then I like 5 hours later I woke up already. Like normally I sleep like 8 or 9 hours, but during this challenge I don't know what it is, but it's probably like adrenaline or something, or that I just wake up naturally, and I'm like, I can get out of bed without being tired, and then I go back to playing again. You know, it's I don't need much sleep this week. It's crazy.
I understand completely when that happens. Well, 100%. Like you feel like you've got momentum.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a sick feeling, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great.
So you guys go to bed, and like, do you guys ever see like, turn and rivers falling as you're trying to fall asleep, or like what's going on after playing all day?
Well, after I quit my session, I always have like 1 or 2 hours after the session that I go over hands in my head, and I solve the hands in my head basically, and then sometimes I can like 2 hours later after the session I can go like, shit, I should do this with my combo on the river in that spot, because I think about that spot, and then I come up with a better decision. And yeah, basically that's also how I learn. Like, just think about the game.
But you don't need to look up a solution. Like somehow you find a way in your head.
I don't need it. I just I just know how, and I can look it up later, but it probably shows the same result.
How many hands, Kevin, do you do in 2 hours this way?
It's not much. It's like a few, like maybe three hands. It's not that I'm actively thinking about the hands, but it's just rendering in like in the back of my head. How I say it, like it's just, and then I'm like a bit dreamy or something, and then suddenly like I come up with a solution that or like how I should play it differently or something, or like, or that I make a mistake, or
And you have this every day?
That happens sometimes, after a session.
But that's like 40 minutes per hand, right? 3 hands, 2 hours.
No, but it's not like you're actually thinking about it. It just sort of sits there.
Exactly. Yeah. It's not I'm actively thinking about it. I just do my things, and then I'm like in the back of my head, I'm just thinking about the hand, but I'm not actively thinking about it. But it's like background, background. I don't know.
It's almost a bit easier than like if you're trying to drag yourself to think about it. It's kind of harder because you're like you can just be sort of stuck in a loop of what you're thinking sometimes.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, sometimes you want to like sit down and like grind it out, whatever. But like sometimes it can be easier to work something out when you're not trying to, and you're not locked in that same thought pattern, and then it becomes sort of obvious. I think it's just like, you look at like players at like the top of poker or like at the top of any field, everyone's just going to be like low-key obsessed, or like not even low-key, just like
for sure.
It's like it just will be going around in the back of your head, and it's like, I don't know. I remember it's like, sometimes trying to explain to people how, and they're talking about like how much study should I do or whatever. It's just like I don't have to tell myself to do it. I'm just like you're just thinking about it, I'll like go to raves and be thinking about poker sometimes. I mean, not so much these days because like I'm playing less, but especially when I was like playing like back when I was like grinding like 10 hours a day very regularly, then it was like it's just you're just always simming.
Yeah, I totally agree with that.
Kevin, if you have this obsession after, like in the game, if some spot comes up, do you have the same afterthought? Let's say a big hand played and you had a, I don't know, like a 50-50 decision on the river, if you're going to bluff it or do something with it or whatever. And the hand finishes and you see a showdown that you're like, sure, you should have done something differently. Does this stay in your head while you're grinding 6, 8, 10 tables? Or you just instantly let it go, and after you finish your grind, you go back to these spots? Because you mentioned you have hands that trouble you later. I'm wondering, like right after, in the middle of the play, do you have spots where they take focus or trouble you as you're grinding more? Something like that.
Yeah, I think I always have spots that I how to say it, like when I play a spot, I try to like and I when I play the spot, I have my replayer open and I put it on the replayer, so I have the visual of the hand, and I try to like in session I try to think about the hand, if I could do something better or if I made a mistake or something. But sometimes after like a few minutes I can also come to the conclusion that I don't know the answer right now, or I don't have enough time to think about it deeply enough. So I just let it go. I just close the replayer and I focus on the other hands. But most of the times I suddenly directly see already, like within 1 minute, that I made the mistake or that I should do something different. Because then I just needed a bit more time with my decision, or that I couldn't came up with that decision in game. But if I spent like 1 or 2 minutes more like reviewing the hand, I could come up with a good decision. But sometimes I don't get that, and then I just do it after my session.
Yeah, I ask you this because I have this problem, the same problem that you're mentioning, and I find that whenever I'm playing a lot of tables, like let's say I'm playing, I guess 9 tables, these decisions are often happening. And I know when I look at the hand, I immediately recognize the spot that I should have done something differently, or, it's a close spot that I need to look up later or something like that. But usually I find that this is, solvable by playing less tables and finding like an optimal amount of stress and enough time to react. But I'm really shocked now when you say that you're doing this in game. You're grinding high stakes 6 to 8 to 10 tables. You're playing Greg heavy pool, and in the middle of grinding, you have a replayer open, and you're going overhand that just played. To me, this is insane level of how fast you are. Like you're not dropping other tables. You're not stopping. You're not sitting out. You're still playing other games.
Yeah.
And there is still very likely 6 to 8 tables you're playing, 10 tables. There is still some big spots happening. You're maybe in a squeeze pot, 3-bet pot, 4-bet pot, big pots, decisions, whatever. And you're just like, oh, here's a replay. Here I'm wondering what's his turn, like range split and river. Like that's just insane level of how your brain works, And I would be very curious to hear if this is the same for everyone, for Rick, Deck, and Owen. If you guys are also doing this, this is just insane.
It's hard to tell.
I feel like once you understand the game, you can just solve it
Much faster, right?
much faster in the hand. It's like it takes like 30 seconds or whatever, or even complex spots. It takes maybe like 30 to 1 minute or whatever. But you can solve any hand basically in your head, and this is just getting good, like with the concepts and with the
So sometimes I find as well that like a spot can feel really complex while you're playing it, and then the moment it's over, it's quite easy with hindsight. Not even just because of the result or whatever, but like you sort the emotions of the pot are like gone, right? You immediately have like you're thinking about it like purely analytically. There's no like trying to win or whatever. It's just like a puzzle, and that can take away like the last bit of haze, and then actually make the answer seem suddenly quite simple. It can be really frustrating sometimes when you do something, and then it feels like, oh, if I thought for like 2 seconds more, I would have realized like the way to play it. But it's not like the 2 seconds. It's just that moment where like the emotional investment is gone, and then suddenly like it becomes like, it's just like following chains of logic, and it's like you're not really intentionally deciding to continue to think about a hand after you've done it. It's just sort of like just thinking about the same thing, right? Like you just I don't know, if you were spending all this time deciding whether you were going to bluff a river or not, it's very natural to then sort of analyze whether you made the right decision afterwards. It's not like it's not like you have to direct yourself, I think, necessarily.
The reason why I ask you this, guys, is like even tonight we had 2 hands that we reviewed before you joined, and Owen was here for one of them. One of them was Flushy versus Linus with Ace Jack of Hearts, block bet, and jamming, and that reminded me of a concept, right? There was a flush run out on a paired board, and it just shows that even on high stakes, people play differently this spot, which might not be like a purely just GTO way you are expecting. I think, Owen, you mentioned that you expect Linus to like bluff jam some ace-x of cards there, and that the Flushy is more likely to have a block bet without those busted flush draws there.
Yeah, I kind of doubt that. Yeah. Honestly, I talk about the blockers because it's my habit of just being like, you can, you come on stream, and you want to fill airtime, kind of, without talking about stuff which is like, you know, actually like giving stuff away to high
The
stakes
real
ranks.
juice, right? You don't want to give away the real EV.
Yeah,
I
it's fine if we talk about something which is cool and interesting to a guy at mid stakes, but I don't want to talk. You know, like we're all friends here, but we're also, you know, fighting for a lot of money, right?
Absolutely. That's what I meant. Like we see different showdowns in a similar type of board runouts, you know, and people showing up with different kinds of blockers. That's what I mean. You know,
I think a lot of like, I think, like especially in those pots which are kind of off the beaten track like that, it's like not a very standard spot. And also the thing is, like, the other person could be messing up how they bluff the spot, or like, or I could just have it wrong in those spots. It's like so hard to even be completely accurate as to what the exact blockers should be. And so then, like, so it's like the moment you realize you have a reasonable hand to call, I think most crushers are trying to work out everything else before they fall back on blockers. They're trying to they're trying to find anything else that they can work with. Like, not everyone, I'd say. Like, you know, there are some people who are like closer to the sim than others. But I think, you know, like it doesn't take too long to realize that your hand is like roughly 0 EV. And then it's like, okay, well, we're in a really big pot. If I can do better than 0 EV, it's worth a bunch of money. And if I can't, whatever, no big deal.
Yeah. I ask all this because Kevin mentioned, and you confirmed it, that you guys, the better you get, it takes you like 30 seconds to know exactly what happened in this spot. But I'm guessing that's assuming that you exactly know how your opponent plays this spot. And my point is, even tonight in a couple of hands, we saw similar run out, but totally different play styles.
Yeah, you know? I mean, but the thing is, you don't have to know exactly how they play. Like, you don't have to know everything. You can just, like, the way equilibriums work is if one thing breaks, the whole thing falls apart.
Yeah.
So it's not like you don't have to know someone's strategy incredibly intimately to do a little bit better than the RNG.
Yeah.
Right. And so, I mean, obviously, like sometimes that's going to happen. In fact, like, you know, quite a lot of the time, people are just playing kind of well or close enough to well that it's hard to make an adjustment. But I think, you know, a lot of what separates the top players from the rest is that they're like trying to not let those opportunities slip. You know, just not like defaulting to the RNG just because. You know, giving the other stuff a go, especially with the time banks. Like, we've got long time banks. This isn't like, you know, we've got, I think it's 15-20 seconds before the time bank, then a minute on the time bank. That's a lot of time to think.
Nice.
Yeah, like, you've got a lot of time to justify a really bad call. Like, we can do time. I mean, obviously it can be for the worst. You can think long, think wrong, but yeah, you got a lot of time to try and come up with stuff. And, you know, it's like fun to go out there and try and outplay people. That's kind of why we all got into poker, right? No one got into poker because blockers sounded fun.
I mean, tonight I just got a whole bunch of schooling from a couple of hands. One of them was, I believe, Kevin did the pocket sevens check jam 20K on the river on a flush run out. We saw that was one of the last hands. Small blind versus the button. I forget who he was playing. He basically used the blocker 7 of spades on this run out. The other one was you versus Flushy with queen 10 off. We discussed that hand, and the third hand was the one we discussed.
Kevin's check jam with the sevens. That was fun.
Yeah, that was really fun for me. And like, if I think about solvers and all this, like, I would lose. But I even now, couple of hours later, these hands are still in my head. I'm just mentioning you. Like, I'm bothered by the fact that, you know, I think that all these things can work and not work. And like, what's a proper way? Like, you guys are adjusting on so many different levels. I understand why Kevin did what he did. I understand why Flashy played the way he did against you, or versus why he did this versus Linus, you know, the hand with cards. I understand how that can work and not work, but I'm not still following in the moment when you guys play, because these are like You play humans. You don't play bots. You don't play GTO machines,
Well,
whatever.
the thing is, like, the fluency is so high that, like, basically, like, okay, so imagine, I might be being presumptuous, but imagine when Kevin was playing the sevens, like, realizing that this was a reasonable line did not take very much effort, and then all the effort was deciding whether he was going to take it or at what frequency. Like, I think it's just like having that level of fluency where you have all of your energy freed up for the second part, rather than like, you know, when you're at a lower level, you have to spend so long working out what the reasonable lines are for your hand, but you then can't really differentiate that well between them. Yeah. Okay. I mean, I love to hear what you're thinking about with the seventh hand, but I feel like that might be asking too much.
Yeah, the sevens, it's basically on the river. I block 6-7 of spades, and I unblock like the bet folds, I would say. And like I block one snap call of imposition that is 6-7 of spades, and that is and I thought like 6-5 of spades would bet the turn. So a 6-7 of spades is like a reasonable check back. I think his turn bets, like if he has like a naked flush draw, like 7 or like 8-9 of spades or Jack 10 of spades, I think he's more likely to bet it. But if he has a pair with it, he can check, and he has some showdown value. That's why I decided to check jam the sevens, because I block the 6-7 of spades, and that's what you see like in the solver, that it's always trying to block calls and unblock folds for that play, and with sevens you have that. So yeah.
When you describe a hand like that, Kevin, in my head, as I was watching the hand, it gave me like a 5-second. Okay, you expect, like you said, range split is going to be different. You expect a different ratio of like flushes doing on a turn and a river, etc. You're expecting to be more capped on the river. Therefore, you can do this more aggressively on the river, and like you have a good blocker for value. You know, this in my head is 5 seconds. It's no problem. What was troubling me about the hand is 20k jam. You know, you played deeper, and in the pot was like I don't remember now. I think it was a check jam of like 2x pot or something. You know, I'm used to playing 100 BB poker.
Well, it was 20k into, I think Flushy reopened 15 into 3, and you shoved for 20.
Yeah, it was quite big jam. That's why I was like troubled.
I want to put full pressure on ace queen, ace jack, maybe ace 10 with a spade. So he has some bluff catchers with like, I don't know, like ace queen, ace jack with a spade. But if you make it big enough, then he gets worse odds for a call. So
nice.
And I think like all my flushes are playing like this. So I don't think I have a smaller raise sizes. I don't think I have a smaller raise size with my flushes.
Interesting.
So,
nice. So you're very mergy with flushes there. You're not polarized, like not, or you know.
Yeah, it's a. Yeah, I mean, if you have a flush, it's very unlikely that your opponent also has a flush. So your flushes can just go polarized, and and if you have a flush, they are more likely to have like a pair with a bluff catchers, or with a spade, with a single spade, for example, and you want to put full pressure on those hands. Yeah,
I love the hand. I'm just not used to the depth that you did it at. You know, this was for me like so cool, and now I understand you were trying to fold out top pair with flush blockers, which are actually very good.
It's also like, what the nuts go all in, man. Like
I found the hands. I found the hand in the replayer.
Yeah, nice.
I was looking for it 15
it's
minutes.
Like, I think it's something you see, which is a big difference between looking at high stakes versus low stakes, or like even mid stakes.
Yeah.
is like high stakes players just shove a lot. We don't really like. We don't.
Yeah.
If we're repping the nuts, we click all in. We don't click like raise 75 or raise pot or something. I mean, like, sure, you can have those sizes, but you know, people are wrapping the nuts. They don't give discounts, especially Kevin. Like, he's like,
yeah, and maybe
I've got to pay the tax.
Maybe a sizing tell on the river, like half pot on this run out.
I mean, you know, good luck to you if you want to play the sizing tell game against Flushy. Like, have fun. Like,
because it tells you that he's merging more, right? When he uses half pot on a flat run out and an ace river, right?
Well, it does tell you he has some thinner reopens in there, but he knows. He's not naive about what this size means. Also, he can just he can just bet a bad hand and click call, you know? Like, that's allowed. Like, people do that plenty of the time.
I like this hand. It's such a nice display of power. It shows why you're cruising in the first place, Kevin. Well done.
I have a follow-up question, by the way, about what we were talking about earlier, like the obsession, like high-level performers. You know, they have that across a lot of different sports and even chess. You know, the players, they were going to think over their previous games. Do you guys think that's something that like you either have or you don't, or do you think somebody could maybe like somehow build that in? Because I feel like there's a lot of people that are very passionate about poker, but they struggle with some parts of it, either whether it's like discipline or studying. And then if we take the sports comparison, for example, there is like a lot of very high performing sports people. They talked about how they hated some parts of their workouts. You know, like boxers talk about they hate doing cardio, they hate running, but they did it because they wanted to be great and they wanted to be one of the best. So that's for all three of you that are playing in the challenge. Maybe Prodigy, you can start. Do you think? I mean, I feel like you guys should not even know the answer, to be honest, because you were probably always like this, I assume. But thought I'd ask anyway.
I mean, I've already given my take a few times that I think it's very hard to like fake obsession. It's generally like I think you're fighting a real uphill battle against the people who actually have it.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
I think what Kevin was talking about, where it's like you're in the shower, like you're reviewing hands or you're thinking through spots, and it's like you don't even run the solution through the solver. You're kind of just like thinking it through in your head, and you're trying to solve the spot, or you're creating like various like what if scenarios, like I had a spot the other day where it's like low jack BB ace king X turn jack river whatever board, and I bet flop. And in the turn, you realize big blind has like unique straights, so you gotta check back kind of strong-ish sometimes. And then on the river, he pots, and then you're like, "Oh, this is actually a great spot to raise because who the fuck raises there? I had value." But then you get to think like, "Oh shit, like maybe I could start having bluffs in here," and stuff like. I feel like Kevin's probably thinking about these things to the power of 10 every day, and I think that's like, you can't really force yourself to think about this unless you want to think about this. That's what I'll say.
Yeah, it starts with just the passion for the game and enjoying the complexity about it, and that's why I started like very very early in my career, like not simplifying any decision. I always thought about my decisions very in depth, and that's why I got good or something, but. I never really gave myself over to like a simplified strategy or like one sizing on the turn. I always run sims with like 10 sizes on the flop, 10 whatever, you know. Just see what the solver wants to do with each hand, and then try to come up with a strategy or build a strategy around that. So. It's about the curiosity about the game, and open for all new possibilities. Like there's this, you can play hands in so many ways, and being open to different things. That's really really nice. Yeah.
Kevin, are you in agreement with Uri Peleg's logic? It sounds like it's very similar to what you're saying now, because he says every hand has size it prefers to use, starting from flop all the way to river. And by starting all these different sizes you mentioned, instead of simplifying it, using like one size flop turn and then whatever, 2-3 sizes river, you are basically trying to figure out how to exploit the EV to maximize EV with different parts of the range or specific hands versus opponents.
Yeah, it's all about making hands indifferent, and
Nice.
certain sizes make hands indifferent, and against certain opponents you have to use bigger sizes, or
Nice.
you don't accomplish the same things with this against different opponents, so you have to choose a different line to achieve the same things. So yeah.
So having said all this, now I'm thinking if your hand was like 100 BB deep, maybe Flush is never folding Ace Jack Ace Queen with a spade.
Exactly.
Right?
That's what I like when I was talking about that hand. Literally, I was thinking about how the 200 BB stack size
changes. This.
Yeah, had a positive impact on my bluffing success ratio.
Yeah.
Because if it was 100 BB, I doubt that he would fold.
And you wouldn't pull that bluff. You would probably play.
Yeah, maybe I would be more aggressive, or
This is such propaganda. He's trying to get us to fold out.
We are advertising.
He was going to bluff no matter what.
It makes sense. It makes sense. That's exactly like that bluff works EV wise when you're deeper and he's more money scared, so to speak, to call off.
He's not money scared. I can tell you that.
Flushy and money scared in one sentence. That's hilarious. That is.
No, but I mean, like, you know what I mean. The dead money part is not worth for him.
He played a
the fall down.
Bro. You think he can't afford a 20k river bet? Like.
Okay, so then it's all meaningless. Like it's a bluff that works, you know.
The only thing he hates is like paying and being wrong. That's what he hates. So
Nice.
Like
he doesn't want to give it away for free, you know.
Yeah.
So would that mean that Kevin is the best at big stack play from three of you guys? Like if you played I don't know 500 BB effective pots, he would put you in all these in different spots with bluffs. Or you would all end up doing this.
Going all in 500 big blinds deep, you don't have to call very much.
Yeah, I know. You still have to call. You still need to use.
I think honestly, like, I mean, we don't have that much experience. I would say, like, I'm probably one of the least experienced because I only started playing live most. So I would say I'd probably have more of a problem adjusting to it than other people. But yeah, I think 100 is like 100 to 200 is a much more dramatic change than going like 200 to 500. I think it doesn't like. Sure, I mean you can like blast off the nut blocker, like, and the other person is just sort of fucked and they just have to RNG at 500 deep and there's not much they can do. But it's like, I think that there's kind of this nice thing when you're a bit shallower that like around, and by shallower I mean 200 bigs, that it's like you feel like you don't have to call much, but you kind of do. Like, you can't, like, he definitely has to call like quite a lot lighter than a flush there. Whereas if Kevin like check shots for 500 bigs there, it's like it's obviously a bit different. It's not like the EV of bluffing there doesn't just go like up and up and up like as stack depth goes up. It's not like it's not quite that easy.
Yeah, Kevin got called with Jack 10 of hearts on a paired run out and a flush river, where Kevin had a nut flush with A7 of clubs, and the player Xiao, I forget his full nick.
Xiaojun.
Yeah, Xiaojun, he had Jack 10 of hearts, which was basically blocking the busted flush, and the run out was Jack 5-5 King something.
Oh man, this hand history is missing.
Yeah, it's hard to tell.
This is missing positions. This is missing. I don't know how big the pot is.
This was. I'm sure Johan has it.
I'm trying to find it, but there's so many hands.
It's gonna take me like hands. But this is specifically we discussed, is this the threshold for calling? Like, why is the guy making this call specifically versus Kevin? Is he expecting Kevin to overbluff here? Because it seemed to be on a thinner side, the call.
He expects me to bluff ace queen off, ace 10 off.
That's what
in
I
that
said
spot.
in when we reviewed the hand. Yeah, that you will have all these flush blockers, but outside of those flush blockers, you will also have flushes and you will have boats because you were initial aggressor. You will have quads. You know, he doesn't have pocket jacks there. He doesn't have pocket kings. He doesn't have jack 5 suited, like king 5 suited. Maybe he might have.
So that's kind of what I was saying about like the flushy hand in a sense where it's like you can put flushy on a thin reopen and then he might just call it anyway. Because like a lot of these players are capable of putting together very aggressive calls for like pretty good reasons, you know. Like if you just go all in all the time and try to bully people, you're gonna find out pretty fast that like the people are just gonna like, you know, if you don't have a plan to it, if you're not rapping well, then like they're gonna flick in.
That looked like a spite call, like a slow down call to me, honestly. But I don't see the reason to slow down on day 21. Somebody, you know, like
no, but
slow
I
down
think,
calls are day 1, day 2, day 3.
I think there's probably a few. I suspect. I think that the frequency with which people at high stakes just go fuck it, I'm calling this guy down the next time he puts me in a spot is pretty low. Like I think someone range tells you it's about that specific spot. It's not about them just like feeling ego checked. I mean, it could be. Everyone's still human, right? It does happen, but I doubt the guy was just like, oh, I need to teach Kevin to stop bluffing me. I'm gonna flick in one stupid call and hope he station tags me and then lets me realize all my equity for the rest of the challenge, please. That's not really how it works. Like I was saying earlier, people as well, they don't get discouraged. You flick in one call, you can even flick in a range call, and people will still be like, gotta keep bluffing. Like,
yeah, keep going. Yeah,
flying down.
I got a question about a hand, actually, Kevin, that you played in the VIP game, where things escalated pretty quickly. This one, I'm sure, did you have the stream open by any chance?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think you'll remember it's BJP coin, he opens 3x, and then flushy 3 bets, cutoff versus hijack, and you called 4 to 3K. And he comes back over the top. I believe you're like around 200 big blinds deep, 202 with BJP coin. So here, once he 4 bets, you have aces. I was wondering why jam over calling specifically.
Yeah, I thought in this spot. So he put 1/3 of a stack already in. I thought he would never fold here. Like this, I felt like this was just I thought like he never folds here, but yeah, he still did. So
yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, you expected the setup like kings.
Yeah, like even so he's a like VIP. Like even if a VIP 4 bets here with like king 10 offsuit and he gets jammed on, I see like the VIP like, okay, fuck it, I call. So. This is I've seen this a lot, so I don't think I need to slow play, but I don't know.
The 7 deuce game being on doesn't change that. Maybe you wanna call more and let him bluff.
Okay, yeah. You know, I had so many tables. I had one hand where I had 7 deuce and rigged limped in the small blind, and I checked the big blind with 7 deuce. And then and then on the flop I was like, oh fuck, we play 7 deuce game. And okay, Rick check, and I just bet 3/4 and I took it down. But you know, I was not that much paying attention to it, but
even with the blankets.
Yeah, no, I didn't have it that time. I only do it like sometimes, not all the time.
Yeah, there was some other hands actually. I wanted to maybe have a quick look. This is between you guys. That was wild.
I can do one more hand and then I'm gonna go.
Maybe rigged. You can take us through this. You were saying you're Kevin's ATM, but here the turntables on this one.
Rake back. We call it rake back in the industry.
Right back, yeah.
Because this is also a very interesting stack depth. You also play a bunch of live yourself. So are you just like really used of, seeing like 200, close to 250 big blinds and you really know what to do? Or do you also find yourself having to improvise there?
But this basically played like one of the big
with the aces versus the ace five.
Sorry? Oh, you want me to find that one?
Which hand are you talking about?
I'm talking. Oh, you don't have the stream open? It's the King 10 of diamonds where you flop the flush.
Oh, the King 10 of diamonds.
Yeah.
That hand's like 100 straddles deep, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there was the straddle. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's like a pretty standard hand. I think that one.
Yeah.
Like standard stack depth.
You want me to find another you can think of?
Anything you like.
Okay, let's see. In the biggest spots.
I've got a hand versus Kevin from a few days ago where I want to know if he bluffed me, but I don't know if I'll find out.
Would he be truthful?
He's shopping.
He shoves like 7.5x pot into me on the river.
Oh, he was definitely bluffing.
What was that?
It was blind versus blind. It was like Queen 9, like low card, turn. I can't remember. I want to say like Queen 9 deuce, turn 3, bring your back door, and then river ace completing the flush, and you shove for like 7.5x pot.
Nice.
Okay, wait. I can look for the hand.
Sounds like another day at the office for Kevin.
Oh my god! We might get the showdown. I might get peace.
You were in the big blind.
Yeah. So it was like you went that small, overbet the turn, and then ripped through it. All right. To be honest, he must have had it. You'd remember if you bluffed this one, right?
If I would remember all my bluffs,
You would not sleep.
Oh my god.
Owen, did you not learn anything from Pocket 7s, Ken?
That small, overbet the turn, and then ripped through it. All right. To be honest, he must have had it. You'd remember if you bluffed this one.
But was it I opened the small blind?
Yeah.
Or limp pot?
You opened the small blind, wasn't limped. And it was like Queen 9. I'm pretty sure it's Queen 9 deuce rainbow. I'm pretty sure it's a backdoor flush came in.
If you have a screenshot of the hand by any chance, post it in the chat so I can show it on the stream as well.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't even today. It was a few days ago. It's been haunting me.
Obsession is real, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the obsession for losing some hands and losing sleep over it, I think everybody has that.
But you think he has an obsession if he got bluffed or not.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you talk to one person, and like one person who usually says fold said call, and then I was just like, oh, I'm in the bin, and then some person who'd usually say call said fold, so I was like, oh.
Yeah.
So it was very contentious.
But that just speaks strength of Kevin, If he can put you a couple of days to think what he can in this spot, he's doing a great job,
He put the 3-man brain trust into a bind where we're all just sat there like, I don't fucking know.
All right, rigged. Look what I found on the stream. A little more rig back.
Which?
Aces?
Ah, this one.
What happened here?
Was it blind?
This one.
There's a straddle up.
What about this one?
Yeah, there's a straddle up again. Oh, everything happened in the vehicle.
Kevin's big blind. I'm small blind. Xiaojun straddle.
Yeah, that's
Kevin's
what
big blind.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
So you raise the 3 bets, 4 bets. You bet and he calls. And then he checks around river. All right, well, I don't think there's too much to break down, right?
It's not really showing up, is it? Ah, there it is.
Yeah, I think. Are you watching on YouTube? I think Twitch has less delay usually.
It's not. Yeah, Twitch is a bit.
I'll link you.
Faster.
Easier.
That was a good catch there, Johan. Yes, exactly. I was watching it on YouTube.
Yeah, we need to give you something. We need to see some of your hands where you cooked a little bit.
Yes.
But this seemed pretty straightforward. Let me see if I can find.
I'll let you know when Rig plays a hand well. I'll at you on Twitter.
Well, he played this one well, but it was straightforward. Come on, Owen. Don't kick a man is down. This is some BS.
That's all right.
Rig is so nice as well. Come on, like.
I know. The nicest guy in poker. What the fuck? I'm like, God, I guess I'm just.
I'm really not. I'm only nice if I'm your friend. Otherwise, I just talk a bunch of shit in the chat.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see.
I have the hand, Owen, but I cannot see what I have.
What?
Queen 9 deuce, turn 4, river, ace.
Nice.
Yeah. You jam for like 8x pot. Oh my god, he's already forgot it.
Oh my god, yeah. I think I had a king of hearts.
I know.
Oh god. Oh no.
I love it. Ace doesn't seem to improve him. Like a nut flush, he hit a top pair with something, right?
Yeah.
Well, how come you cannot see what you have?
Yeah,
because it was no
no
show table. So, but I have the number of the hand. Maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Spoilers. I felt like, or rather, it's only fair. Like, well, actually, I haven't got the showdown, but still, whatever. I folded the baby flush, and I was like, I felt like. So I got one person going, "How do you fold a flush to KP?" And then the other person going, the other person was like, "Oh no, I actually think it's kind of good. Like, you get to fold some flushes here."
I love it. Oh man,
Yeah.
you're doing so great.
I know. It was like it was brutal spot though. Like for 8x pot, it was like I'm supposed to if you call purely linearly, you're supposed to call all flushes, but like some flushes fold and you make some blocker calls. But yeah, it was just fucked up spot.
That's a sick spot, yeah.
Yeah, no, I literally just like sat there for fucking ages, just being like, "This is so like it's so fucked up as well." When you river a flush and you're just like you're just like, "Oh well, at least this hand's like gonna be easy." Like, and it's like, what? Why do I have a catcher?
It was blind versus blind, right? You both have a bunch of flushes. Yeah,
It's like 8x pot, and he has like nut flush or nothing.
Yeah.
And like, I don't know.
Or a king high flush blocker or something.
Yeah, and I had the one with the pair, and then like my thinking was, I was like, oh, he probably doesn't have the one with the pair because those ones would check turn. So I was like, I don't think I'm actually blocking that well. And then I was just pleased when I looked at the sim and I was like, it's not a 20 big blind blunder. I was like, yes. I was like, I haven't fucked up. It's really scary when you like open a sim if you fold a flush and like it could be a 20 big blind mistake. You could be like could be whaling.
Oh, and how much does it make in the sim?
It was 0 EV, so yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Such a huge order that makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, like you were like, but like it's still emotionally difficult.
How high was the flush? Like a 7, 8, 9 high, not higher than that?
No, I had like 6 deuce of hearts, I think.
Yeah, super low. Makes sense.
Yeah.
He didn't block too many strong flushes in his, especially with the deuce. You're blocking ace deuce.
Yeah, I thought if I had it, I called the flushes without the pair first. But then you also need to make quite a few. Well, not that many. You have to make a sliver of blocker calls, which is easy to pussy out of. So
can I guess that he is not supposed to bluff a king there for 8x overbet?
Dude, he's not supposed to shove 8x pot. 8x pot's an illegal size. I should report him to Solver jail.
Solver police. But Kevin is thinking on his own. He's not using Solver.
Yeah,
that's why you are struggling to call here, you know. That's you didn't predict this.
I thought, well, it was like I was just irritated because I thought, like, I was thinking about it for ages, and the best I could do was just like, maybe, like, I'm supposed to call 7 of these. Like, I don't know. Like, you know, usually when you make a fold with a hand that big, you feel pretty good about it.
Now I know you're more obsessed than Kevin. Kevin at least thinks like 3 hours after the grind. You're thinking 3 days after about the hand.
No, this is just a disguised bad beat story. I mean, it's not even a bad beat. Like, I might have just been hard outplayed. Like, I was thinking, it's like someone's made a really good play here. Yeah. But like, either he's got me to fold a flush, or I folded when I was cooled. One of us has made a really good play. But I don't know.
If you already are doubting and thinking that, it means it's the other person, right?
Yeah, I don't.
Most of the times it's other person.
I'm talking about blockers to soothe myself. That shows you. Like, usually I wouldn't give a fuck about that. I'd just be like able to. Or like, not that I don't give a fuck, but like usually when there are days afterwards, you're not still thinking about the blockers. They kind of tie break it for you in game if you really can't work it out. But then a few days later, you'll come up with something better. But here I am, just sat here like, please, Kevin, tell me if I was right. But he's got too many stacks going back and forth. He's forgotten about this little hand with me.
Yeah, I would be curious to know what I had here, but I don't know.
We all would be.
Find out.
Please indulge us, find it.
King with another flush card.
I think I had King 8 offsuit with the King of Hearts.
Oh, nice.
Rest in pieces, Owen. Good luck sleeping tonight, Owen.
Oh, we bet this even on the turn. How do we have? Oh, you bet this on the turn because I'm range folding on a Heart River. That's it. Yeah.
It's an 8x overbet. You're not calling shit there, Owen. Come on.
Okay, Kevin, I found a hand that maybe we can review. It's the one that you played with Flushy, where you have ace-3 of spades in blind versus blind, and you raise, he calls, and then he comes ace-6-5. Sorry, 9-6-5 with 2 spades, and you don't see bet here. Is this just not a good board for you to continue betting?
Can I see the hand?
It's on the stream.
Yeah, now I see. Okay, 9-6-5. Yeah, he has more 2 pairs, more straights. So I have to, build a checking range here. And basically, my hand does well in check call, and then I river the flush and I check raise all in.
What happened on turn and river?
He bet pot on the turn. So at no point are you ever thinking of check raising this?
I wanna like my hand wants to keep in all his potential. Like, for example, he can start betting with hands like Jack 10 offsuit with a Jack of spades. So if I hit a spade, I unblock his bluffs. That might put a lot of money in. So I just want to keep in all his potential bluffs on the river, on the turn or river, in case I hit. So that's why I check call.
Mm-hmm.
And then, so what's the plan going into the river if you don't make the flush?
Well, then I
check, pray.
Yeah, check, and I can win sometimes against a flush draw, or I can win against a give up. But I can. There are more ways to win the hand. I can hit the ace. I can. The board can pair, and I can win. Basically, my hand plays best if I'm up against like a wider range. So then, like, my ace is still good. My 3 might be good as well. So yeah.
So you end up making a flush, but the board pairs. Is there, like, what's the consideration for somebody having a boat here?
I think he can. Let me see.
How deep was the hand?
This was 100 big blinds deep.
Oh, okay, cool.
I think if he plays multiple sides on the river, I think I can jam against this size, because in this size there are like straights and maybe queen with a spade, maybe and also lower flushes. So versus this size, I think I just have a value jam for 100 big blinds.
He doesn't have that many boats, I think. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, he has some, but it's like
6s, 5s, queen 9
Yeah.
offsuit.
yeah, but it's not like it's not tons when queen 6, queen 5 are mostly checking flop and only suited combos. So it's like, and if he bets queen 9, it's often going to be like with the spade or like 2 diamonds or something.
Yeah.
So this is like when these 2 queens are on the board, he doesn't really have it as well. Like
And you're beating king 7, king 8 of spades that play this way. So yeah.
And
any 9x of spades, obviously, he's gonna play this way. So yeah, plenty of value hands you get.
And
value from.
what about his specific hand? How is he? How much does he need to worry about running into a boat here with the way the whole hand went? Because he just has the 9 high flush here on the paired boards, where you also can have some better flushes. So what is he beating here that does this? That calls on the river.
He's not beating anything, but
he's not beating anything. Yeah.
Not everyone folds flushes just because you go all in. Some people in this challenge aren't money scared. But, you know, so.
And it's blind versus blind. It's the widest spot, one of the widest. So maybe he just feels that, he's maybe check jamming a straight or something, or busted diamonds or whatever.
Rigged, do you have any thoughts on this end?
Flushy for sure knows he's bluff catching. But I think he sees a flush, and I think he sees like a pair blocker to the 9. I think for flushy it's too easy to just put Kevin on like ace of spades 6x or the ace of spades 5x, the obvious bluffs, and I think if he maybe has like a unpaired flush or like a straight, he might fold. But I don't think he's ever folding like the 9x of spades.
Is his bet on the turn mandatory, or is that something that he will do sometimes? I mean, with this specific holding, because he bet pot on the turn.
I think it's pretty good.
Okay.
I think it's pretty good versus most people. I think Kevin is like one of these people. I think Kevin, Owen, Linus, Davy as well. Like they're gonna fight a lot. So you might end up in spots where you get bet into, and if you're like very equity driven, like they'll just take kings and then they'll just like check shove it. And then in those situations, you're in dire straits despite having a pair and a flush draw. But I'd say most of the time, like it's kind of like a good way to like push equity and get to check back the river.
All right, yeah, I like that.
But Kevin said it's very good. Like if he range splits river, it's kind of obvious what parts of the range are going to be more value driven, and the pot 1 versus overbets is not going to be the same range splitting, right?
Yeah, but I think even against a jam, I also call. So my hand is just a stack. So,
I don't think you ever fold ace 3 here.
No, I cannot fold.
Never, ever. And you play the same way. Your sets and boats also get there, like the exact same way you're playing probably turn, right? Calling the pots.
I think that the thing is, if he jams, then my ace 3 is a bluff catcher, because I think his jamming range is boats. Then I'm bluff catching, but if he bets spot, I can value jam.
Exactly. You reopen the action,
Yeah.
Are there some players in this challenge that you might fold this? Just call on the river, for example.
Interesting.
No.
Nice. I love it.
All right. Yeah, very interesting hand for sure.
Like you don't need to win all the time to value jam. You know? It's you can be beat sometimes, but it still is a value jam.
Do you think flushy here pots with 7-8 on the river?
I think 7-8 is possible. Yeah, 7-8 with a spade, and my bluff catchers is like king queen with a spade, ace queen with a spade. It's like that.
King queen with a spade.
Yeah.
There's already a spade on the river, right?
Yeah, so king of spades. So if I have king queen with a king of spades, I can bluff catch that hand.
Yeah, you mean like trips with a flush blocker? Yeah.
King, yeah.
Yeah, but he would obviously just continue with 8-7 of spades when you jam. Like any other straight he is folding. He's never catching you with a straight here.
Yeah. So yeah, his bet folds are 7-8.
Mhm.
Maybe Queen Jack himself. Maybe some and then some like low flushes, maybe like 7-4 of spades or something. That could potentially like bet fold.
Yeah, bottom of flushes range, huh?
Yeah.
I think he could be folding there. Yeah, it looks like his potting range on the river doesn't have that many folds. Like the fold equity is very low, it seems. Because there's very little low flushes left. 9-4. We mentioned 8-7 is calling, so 9-4 is right there.
8-7 is a bet fold, I say. I think
The
he's
spade?
bet folding 8-7 with the spade, yeah.
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, I gotta go, guys.
All right. Thank you for being on. You're welcome back anytime. And if you have any shout outs or anything you want to say.
Thank you, Kevin.
No, I hope I can play more with Rigged.
In 5 hours, Kev.
I will put my alarm, okay?
Shout out to play together.
Please, I'm so excited.
Why don't you meet up live and just play? I would love to see that. You guys sound like a great match live to play.
Live
All right, guys.
laptops. All right. Good chatting to you, man.
See you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Kevin. Later.
See you, Kevin.
Rigged, can I ask about your hand with Xiaojun? Is that allowed?
Yeah, of course. Which one?
The Ace Jack versus King Deuce. Did that just play itself? He flatted King Deuce off in the
straddle, right?
Yeah.
I remember that hand. It was river
Yeah, I
check
think I played that hand quite bad actually.
Really?
Yeah.
So you open, he defends big blind, and then it's 5 deuce deuce rainbow. You bet small. He calls.
He's actually on the straddle, right?
Yeah, he's on the straddle. Yeah. So he just defended the straddle.
The straddle, yeah.
Then you bet on the turn an ace of hearts. Now there's a flush draw. He calls again, and then you river top 2. You bet and he jams. It's pretty sick here. He sat there with top 2. Kind of a disgusting spot.
Yeah. I mean, you're looking for any excuse to fold here, right? And then being sat with top 2, you can always just tell yourself he's jamming the same hand, so how can I fold? Or he might be jamming ace 5, so how can I fold?
Yeah.
Or maybe pocket 3s and 4s. He's jamming. Blocking the straights, whatever.
I mean, I can't comment on his tendencies. I don't really.
Mm-hmm.
But if he wants to find like a bluff, the straights are actually kind of like the blockers are kind of fake, in the sense that I don't open 3-4 suited from the small blind in a 3 blind structure. So if there was to be something that is like a blocker, it would be like something to the 5. Like
5-4, 5-3, yeah.
Like Owen said, his bluffs would be like the Jack 5, for example. Like blocking my good 2 pairs, for example.
Yeah, that.
And like blocking the straights and is like not really exactly relevant. I think I played that hand bad. I think like I failed to realize just how many deuce X he has. So I think I should have like built a smaller pot with this hand here. And then I ended up on the river, and then I was like, "Oh fuck my life!" And I was like, something in the chat. I texted something in the chat. I think Rig was Kevin was saying like, "Oh, like come and give me some of the money back," and I was like, "Oh, sorry, I'm gonna lose it back in this hand." And I press call, and sure enough, the money's lost back.
So natural bluff would be like a Jack X of hearts for him, maybe blocking Ace Jack. And not hitting a flush on the river.
Yeah, Jack X's heart's a good one. Like a 5 as well, like a random 5, like 5-4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so he basically can't have enough natural bluffs in this spot. I was just wondering, does he even have enough bluffs because he's on a straddle and he can have, if he's defending King Deuce off, I mean, he will have a lot of Deuce X combos. All suited ones.
Yeah,
and
yeah, for sure. For sure, he's allowed to bluff a lot because he's got all these random Deuce X.
Mm. And then he can also have 4-3, right? Because he's on a straddle. That one defends in position.
Yeah, I think you're right.
So then maybe you didn't play it bad. Maybe you just ran into it.
The reason for why I played the hand bad is like he has all these offsuit straights too.
I don't mind how it's played up until the call.
The river, yeah.
Like,
yeah, I think that river call is dust. I think it's pretty bad.
Okay, I think it's kind of hard to name bluffs, but the one which I instantly named was Jack 5. I don't think there's ever value with this in. So I kind of felt like, and you have to be betting quite like. I mean, to be fair, maybe my value range would have been tighter than you in this spot, but I didn't think this was actually that high up in your value range. I thought this was sort of like it was like towards the bottom of a bad blocker. So I feel like you need a reason to call this rather than a reason to like default would have been fold. You know, that's kind of how I saw it.
Yeah, I agree with Owen. I think that's right. I think I bloated up the pot too much for my hand here.
And turn large size standard, right? Despite being like ace 5 deuce, you're not worried that he can have. It was a large turn, right?
Yeah, well, if Rigged is saying he bloated the pot too much, then so where would you have maybe checked or bet smaller if you had to replay the hand?
I think it's fine, but I feel like this is the worst hand that you can. Wait, he goes like 75% on river, right?
On river, it's yeah.
Yeah, I went 75. I would
have just played it the whole way, but I would have thought that this is probably like the catch I'm least infused about to call on river. Because it's like, even if we're folding this, it's not like he stops bluffing Jack 5, because Jack 5 is still a good bluff to block our like pocket 5s, unblock all of our bluffs. Even if it blocks like one combo of folds. So I think we can still get away with folding this one.
That's why I was asking, does he bluff 4s and 3s just to expand his bluffing range, blocking the straights?
I mean, I think there are better. There are probably better combos.
And Jack X of hearts that miss, but have weaker showdown value.
I think you'd rather have a random 5 than 4s or 3s. Like I think blocking pocket 5s is the big thing for Xiaoshan.
But how many 5x's is he calling versus 3/4 on the turn? That's the thing. 5-4 and 5-3, most likely.
But
right?
those are already better than pocket 4s. You don't get a bluff this spot too well. Evidently you do. He has king deuce off. He actually has quite a lot of value here.
Yeah. That's why I was wondering value to bluff ratio. He needs a lot of bluffs if he's showing up with king deuce off. Maybe he doesn't have natural enough bluffs. Like he needs to find those more creative ones, which makes it
people are pretty good at that.
To bluff.
Yeah, I would just rather at least unblock the natural bluffs and then hope, if we're calling, hope we pick off a creative one rather than But I don't think it's like these kind of mistakes happen. It is like it's a pretty small error at the end of the day.
It's very.
It just happens to be quite expensive, which is the unfortunate part. But yeah.
So what's the mental note on the player once you see?
What's the mental note?
Yeah, when you king deuce off, here merging, whatever.
King deuce off. Shit, right. I'm just like my thing.
No.
No, that's obviously what you rage type in the chat box. All growth is made out of abusing your opponents.
Yeah, I'm just curious. Like next time you're in a spot out of position versus this guy, do you make some adjustment and are you tweaking more? Like every time you play a pair texture versus him next time you are...
Man, we're trying to look too much on the bright side here. Like, we didn't really see anything here. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, no. The note, like, you don't get a note when someone plays the nuts like this. You maybe, like, you get a note if it's the other way. Say the guy just flats here with Jack 5. You know, if he gets to that. Well, then, okay, fine. He didn't take the one bluff, which seemed very natural in a spot where it's really hard to have bluffs. But, like, I don't, you don't get a note just because he played the nuts and you go, oh, always has value. Like, people are allowed to get value. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Interesting.
Makes sense. Yeah.
This reminds me of my straddle ante games, because this was a straddle pot and the ranges are very different. King deuce showing up. In regular you don't see this. I think this hand, honestly, on straddle is not a pure just call. I think
they have a 1BB ante as well.
Oh, okay. Yes. It's 1BB ante.
But one straddle ante.
And Xiaojun was the guy that kept trying to get the ante games going, by the way. And somehow he got into the VIP game. I don't know how. He wasn't in the initial lineup. I think some people couldn't make it. Davy, who ran the worst in the week, apparently.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I technically had a seat, but I didn't want to mix 7 deuce with regular. So I was like...
Yeah.
Well, this doesn't count towards the challenge, does it?
Yeah, it doesn't count towards the challenge.
So why didn't you want to play?
Because I didn't want to be distracted.
Oh, yeah. Well, I guess it was going at the same time, yeah.
Yeah, I was like, I don't want to play like both at the same time.
But did you see how BJP was playing, though? You could have played only this table.
Yeah, but I mean, it's also like I've turned down, like I've had invites to like live games where they've been very soft. Yeah, I just wanted to play this, and then I went to some and got too fucked up, and then been irritated because I've been hungover for days, and then not got to play this. So if I'm sitting here and it's like, okay, I'm finally in a state where I can go play, go battle, have some fun. I'm not gonna like. I was like, do you know what I mean? It's like some things matter more than money. I was like, I'd rather just like play like 4 tables and like the actual challenge and enjoy it rather than just try to hunt the 7 deuce thing. And I'm not good at playing both of those at the same time. I'll just fuck it up. So yeah, I'd rather stay focused.
Rigged, we need to get Owen back on the right track. What can we do?
That's such a needle. That's such a needle.
Make him poor again.
Dude, I've been working on it this year, man. Like what they don't tell you is any pro that's complaining about getting too many invites to live games, it's not because they're playing well. Yeah. It's been very expensive finding out about live poker, but you know.
Rick,
can you find some hand where Owen think he misplayed something?
How much time you got?
I mean, I don't want to.
How much time you got, buddy?
It's after midnight and I'm still here. I want to see some place where Owen messed up, because I feel like it's being Greek deck is being picked up here. Oh, bro, look.
Owen doesn't mess up though. That's the thing. I'm like, we're getting to cocky hours here. No,
actually,
I definitely had some hands.
Rick,
I had some hands where I had no
so well.
I had the one where I had pocket 9s against flushes 10s. That was like no thoughts, head empty. I was literally just sat down the river like, I have a catcher, I don't know. And I was trying to get myself to think about something. I was like, spin the wheel, and I just spin the RNG and it said call. And I was like, well, it's out of my hands now, and then I flick in the call and that was it. I was like, oh yeah.
Maybe a hand where you play against each other, you know? That would be also interesting to see. The hand that you remember that was.
Oh, like, yeah. Rick owned me. Mira owned me in the A7 one.
How big was the pot?
It wasn't that big because I folded. He jammed for an overbet, and I had trips on a board with a like pair board, but there was a flush as well. So like trips, like it's always catch up, but no, it wasn't even today. But I remember him like popping
Oh, that's when I hit you with the Macau special. That one. Yeah.
Macau special. Oh my god.
The A7 suited. That's the Macau special.
I need to see
That's
that.
amazing.
Share a screenshot of run
That's
out
it,
or
yeah.
something.
Oh my god. I hate the way I thought about that hand as well. So I remember just like it was again. This is what I mean by I feel like I've been playing badly this challenge. I've had so many spots where I've just got to the river in big pots. I'm just been like, oh my god, brain isn't working. I guess RNG, and it's like that's so unlike me. Usually I'll at least be thinking about something, and it's just whether I can whether I can fully piece it together. But I don't know. I just had so many spots where I've been half-assing it. Anyway, no more excuses. I'm going to start playing well. Tomorrow onwards, we're going to play good poker.
Look at this. The only leaderboard that matters. The winner and the runner-up from last time.
There we go.
That's the one that matters right there.
I think you owe this watch, whatever the emoji for watches, you owe it to Rick Deck. Or at least own the actual Rolex and share the profits, something like that.
Like, you should have come first if you wanted my Rolly.
I gotta ask you, Owen.
I'm going on that one. Completely fair. I don't want to share some Rolly.
I'm not like. Wouldn't it just be? I mean, obviously, I'm not rich enough to turn my nose up at 50K, but like, wouldn't it just be like kind of like a needle? You know what I mean?
But I gotta ask you, bro, are you really wearing a Rolex? Like, since you want it?
Yeah.
Your style. You're now walking into a convenience store with a Rolex.
No, obviously not.
Okay, cool.
Like, I don't want to be an idiot. I don't want to get mugged.
Yeah. That's what I'm asking, because it's quite pricey to wear around.
Yeah, but like, I mean, I don't wear it to like convenience stores, but I'll wear it to places where I know it's going to be safe. Like,
so nowhere on planet Earth.
Well, places where I'm pretty good. Like, if I know the people that are going to be there, like, if I'm not super out in public, then it's fine. Although I've had a bunch of people tell me I'm an idiot about it. Some people have just been like, "Why the fuck are you wearing it here?" Yeah.
This is why I was asking you. Like,
I wore it from there's a game I was playing which was like 2 minutes down the street from my hotel, and I wore it walking to the game from my hotel. They were just like, "No, don't do that." They were just like, "You're an idiot."
But if you're in Macau, you can probably do that, no problem. But maybe in UK or whatever.
I mean, yeah, maybe. I think UK is nowhere near as unsafe as people say it is, though.
All right, where are the words then?
It's still not. It's still not like. You want to ask for it.
It's different.
Like there's a difference between saying the UK is not as unsafe as people say, and then if I wear Rolly out in public, it will be completely fine. Like,
yeah, of course.
Like these.
If I may suggest an alternative, buy a fake one, like a fake Rolex, and always carry two. And when you're walking in public,
I think they'll just take both, right?
If somebody's gonna mug you, give them the fake one and then put the real one.
No, but that's wait. So is the plan? I just wear the fake one on my wrist, and then someone looks at it and they think it's fake, and they go, "Oh, actually," and then I pull out the real one to prove what?
300 IQ.
No, you give them the fake one. They rob you with the fake one, right? And you're like, "Sorry, sir, here it is for you."
How many $50 mug people, and they're just like, "I would like your watch and not the contents of your pockets." They're just like, they're like, "I would like exactly your watch," and then they see it, and they're like, "Oh, that's a Rolex. We're doing well. You can keep your wallet." No, like that's not.
Okay, that's why I don't want you to wear a Rolex. It's not safe, bro. Come on, like you need to shield it. Next thing I am gonna hear from you, you're gonna buy katana or something. You're gonna be a ninja to protect your Rolex.
I did think at one point, like I brought it to a Triton, and There's one point I went out to meet some people for drinks. I came back and I couldn't find it in my room. I thought it'd been nicked from my room.
Wow.
And then I just realized I knocked it off the bedside table and it rolled under the bed.
Oh God.
50K was
actually.
I was so scared. I was just like, oh, what the fuck? Like, did housekeeping nick it? Jesus, I was like losing my mind. I was like, how could anyone have been in the room? And I was like, no, I'm just a fucking idiot.
Saved.
Yeah.
This is why I keep telling you need to give it to Rick Deck. I'm sure he would take better care of that.
What commission is he on?
For sure.
Mirror, what commission is he on if he gets you to watch?
I have no commission here. I'm not earning a dime here. I just know you're gonna drop it.
Yeah.
It's got his name engraved in it.
Wait,
There's
does
no
it?
way.
Yeah.
I'm not buying that.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, for sure, it's got Prodigy in there, no?
Yeah. It says, I don't know exactly.
Nah, that just wouldn't feel right.
Owen
No way.
is there or something.
We can
If
go.
it had
I have a
engraving, we
question.
would have had a conversation.
Actually, it's here. I can tell you what it says. It says,
Owen, I have a question if you don't mind.
oh yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I know someone, he's playing, a friend of mine, Straddle Anti-format on WPT. And I think Sakram is Hierophant, right? And you coached him.
Yeah.
And he's thinking about getting coaching from him. Do you think like he's...
Oh, he's
offering
going down
enough-
the line. He's going down the chain.
Yeah. And he was like asking me if I could ask you if you think he's a good one for these anti-formats. I guess yes, since he has been coached from you.
Yeah,
he should be good enough.
What am I supposed to say here, bro?
Despicable human being, but great coach. Like, just tell us how you feel. You know?
I mean,
Guys, I wasn't caught up with that. Which person are you guys talking about? Being a coach?
Sakram.
Hierophant. He was playing the mid-stakes championships.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean, you're buying early there. You're investing early because like that guy's going to be playing like he's going to be playing this in a year or two. You're getting.
Wow.
Okay,
How
great
much
value.
is the coaching?
What's his screen name, though? I want to know that guy's screen name.
I want to know.
I mean,
the
he
price
plays
for
like
coaching.
500 NL mostly at the moment, so you wouldn't know him. Like Hierophant.
So is he coaching for 300, 400, 500.
Dude, I don't know.
Usually that's the pricing.
He's undercutting me though. I should get my fucking cut.
Ask him to give you another Rolex. You can walk with 2 Rolexes, you know, instead of giving you cut.
I mean, no, he's very very smart, very sharp guy.
So you're confident he's gonna rise up through the stakes?
Yeah, dude, I've been telling everyone that he's going to be playing high stakes eventually. Everyone will listen.
Yeah.
But he plays straddle and anti games, like on WPT or.
Oh, he plays heads up. I think mostly.
Okay.
He plays a bit. Of
Sorry,
everything.
Riggs, you were saying?
Oh no, I was just making an observation. He's the guy who's been appearing consistently on the streams.
Yeah. He's very chill.
Yeah. He's fucking leaking all the tech so that he can get new students and then start his own CFP called Gorilla at a Discount. Fucked up, man.
Guys, it's been a pleasure, but I'm gonna have to go and sleep because Kevin needs to print me in a few hours. So.
Oh shit! All right, I guess I'm off to bed now.
I will follow. Have a great sleep, bro.
Thank you so much, Riggs. You have a good night. You're welcome back anytime.
Thank you for having me. Thank you, guys.
Much
Thank you.
love.
Good night.
Later.
Yeah, bro.
What a guy. What a great guy.
Riggs is such a good sport.
Yeah. I still remember last challenge, like he joins the call at the end. He's like, I'd like to extend an early congratulations to Owen. I'm like, who says that? You know, like nobody else would have said that. It's so cool.
Yeah, no, Riggs is so chill.
He was up there until the very end. Yeah.
Let's give him his flowers, Owen. How about that? How about we do the big hand, the big hand that he won? Because obviously,
against me?
No, against he won the biggest hand of the day. That was in the VIP game against Kevin. But still,
Oh, did he? Oh, nice.
Yeah, that was a pretty cool hand. So he
was it the King 10 one?
Yeah, that was the King 10.
Oh yeah.
So there is a straddle. There's a straddle. He raises 3 bets.
Hey, we've already done this one there.
We just glanced over it. But come on, let's glaze Rigged a little bit. Let's glaze him. You know?
Right. Ooh, okay, that's fucking good.
So there's
full glazing mode.
There's a 4 bets, and Kevin calls.
All right.
Nice.
Nice.
What do you think there? Like, is the best line, or like, how do you break down even like this type? Like, it's monotone 4-bet cutoff against button.
Yeah. So the thing is, in 4-bet pots, in 4-bet pots, usually, like the ranges are so high card heavy. I mean, obviously, I'm not used to this exact format, but mono boards make a much bigger impact. Like, they have a much bigger impact on thresholds when they're low mono boards. But there's an ace and a jack of diamonds on the board, so it blocks a lot of the flushes for both players. Which I imagine in like this 2BD 7 deuce anti format means that ace king is still a fairly clean get in if the board, doesn't run out 4 diamonds. I guess. I mean, what does Miro kick us off with? He goes with like a B25, right?
On the flop, it's smaller.
Yeah. Oh, smaller. Good.
I think 10% is in the 4-bet pots in this spot.
Yeah. I mean, 10 to 15 is good stuff.
So he went small, gets called, and then we get a deuce of clubs. Is there ever any slow plays here, or is it just like kind of bet, like straightforward? Like when would you have a slow play? More so if you're in position, I assume, or how does that work?
No, there's lots of slow playing at short SPRs. Because basically the nice thing about slow playing at short SPR is if they don't participate in helping you to get all the money in, it's not that big a deal because you only have like 1.5 like SPR behind. Well, actually, no, I kind of lie. I said there's lots of slow playing at short SPRs. That kind of goes a bit back and forth. But like basically, like this kind of hand where you're super invulnerable is very reasonable to slow play at short SPRs. Whereas when you're at deep SPRs, if you're at like a 20, if you're at a 20 SPR, if you check and the other person checks back, unless you're Kevin, that can be a bit difficult to get the money in. But yeah, so whereas like at short SPRs, oftentimes you plant the money in if you're a bit more vulnerable. But when his hand went super invulnerable, and even if Kevin checks back, like I say, it's like there's not much money behind it, it's still 19k, but like relative to the pot, it's not that much. So yeah, decent hand to check with. He's also, he's blocking some call downs as well. Low. I wonder with the ante, I guess Kevin would just go with ace king, mostly pre. But yeah, obviously fine to slow play this.
So
then
Rig checks, actually. He checks, and we get a bet in position. And like also, what do you really expect villain to have here if you flopped everything? Because he has king 10 of diamonds, so it's like, does he just think there's some sort of ace, queen of diamonds? Like what else in a 4-bet pot?
I mean, I did flush size that he. So Kevin's gonna have like a small frequency that he like 3-bets pre and then calls a 4-bet with a bunch of different pocket pairs. Especially with the ante, he can he can have all of them. So yeah, I mean, obviously you could just be coolering him, but I guess when you have like the king 10 of diamonds, you're unblocking a bunch of those low pocket pairs, which like there aren't many of them, but they're all in there a sliver, and like Kevin's going to float the flop with them and then bluff it off to you once you check it over. Yeah, I mean, like Kevin picks quite nice size here. I think you can bet some like ace 5 or whatever for this size. You could go bigger, but I think this is actually kind of nice because you want to make hands like kings and queens feel the heat. You don't want to go straight to try to make like actual board pairs indifferent. So yeah. Wait, no, we're glazing rig. I mean,
actually, so Rigged ends up calling here, and I was talking about slow play earlier. I can tell you when I slow play this board, the board always pairs, and I get jammed on the river, and I just vomit. So, like,
no, you don't vomit. You snap call, take your medicine.
Yeah, and then I lose to a boat because they never bluff in my stakes. But so Rigged check calling here, is that the line that you feel is the most optimal?
I mean, you could check min raise him if you wanted to. Okay. I would say
no need.
Yeah, I was like it's like there are some interesting equilibriums which go on with this, but the standard play is just the call.
If there is very few sets, then you want to keep his pairs with a flush blocker or unblocker in the bluffing range. So check raising folds all that, you know.
Yeah, I mean,
And king queens are folding and king 10 and whatever. So
well, it's also sometimes you might think. So sometimes you might think, okay, what if imposition is betting a hand which will check back river if I just call, say ace five.
Yeah, you're missing EV by not check
raise and then shove into them on the river. So maybe like that is a consideration. This which is why I say like this size is actually like pretty sharp because it sort of reduces the EV of both the pocket pairs, and then it also gives you an actual decision when you're slow playing. Whereas if you see half pot, the slow play is very, very comfortable because you're already getting like tons of money in, and the imposition range is very polar. By Kevin making that imposition range just a little bit less polar on the turn, it makes this decision a little bit cloudier. Maybe he has a bit more room to express an edge.
I just think with nuts here, you're more incentivized to slow play, but if you have like a weaker flush, like let's say you were 4-betting whatever 8-7 suited or 7-6 suited, you're more likely to protect raise it than slow play it. You just seems that
often if you were shoving the turn, you'd probably take like pocket jacks. Would be a go-to.
Yeah, I'm not sure still how deep they are, like how much SPR is left.
It's 186 bigs.
Oh,
and 115 in the middle.
Oh, so it's not necessarily.
It calls it about a 1 SPR.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it feels like Kevin's sizing for that. And so, like here, how do you decide to check if you're rigged? Like, how about like blocking, or like how do you make the decision to not bet out?
Well, this is what I was saying about short SPRs. Like the best, you want to think about hands which are going for certain traps, and so when you have a hand which is like essentially completely invulnerable, that one's pretty reasonable to check calling. Yeah. When you have a hand which is like, when you have a hand which more wants to get the money in now and has a bunch of bad rivers to protect against, that hand is probably a bit better for check raising.
Yeah.
So a hand like pocket jack. So if we had ace jack, maybe if we had ace 4 as well, that'd be a reasonable one to just check rip on the turn, and try to stack Kevin's ace king or ace queen now, and then deny equity from like. Because say we have ace 4 and then in position has pocket sixes with a diamond. That actually has quite a lot of outs against us.
Yeah.
Whereas against king 10 diamonds, obviously they're just drawing dead.
But you're not happy with 8-7 of diamonds and 6-7 of diamonds, check jamming or check raising turn. I mentioned, because those can also 4-bet out of position.
Yeah, I mean they're very low frequency. Those sort of feel like if you were checking them, you'd probably either check call, or you would check min raise.
Yeah. I was thinking that check min raise is a very good play on the turn.
But you're not getting anything with real equity against you to fold. Like a lot of the bluffs are dead to you. Like the bluffs will be like gut shots. Like, and it's like, oh well, a 4th diamond rolls off. Like that's just life. But like you're not really actually getting anything to fold which had outs.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, if you check min raise on the turn, you're still keeping potential gut shots and ace king, ace queen with a diamond in the calling range, or potentially even jamming range if he whatever comes over the top with some frequencies. I'm not saying it's proper way to play. I'm just saying like you level opponent in some way, adding this to your.
Yeah, I mean there's definitely a lot of leveling which goes on in these slots. People tend to be quite like. I mean, I would say the majority of players don't play the check min raises though.
Yeah. And mono
it's very much
textures just seem to be perfect spots on black turns to add this check min raise, because in reality you still have the ranges can still be, you know, not kept, but basically have a condensed range of all these different value hands, like top pair,
yeah. I mean,
flush draws, and all
paired
that.
boards are kind of natural for it as well.
Yeah.
Like the less equity the calling range has, the smaller you can go and still make it indifferent.
So in short, rigged is the goat. Is that what we're saying?
No, that's what I was trying to get to.
Perfectly played.
I mean, rig has naturally more flushes here, like the King X ones, at least.
I know. I think imposition has more flushes. A lot of
overall total number of flushes, Kevin. Yeah. But King X
but
ones,
in a proportional range too. Imposition doesn't have as many offsuit hands as outposition does in these spots.
Yeah, but I'm just speaking about King High flushes, because rig deck is gonna 4-bet way more King X than Kevin defends.
I mean, it was a pretty small 4-bet. Like Kevin might call the 4-bet with King 6 suited or whatever.
It was a small spot pre-flop.
It was a pretty small 4-bet.
Yeah, it's 4.2k the 4-bets.
I just thought it was like over 28 big blinds or something. No.
There are 242 big blinds deep. Well, actually, wait, with the straddle.
Oh,
it's
this
less.
is a straddle.
Yeah, because it's straddle, it's 120, 121.
I mean, there's a one.
It's 121 big blinds, right, with the straddle, I guess, technically, and then he does 42, which is 21.
I mean, he goes like, it's not as small as I thought it was.
2 point, what is this? Like 3 point something?
4.2.
Yeah, but
because
3x, whatever, it's almost 3x sizing, so it's actually.
I mean, I can look this up. But
by the way,
the 4-better always has more offsuit hands.
Yes,
basically. Like you never
And Stuck in Micros, do you have any questions?
General one, if I don't mind.
Sure.
As someone with ADHD myself, I wanted to ask you if when you were starting out like at NL50, NL100, low stakes, if you had like a certain approach to learn strategy, because like I always feel like I don't have a problem with playing a lot. I rather have like to calm myself, to focus on having not too many tables up. And because like when I play like rec tables, I can't play like less than 6, because then when action is pretty slow, I get bored easily. And I also like find it like difficult to have like a study routine and like to follow like a certain structure concept. And I wanted to ask if you like had like maybe some breakthrough for yourself, some guideline that you had and that you could follow.
I've always looked like I've always studied off hands that I played. I haven't really I didn't really sit down to study something. I'll be like, oh, okay, I want to see like what happened here? What did I think? What did I miss? You know. So and then it feels very relevant. It's not like oh, today we learn how to play 3-bet pots. It's more like there was this exact hand where I can feel what I didn't know, and like I know why I want to know it, because like I was just in that spot, right? That's always been kind of how I've done it.
So you always look like to have like some engagement with the hand, to be like more interested, more focused, and not like with too general approach. You think like it's good like to have like a certain hand that sparks your interest and gets you excited instead of like
just follow it all the way down the rabbit hole. So I'll just be like just continuously coming up with new questions. And I think as well, you can sort of see, like, I mean, obviously, I was asking Kevin what he had when I forwarded the flush to him. But there is kind of a thing where, like, I feel like a lot of these things, very often, when you have like a high data point hand, as in like it's like, you played quite a bit with the player, it's quite a specific spot. there is usually some breaking factor that if you're curious enough, you can find, and it doesn't necessarily mean that you will find it every time. But I feel like I'm a bit of a mad scientist about poker, and I'm continuously coming up with lots of different theories about like why I might change something and then see if it makes sense. But like, yeah, I'm just always sort of like, I'm always just like following my curiosity more so than sitting there being like, oh, let's make sure our CBET frequencies are down. Which does mean that it takes me a while to like warm up again because like sometimes I've been away from things for too long, and yeah, need to get back to that level of sharpness when you're trying to play like that. It's like, I don't know, it's a bit less forgiving of a play style.
Yeah. Yeah, cool. That's right.
But yeah, that's my yeah. I don't know. I just say like, yeah, follow your curiosity. Find someone who is curious about poker as well. You know, having someone that you can bounce ideas off of. Like yeah, I found recently, especially with the World Champs going on, there's a lot more people to talk to about hands, and it gets my enthusiasm going. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wake up and they've got like loads of stuff.
What about ChatGPT?
ChatGPT.
He's my best friend.
Yeah.
You talk to him or what?
Not sure I would recommend talking to ChatGPT.
Yeah, but in general, I agree. Like, I always think like when I have a coaching session, I learn so much more compared to like when I try to like approach some general boring idea myself. It's like when I have someone to engage with to talk about, then I get more excited, and then it usually takes a lot less time. And it's not necessarily like someone who coaches me. Like also like when I talk with friends about poker, I always feel like, cool, okay, we got it like in 15 minutes, and if I had done it myself, I probably like would have taken hours because like I don't get that excited about it. Yeah.
Also, it's nice to have someone that can sanity check for you. Like I find me and Tim, he's like derp on the leaderboard. We're both often the kind of guys who like are trying to like cook really hard and come up with like these crazy justifications for like why we can do stuff. And it's like, but we're also both the guy who says to the other one, maybe we could just play good poker. You know, we don't have to go off the deep end in this hand. And I think like it's quite, you know, especially like when you look at things the way I am, where you're trying to be a bit like, where you're trying to make the stuff which is a bit more like wild, like or like our justification for play work. It is, you know, it is nice to occasionally have someone step in and be like, wait, chill. But you also, you know, it depends what person you are, because you know, you might want the opposite. Maybe you need someone to push you to be a bit more confident and just fucking send it. You can see like you know, going all in a lot is a bit of a superpower. You can see how hard it is for everyone to deal with.
Yeah.
Just from how kind of do it. I mean, obviously, his propensity to go all in is not the only reason he's doing well, but it definitely does make it hard to deal with. You know, and like someone being a bit like being a bit fearless. But yeah, I mean, I guess you kind of want someone who's a bit the opposite of you in a way. If you're a psychopath redliner, you want someone who's a bit more chill. And then if you're very chilled out, you need someone like throwing wild, crazy ideas at you. But then you can sort of meet in the middle. Yeah, I mean, I but well, I guess I'd say one thing in order to just stay like studying and improving is to just like never, like the moment you sit down at a table and you're just like, oh my god, I'm about to do the Daniel Negreanu masterclass ad. But genuinely, like the moment you think that you have your strategy and I'm sat down there today and I'm gonna like just execute my strategy rather than being like, I'm testing my strategy to see how I can improve it. Like the moment you're in that first mindset where it's just like, oh, now I just collect the check. It's like, you know, at that point, like the path to you being like sick of poker and retiring and jumping to some other career has already started. Like, I think if you want to keep things fresh, you have to keep looking at things through the lens of like, okay, what new things have I got that I might try out? Like, okay, something I often do before sessions is just being like, oh, this is like the new thing, and like, I'm still finding new shit to do. So no one else has any excuse. Like, I mean, yeah, but yeah, just being like, oh, here's the new thing which I'm gonna see if I can execute on, and then like come out with ideas in the session to go to other stuff. But I mean, yeah, it's kind of easy when you're obsessed. But if you are obsessed, then just like follow the curiosity. Yeah, I mean, ADHD can be like it can definitely be a hindrance. Like it took me ages to learn how to process like CBET frequencies. Like that stuff was just saying which I didn't want to learn. I just hated the idea of it. But it can also be a bit of a superpower in that, like, I think my ability to go deep down a rabbit hole and just like sit there tweaking tiny things in some spot which I'm never going to see again, but the understanding will stay with me. Is like that's something which I want to play into more so than just like being, solid overall. I want to like, I want to like push the limits at the edges and like lean into that. Yeah. Oh man, he was roasting me on Twitter today. He was just like, "Oh, we've already had 80 hours of own podcasting," and like I told him our 81 was going to be special. So I hope that hope we got something interesting in there.
I wonder actually, Owen, is it ever a quest that feels it like it's for perfection? Because surely, like, right, we know perfection doesn't exist. Perfection is like GTO, right? It's the computer that plays Unbreakable.
Oh, no,
so it's more about improving itself, I assume, right?
GTO is not perfection. Nah, like no. This is like when I talk about these hands, and like I talk about them as if it's like a massive defeat. If I'm just like, if I know my hand is 0 EV and I RNG, I feel so defeated. Like, like, sure, we can do that, but it's like you can, there's so much else to pick up on. Like everyone's so human. Obviously, some people are giving away less than others, and I actually get very frustrated playing against the thing which triggers my ADHD is playing against players who are too solid. Genuinely, it just like it irritates me. I'm just like, we're not having a back and forth here. We're not battling. I was like, they could just be playing against a sim and they'd be executing the same, like they'd be trying to make the same hands. Like they're not thinking about the way I play at all, and so I don't get to think about the way they play because like it's all very static. It's not evolving. But yeah, that aside, I don't really think. I feel like like don't let perfect be the enemy of the good, right? Like if you're thinking about like, oh, I want to play perfect, then that's just gonna seem completely unattainable. It's like, oh, I want to do one cool new thing today which I wasn't doing yesterday. Like, how about that? That's like, that's kind of fun.
Scry in the chat asked how big win rate BB per 100 would have Solver in this championship. Is it possible to estimate that number?
Well, actually, we were gonna. Well, I say we were gonna. They are doing a prize for the most GTO accurate player. For who's making the least EV mistakes.
So Decky's gonna win while being down 4 buy-ins?
I mean,
that's bait.
I was helping them work out how to calculate it, so I got a sneak peek. So my lips are sealed about how everyone's doing.
Oh God.
Yeah. I'm allowed to say that I'm doing fucking terribly and proud. Yeah.
All right. I like that.
But yeah, I mean, it's like, but yeah, I mean, we're gonna see how it's doing. It's also, but it is interesting. But I don't think that the solver would win at the rate that it would relative to our EV mistakes, because a lot of the times people make EV mistakes because they know they're against a human.
Yeah.
Like if I was playing against the solver, I wouldn't be trying to exploit it. I'd just be fully focused on accuracy, and then I would make a lot smaller errors. Well, I'd hope. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I guess he wouldn't win that much because like if you guys like probably would like go into GTO Wizard and do some drills, I'm pretty sure you don't have massive EV leaks, so I guess the solver wouldn't win that much in
I
these
think
games.
it would win it like it would win it 2BD or something.
Yeah.
Well,
that's
actually,
good.
no. Wait. No, I was thinking only versus top guys. No, versus the pool as a whole, it would probably win at like 4 or 5.
So we're talking about like the meat and potatoes of the like the all high marks and stuff. I say this because he's listening, by the way.
Yeah, I think it will be surprisingly small because it's like, yeah, it's also there's this weird thing where like if you know you're playing a solver, you can just take lines which are easier to execute. Like you don't have to go for some turn check raise if you know your hand is a reasonable call against the solver, because it's like, what do you gain from check raising if it's at best the same EV as a call? Against a human, yeah, you gain a lot strategically, right? Like it's going to be important to have some bluffs there, like make them fold some draws, whatever, yada yada. Versus a solver, it's just like, well, it has like the perfect range construction anyway. I might as well take the line, which I know it's doing well. Like after you check raise in a 3-bet pot, turns are like notoriously easy to make EV mistakes in, right? But what if I just change my check raise strategy in the 3-bet pot to I'm just going to check raise the nuts? Because like none of the other hands are pure, like it's like you can just do it at basically 0% frequency. You don't, yeah. So there are ways to play around it and like cheese it so that if you knew you were playing a bot, you could actually lose at quite a low rate to it. No way, someone's saying 10 BB, 0%. 0%. So it'll be 2 or 3 BB.
No, but in those stakes, he was writing that if like
at low stakes. Oh, right. Oh,
yeah, because like one guy was asking like if a solver could, or if like a GTO would win like versus like calling stations and fishes, and yeah, the whole idea like of GTO is like you play like a strategy that can't be exploited. So of course you would win versus everyone, but you have to keep in mind that playing a strategy that itself can't be exploited is sometimes not the highest EV, and if people in low stakes overcall or overfold, you can exploit these mistakes by deviating from a GTO strategy.
Yeah.
To answer your question, HTTP.
I wonder if you put a because like the rake at micros is what, like 15 BB per 100. I wonder if you put like a full theory bot at micros, what does it win at? Because like
I mean versus regulars, it could be really bad if you put like a
versus regulars is not being the rake.
Yeah, I mean if there's not enough like fishes which like have like a massive losing win rates,
like a 10NL reg, is a 10NL reg making more than 15 BB per 100 of errors? I don't like, honestly, I don't know. That's like so divorced from me. like I don't.
Yeah, probably yes. I would say yes.
Yeah, maybe it just beats it with no fish in the pool. It'd be kind of interesting though. I don't want to be the guy who just goes, oh, like theory is useless at low stakes. I really don't think it is at all. Also, it's like all good exploits come out of understanding theory. So it's like, like, yeah, it's a bit, yeah, like
there's often this misconception of GTO, right?
Yeah, there's this whole cult of like, oh, like if you look at a solver before you're playing 500 NL, you're trolling or something. And I think that's just like complete nonsense. You can like, I mean, obviously you want to be careful what you take from it. But it's just reactionary stuff, like there are a bunch of people who went way too into it. Also, there's a bunch of regs who are just bad because like they're more interested in like copying rather than understanding the solver. And then, some of them are really fucking good and accurate and play quite high. But for the most part, those regs who cap themselves out because they're more interested in copying. Well, the thing is, the guys who play high have the understanding as well. They just choose to play a game tree which doesn't divert that much. I don't want to say that they're copying without understanding. They get like, yeah, it's quite different. But yeah, there's a lot of people who like, well, yeah, this is what I mean by like going down rabbit holes in the solver. It's like you see something weird which is unintuitive to you, and it's like you don't want to just be like, oh, I should do that. next time I have like pair plus a gut shot on the turn, I'm just going to check raise it or RNG it because the solver does it sometimes, and I'm just going to RNG that. It's more like I'd have the curiosity to just be like, okay, I've got to work out, because calling the EV is easy to see in that spot, and then raising is like so dicey. It's like, okay, where are all the parts of the EV is coming from here? Like, what are all of the factors? And then, like, diving down that rabbit hole, and then like you'll fuck it up, you'll miss some stuff, it won't make sense. But like just chasing that curiosity, I know it's kind of fun. I'm jealous of myself when I was like 1 year into poker. I was like, every time I opened up a solver, there was like there was some hand which was being played in some way which I didn't understand, and I was like, there's so much shit to do. I remember the first time I saw on like, I don't know, like Queen 10 5-4, that if you had King Deuce, you could go like small bet on the flop and then you could overbet the turn. I was like, what the fuck? We don't have a draw. We just have King High. Like, what the hell is going on here? And then I was like sitting there for ages, just like what the fuck is up with that? That's got it. Like, where the fuck is this coming from? And then eventually you crack it, and I was like, wow, genius! I cracked poker. And like, not really, there's so much other shit. There's like infinite other shit. I was actually talking to Duty about this the other day. Like, we were talking about some new concept, and he was just like, yeah, it's quite nice that there's still new stuff to discover. And like, Duty's like 30, I want to say 36. He's been like top online winner for years, made millions and millions and millions playing, and he's just like, yeah, it's fun how there's still new stuff to add and understand. So yeah, that's just, and yeah, curiosity doesn't go.
Guys, sorry to interrupt. I just want to thank Johan for inviting me again. Owen, thank you for joining and always sharing awesome things. And Bro Stuck in Micros, I hope we get to do something like the study session with Johan we discussed. Yeah, we should definitely do that.
Let's do it, and then we're gonna cook Owen in the future. Let's go, boys.
Well, now we know the exploit is like 8x over bets every single time.
You messed up.
On every flush run note, of course.
I mean, to be clear, I RNG'd and was not happy about folding a mixed hand.
Don't worry, I'm doing this always with nuts. You can RNG anytime you want. Doesn't matter. I'm not.
Yeah, that was some dumb shit I used to do. I used to RNG against people who like only ever had value. I'd just be sitting there like, what's the fucking point?
Capable of finding bluffs, bro. It's always nuts. So don't worry.
That's what a bluffer would say.
Okay, I gotta go, and thank you everyone in the chat. Chat was pretty alive tonight. Yeah.
Thank you, bro. Have a good night.
Yeah, bye.
And then there were three. You'll be the last one standing. I feel like Owen. Owen has got too much energy tonight.
Yeah, well, I mean, like I wasn't really playing properly, so I was just like, I'm just gonna keep adding coffee until I play good poker, and apparently there wasn't enough.
I was gonna ask Kevin actually how many coffees, because he mentioned he drinks coffee when he wakes up. So I wonder, like, because he plays 16-hour session, how many would you guess?
There was a funny moment when he just like, I wake up and I have my coffee, and then I have, how you say, I don't know, and they said, and then I do, how do you say, and I was so sure he was going to say cocaine. I was so waiting for it. I was like, I knew it. but like, I do some sit-ups, and I was like, oh fuck, the secret is exercise. What the hell?
Sicko.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Kevin, I saw someone in the chat earlier ask actually if Kevin's the most aggressive guy, and I would say Kevin's probably he's got the most aggressive river strategy. That doesn't necessarily mean overall strategy. Like, Davy's very, very aggressive in a different way.
Yeah.
The amount of times Davy puts you all in for like 5x pot or whatever is like less. I mean, obviously, he's still, well, I say obviously, but he is still doing it. But Davy, like, the thing is, you get to see a lot more rivers against Kevin, and then he makes you hate your life. Davy, you get to see a lot less rivers, but then he doesn't have. Well, because the thing is, you can't have it both ways. Davy is aware that he's playing so aggressively on the earlier streets that when he gets to these rivers, he kind of like knows that he can't have his cake and eat it, right? You can't just you can't just do all this aggressive stuff on early streets and then like still rep all the value in all the other lines as well. You kind of gotta like pick a little bit of one. Although everyone's doing a little bit of both. It's just small stylistic things. But yeah, I mean, personally, I find the way Davy plays is like so because the way Kevin plays is much more relatable to me. So then I find the way Davy plays much more like has me much more awestruck. Like like the way Kevin plays, I'm just like, yeah, that makes sense. I'm with you. Like this is like I feel like we actually play poker quite similarly. And then the way maybe like the way we get to the answers is different, but usually I feel like I play hands fairly similar to him. And then the way Davy plays is just like completely different. I'm always just like, oh, what the fuck is he up to? Well, he's got a lot of imitators this year.
Are you happy with the turnout, like that you got to play with those guys for like a month straight, as many hands as this? Because like in the previous one, like Davy wasn't playing as much. Linus at some point stopped playing, whereas like now he really came back and started playing again. So although you're not in the leads, it's fun, right?
Yeah, definitely. Also, it's like like I played like 16,000 hands, I think. So I haven't. Yeah. I mean, I keep saying this. I wish I played more. I got 16,000 bang on. But yeah, no, it is a lot of fun. It is a lot of fun, and I see a lot of other people popping up. Like this Biluzin guy who I haven't played much against him. We've had one or two interesting hands, I think. Like we had a kind of small hand earlier today where I remember I was just like I was thinking about how to play some spot, and I was like, well, he probably doesn't have this hand or this hand here because those are a bit advanced. And then he had like one of the exact hands I thought, and I was like, oh shit, shit, this guy knows how to play.
I think it's quite cool that even on this like level of play, you guys still have like your own style and maybe a different approach to the game, because like I guess like a lot of people think like when it comes like to this level of high stakes players, they're probably just all trying to get as close to GTO as possible.
Yeah, they're just robots with no personality.
Yeah, right. You would think that, but it's so cool to see like that everyone has like his own style in a kind of way.
Yeah, I mean the thing is, I really want to be like styleless. I want to be able to play every style. The thing is, there is still a side which comes more naturally to you. Like I think, I think like playing these like playing polarized rivers and stars is something which I have like a very good understanding. It's really come to me. All this like equity warrior stuff is something which I've definitely had to like force myself to learn a lot more. Whereas I feel like Davy, that seems to come very natural. Well, or maybe it doesn't. He's had. I was saying he's had so many imitators. There've been a lot of people who've tried to play like Davy this challenge, and it like it's not gone well for them. There's been a lot of people who tried to play that. Some people were kind of doing it and then flew too close to the sun. They were definitely implementing bits of his stuff. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely the hardest style to play. Well, I say that because I played the other one. Maybe to Davy, playing like KP seems impossible. He's just like, what the fuck? I'm not supposed to free bet the flop. Like, what the hell?
Somebody in chat asks, how is it easy to play against? I love Avril Lavigne range bet strategy.
Thing is, I have a lot of hands against Marinelli. Like, I might have more hands against him than I do against anyone else in the world.
Really? From heads up or like ring games?
No, not much heads up. Me, him, and Void have played so much three-handed.
So I guess you're like the best equipped to, like, because you're so familiar with playing with him, right?
Yeah, I mean, well, at the same time, they should have some stuff on me. I feel like I've changed more since we used to play.
Yeah.
So yeah, I feel like I do pretty well against those guys. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, mainly it's like, yeah, I'm not sure what he's been up to this year. I haven't seen much of him, so. And, I don't think he did too well last year, if I remember as well. So.
You're just trying to bait me into showing the leaderboard from last time, aren't you?
Yeah. No. Oh, yeah. Best leaderboard all time. No, I mean, there we go. Number one. How did he do last year? Oh yeah, he didn't do so well. Yeah.
Minus 13 buy-ins, 17k hands, actually right above
EV. I mean, obviously, I always feel like it's weird because I feel like I've got so much history with him that it's like, but yeah, I don't want to be piling on him either. I like that. It's a nice game.
All right, variance is one hell of a drug. Let's just.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I saw something on 2+2 where they're just like, oh my god, 40k hand samples mean nothing, and I was like, they don't mean nothing. Like,
really? Because that's Sacramon recently, and he was saying, I hope Linus finishes last, then he'll prove my points that this amount of hands means nothing.
I mean, where is Linus now, though? So
yeah, he's going back up a bit.
Let me see. Where is Linus? I mean, he's at minus 3 big blinds per 100. That's a very big difference to where he was at the start, where he was at like minus 10 DD per 100. You know.
Yeah.
This is like quite a big turnaround. Yeah, I mean, eventually we'll have enough of these that you can stitch everyone's samples together and get like a 250,000 hand sample, right? Like that's the hope at least.
Do you think that there is any changes to the format that could be good? Like, let's say if they would run this over like maybe like 2 months instead of 1, and then do 1 week break in between, or you think like, I mean, it's obviously very difficult for people to commit to this long.
I think 2 months is a bit much, but
yeah.
I would love for there to be a break. I think the thing about last year, which was nice, was that because it was around Christmas, it was very, very natural to have a break. And everyone everyone had a break then planned anyway. You know, obviously they go to family, come back sort of refreshed. I think having a random arbitrary break with like when there isn't other stuff on might kill the momentum a bit. I can see why people would think that. Yeah, I mean, also it's kind of like, you know, it's not the end of the world that there's a bit of variance in it, right? Yeah. I think like, you know, the job of top players to put themselves in a position where if you're the guy that runs good, you will win. Like, you can't like guarantee it by any means. But you wanna like give yourself the best chance possible by playing well, and like putting yourself in that spot. I'll say like, yeah, like playing well for like 50,000 hands, which is what KP's doing. Yeah, I mean, obviously it's like, there's obviously going to be some variance, but you know, that's not the end of the world. Like, if it was just like, if that wasn't part of it, like, you know, there wouldn't be any money in poker. So, you know, but like people saying it means nothing, and I'm just like, yeah, Jesus, come on. It means a little bit more than 0 hands, right? If you just cross the 100,000 hand barrier, and then suddenly it means something. But 99,999 don't mean shit.
I wonder, like, if you look at players like Kevin and Rigged, what do you think is the difference between them and you as to like how much they managed to just like kind of like start playing and go through this? Do you think like they were better prepared heading into the championship and kind of like stuck to what they were planning to do, or because their volume? I mean, it's not like 10 times what you've played, but let's take Rigged. He has 53K hands, and Kevin played 45. So obviously they play more tables than you. They play longer hours, but it does seem like they went into this with a clear idea of like playing some big volume.
Yeah, I mean, I had so much other stuff to do at the same time. Like a bunch of live game shit I like had to sort out and like play. Like some games were just like, you know, too good, no turning them down. But also like, you know, I just released Gorilla Poker, like the new V2 version of that at the start of the challenge, at the start of November. So yeah, I was trying to get like that done, you know, do some coaching sessions for that, like sort that all out from the business side. Yeah, I mean, also other things. I don't know. I like basically I'm a very disorganized person. So, and I was just like, I'll just make it work. But this is the like first time in a while I've actually had too much on my plate, and I don't think I've done it very well. But I mean, it's whatever. Like, I'm just kind of like I'm a bit irritated at myself. I guess you can tell. But like, I don't know. We're gonna try and make it top 5.
Yeah, I mean, 16K is not nothing, by the way. It's very decent amount.
Yeah. Yeah,
like it's easy to look at the guys that play the most and be like, oh my god, they play so much more. But I mean, those guys are like animals.
I definitely could have played more, and it's like not seriously putting myself in contention, you know.
Yeah, you have one whole week left. That's the thing, 7 days to make some magic happen.
I think it was cooler last year, like with the small little break over the Christmas days and New Year's, and then like the sprint at the end. It also, like as someone like who observes, who watches, it was a cool idea, I think, with a little break in it. But I can also see the argument when people say that it might slow down, or that it's not good to have a break in it. So I guess there are points for both sides.
For sure. Yeah, I think the late announcement also last time was like what made it difficult in some ways. Because like
I feel like we very accidentally got like an amazing time there, you know.
Yeah.
Also, it's like last year we were supposed to do 3 weeks, 1 week break, then 1 extra week, and then at the last minute they're like, "Oh, we're going to do 2 extra weeks." I was in the lead at that point. I'm like, "What the hell?"
Hey, it worked out. 700K in a rolling.
Yeah.
If anything, you should have wanted more weeks at the end. You should be like, "Hey."
I mean, yeah, I remember like towards the end. Someone asked me like, "Oh, are you going to stop playing at some point?" And obviously, I had to deal with Rick that we were going to keep playing. But also, I was just like, I was running so good, and also like, to be honest, when you're running good, it's actually quite easy to play very well. I was just thinking like, every time I open the tables, it feels like I win 20K. How am I supposed to stop playing? You know?
Yeah, it's different for sure. Do you feel like in your life, like whenever you've grinded poker, that was maybe one of the times you've ran the best was during this challenge, or has there been other times?
Yeah, I mean, if you run it at that win rate against like top players in the world, you've obviously, you know, got to be running pretty well. I mean, I've had spots where I've like run like you've objectively run better in a tournament, like if you win, right? Even if you play well, like. Tourneys is just like, you know, like if your heads up in the tourney 15 big blinds deep, you run like 5 big blinds over EV, and it's the difference between like winning for like 300 and something K and coming second for 200 and something. Like it could be like 100K in like and you'll run like, I don't know, like you run just like, I mean, what, like you get all in for 25 bigs each and you win the flip. So you can have moments where you run better, but I feel like over like a month it was I'd say it's pretty up there.
I found your hand against Flushy, by the way, the nines. I was... unfortunately, it's a 4-bet pot. But I'm always very curious about... I hate having like sets on the flush boards. But obviously 4-bet is like totally different. With here, this
like,
being a called for.
I think flop I'm always supposed to call. Turn is a mix between call and shove. I just RNG'd it, but I'm not sure that's like, I don't know. I mean, in hindsight, I was just like, oh, let him get there. But it's not like he's folding anyway. Do you know what I mean? I could have at least got it on the EV graph though.
And on the river, what's the consideration? Like in calling exactly, like that he still has some draws that are gonna keep betting, or like I guess in high stakes it's like people always have bluffs, right?
Yeah, well, it's like I was thinking about what is this like as a catcher, because my range is actually very defined by river, because like I would quite often check raise sort of weaker over pairs earlier on, so I have like a very small amount of queens through tens, but not really. I mostly just have some aces, some nines, and then like what was the board? It was like 9-7.
9-4 deuce, 2 diamonds.
Yeah, so I'll have like aces, nines. I'll have like and then I can have like ace king with a diamond. And then I can have like bits of other underpairs, I think. But like they'll often like check raise flop. But like they might check call. So if I have underpairs below the king, I think they're pretty auto folds. And then I guess I could have a check call twice for like ace 4. And I was thinking like I was basically like, okay, does aces block more ace of diamonds than nines unblocks bluffs? Because his main bluff is probably going to be ace queen. So aces definitely blocks bluffs, and I don't think it blocks enough value for it to overcome that. So I was like, okay, aces isn't a better call than this. So I guess this one should be the one which is calling. Yeah, I mean, you don't get to fold much. Like you can see the price. It's
yeah, it's 5K to win 20K pretty much. So you need to be good like
one
time. Well, it's less actually. Yeah, you need to be good 1 time out of 4. And so, what are his bluffs here when he does this?
It's mostly ace queen.
Okay, so one main hand that won't have a diamond.
Yeah, if in doubt in a 4-bet pot, it's ace queen.
Yeah. Interesting.
It's basically always ace queen.
Yeah.
Which is why I was like, okay, aces. Like, even though aces blocks, like if I have aces, I block him having aces with the ace of diamonds, say. But I was like, I think the only like the super consistent bluff here is either ace queen or like ace 5. Those are like the very typical ones. Also, it's kind of a weird spot as well because I'm like I can consider donk jamming here. Like it wouldn't be because I can have like low pockets with a diamond maybe, and so I could also have like ace king, ace of diamonds. I could have like a slow played flush as well. So I do think it wouldn't be unreasonable for me to have some donk jams. I don't know. Basically, I was just like, I'm not that well. I was just sort of irritated with myself because basically where I got to in game was I was like, well, it's not the worst catcher in range and the price is good, so fuck it, RNG. And like I should have done a bit more thinking than that, especially the amount of time I had and the amount of money which is at stake, but I didn't, which is why I felt like I played the hand badly, even though it's not like, you know, maybe I get to the same outcome, but the way I thought it through, I wasn't very happy with. Yeah, I was kind of thinking there.
It's so funny to see those hands for me because, like, you know, in low stakes, like I'm just on the river. Like I just think those guys never are bluffs, but it's It's so interesting to hear what the real poker is like, where like you're breaking down the ranges in fine details, on the river. Not just thinking like, oh, I'm bit, I fold. Like,
I mean, that would have saved me some money.
I probably lost you a lot more in other spots. All right, I think I'm going to call it here, guys. But yeah, it's been a pleasure. Thank you for being on, and you're both welcome back anytime. Are we going to lock in, Owen? Let's go. Come on.
Yeah.
Starting tomorrow.
If you insist.
Jogging in the morning. Acai bowl, oatmeal.
No more of this coming on the stream and whining. Just be like, oh, I'm too hungover. I play too bad. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. Get a grip of yourself, man. Come on. Like, let's go fight tomorrow.
All right. Thank you for being on. And yeah, let's do some shout outs. Is Doblu's wife getting shouted at again?
No, I was already just like, that's a bit rude. Like, after I said, I was like, should I apologize to him? But I was like, I said it just to be funny, but I was like, maybe that's not something you should say.
Did Nicole like it? Did she listen to it?
Yeah. She found it really funny. Yeah. Oh yeah. I got to give a shout out to my mum. My mum was getting a bit jealous. I mean, wait. That's not what she wanted me to say. She wanted a lot better than that. She's like, but I didn't know we could request shout outs. No, but yeah, shout out to my mum for supporting poker even if she doesn't know what's going on. Appreciate the love.
All right. Thanks. We'll see you later. Good luck in the challenge, boss.
Yeah.
Yeah, good luck for the G, and thanks for answering all the questions.
Thank you. Yeah, no worries. Anytime, man.
Stuck in micros, you get the next shout outs, my man. Thank you for being on again.
Yeah, man. Yeah, thanks for having me. It was nice. It was cool. I'm gonna shout out guys from a Discord, from Spec from Online, my guy Nate, and my guy Pixelider.
All right.
Crush it, guys.
Shout out to Nate. Yeah, thank you, Ross.
And shout out to you, of course, Johan, man.
Much love. Shout out to you. Have a good night.
You too. Ciao.
All right, guys. This was a very long stream. We had a lot of amazing guests. And yeah, we had Ivica Iliev77 to start with. Stuck in Micros joined us. Then Prodigy, Kevin Paquet, and Rick Deck all joined, hang out with us, broke down hands. So yeah, big shout outs and love to them. We're back tomorrow with more, guys. Big love to all you viewers tuning in for this. And of course, make sure to give a follow to PokerStrategy.com on both Twitch and YouTube to follow the live streams. Check out PokerStrategy.com/news for all the news about this challenge and the leaderboards that you can find there. And make sure to give a follow to CoinPoker as well on all their socials. I'm at Johan Merlo on Instagram and Twitter, and I'm at Todd on Twitch if you guys want to follow me. Just going to update you guys actually on the guests that we have scheduled, because we have already a whole bunch for the final week, starting tomorrow, well, technically today. So today is Monday, where it's almost 2 a.m., but so later tonight, 9 p.m., we'll have Art Papazian joining us for the second time this challenge, and then at 10:30 p.m. Central European time, it's going to be Ben Abadbit joining us. Tuesday, we'll have Mr. Lumberjack joining us for the second time. Wednesday is stacked. We have 3 guests scheduled. We'll have Nevir, who recently posted like a really cool video on his YouTube where he played 100k hands at No Limit 100 to try and show what kind of win rate he could get. Then we'll have Shirashi, also joined by Sherry Sweet in the evening. And later on, we'll have Jared Alderman. Thursday, we'll have Schrodinger's VPIP. Friday, I'm talking to Peter Knop about coming on. It's not confirmed yet, but either Friday or Saturday, I think it's decent chance he'll come on. And then Sunday, the final day, Gary Chappell will be joining us once more as well. So great guests scheduled for the whole week. I'm still trying to book, people every day to come on the stream and talk to us. I wish you all a good night, and I'll see you tomorrow. Much love, everyone. Laters. Peace.